What's going on, everybody, and welcome to today's broadcast of the top 8 of the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown, where we have got ourselves narrowed down from the open field of around 35 teams all the way here to our top 8. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by TDS, and we're going to be walking you through all of today's matches. We've got 3 best of 3s all the way to go until we crown our champions. And TDS, we're going to kick things off here with Malawi State University taking on the Costa Gamer squad.
Exactly. After a really consistent matchup in general, like you were mentioning, so many teams before, now we're left with the top 8. We will have a really exciting match to try and watch out. It's top 3, it's BO3 in general, so luckily we'll not get only one match and one game between these teams, but we'll actually get a full series, or potentially at the very least 2 games to watch out what they're able to accomplish and what they're able to show us here. And it's going to be an exciting day, even if they don't end up winning. I think that most of these teams are just excited to get this sort of practice before the tournaments that are starting really soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Malawi State University, this is a team to look at here. By absolute coincidence, this team shares 4 players with Illinois State University, and the 5th player is held by the coach of Illinois State University. So that squad, completely unrelated, but they very recently made top 8 in the NACL Open qualifiers. And yeah, some could argue, had certain disqualifications occurred maybe a little bit earlier in the tournament, they could have even been top 4, right? If certain things happen in a different order, maybe they get a different quarterfinals opponent, maybe they are in the conversation for that promotion tournament coming up in a couple of months. So this is a squad that's been doing really, really well, and they come in really highly seeded here for the elimination bracket. They are the higher seed over Costa Gamers at number 4 versus number 5. That gives them side selection, and that means they are going to take the blue side for game 1.
Which seems like the general idea of a lot of teams. You take blue side first pick, which is really, really great. So a lot of really good ideas that ISU is trying to play around with. A lot of top lane focus when you look at the ban list from both sides, and I'm really interested in seeing what their focus or priority is going to be with the Ashe first pick coming through. And now you're left open with a lot of the stronger ones to play around with, like the Karma.
Yeah, absolutely here. So that Ashe ban going to come on across to start things, or the Ashe pick rather, going to come through to start things off, and they're going to take Karma and Udyr on the side of the Costa Gamers. Like this duo, definitely gives you a lot of run fast, engage potential, definitely a really solid rock in the top lane there coming on through for YPP Hard, who is going to be taking on Mr. Meslo, and I'm going to try to avoid saying that name as much as I possibly can over the course of today.
I feel like you fell for the trap really.
Listen, man, I'm just reading the names that are on my screen. What happens and in what order is not entirely within my control. But he's taking on Meslo in the top lane. Meslo definitely a respectable top laner in his own right. Let's see if he wants to take his counter pick here in the first rotation. Varus Ashe already locked in as the bot lane for Disconnector and Nausicaa. What are they going to want to take here? Maybe something blind. Hovering the Darius here for Meslo. That would be a spicy one. Freshly buffed on the patch, getting more and more action in competitive leagues. The timer ticks down. It's looking like that's going to get locked in.
Okay, that is an interesting one to look into. It's a champion that a lot of the top laners that we currently have in the NACL do like to play, and we've seen the power of the Darius in multiple occasions, so I'm excited to see how does ISU play around with it. Do you force ganks around it? Do you play to try and just facilitate it as much as possible? I'm really excited to see what their focus is going to be. And then on the other side, you can actually technically flex Udyr to the jungle and then play another top laner against the Darius. Yeah, you can go for this with the Olaf. There's not going to be anything to stop the Olaf this game, because Ragnarok is going to come really handily here, try and go on top of the Ashe and the Varus, which are slow and mobile champions. And then in the 1v1 matchup, I can see Darius maybe putting pressure onto the Olaf until a certain point, but Olaf can really mess up whatever the Darius wants to accomplish, especially with the slow on the axis.
That's a great call out there, TDS, especially Aaron Crystal, the jungler for Costa Gamers, has been playing a lot of that Udyr in the jungle in recent weeks. So it's looking like he's going to make that flex come through, and they're going to choose to take the Olaf into the Darius for a little bit of a better matchup. 2 axes better than 1 in that sense, as mid lane bans coming across fast for the Costa Gamers, notably not banning out the Orianna here up against Command Attack. That's a bold choice, maybe looking for a specific counter pick in that matchup.
Exactly, not going for the Oriana ban, particularly with champions that probably are going to get annoyed by the slows and the consistent movement of the ball. You do want to have the champion checked out, but it's an understandable idea if you have a good counter pick against it. On the other side, a lot of focus towards the AD carries that can put pressure with the Karma. The Caitlyn and the Ezreal make complete sense here, and now the Aphelios does give them a really great hyperscaling champion. The problem is that they're probably not going to have a lot of priority down there in the bot lane against an Ashe Varus anyway, so the Aphelios probably playing towards the longer game prospect. And then it just remains the mid laners potentially, or unless the Karma is a mid laner herself, but the mid laners for both sides, and the Oriana looks like a really good choice here. Maybe Aurelion if you're feeling like the champion still works out really well, or it could be a much more aggressive pick in the mid lane as well. Maybe something like the Akali or the Sylas could be the options with the Jarvan paired out there.
The Jarvan coming into the jungle there for Cross. He's been performing so well. Had a massive pop-off Kindred game yesterday to cement their position into this top 8 and make their final elimination. Now hovering this Seraphine in the mid lane. A little bit buffed, a little bit more relevant lately, and that might just be what Command Attack wants to take for himself. So yeah, evolved as a player, not going to be fully committed to the Oriana here these days, but I'm still surprised a little bit that we don't get to see it come out. It's not great into the Udyr and the Olaf, I feel like, but would be pretty adept at being able to pick off that Aphelios. Now, I do want to raise the potential to flex the Udyr to mid is technically still available, but nobody but Insanity does that. The potential to flex the Karma is also something to consider. They could take a support here to go bot lane with Aphelios. They could take a mid laner to play up against the Seraphine, and they are going to do the latter. I was going to say, Retrozing, a big melee mids guy. I'd be very surprised to see him bust out the Karma right here in game 1 over ISU. They are going to take the Irelia and look to challenge Command Attack in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're opting into something completely different than just going for the Karma or the Udyr in the mid lane. The Aurelia, really aggressive, really strong later on if she has a really good start. The issue is that sometimes, or more times than less, she has a harsher start than she probably likes to. So it's going to be fun seeing how Kosa is going to try and play around this sort of disadvantage early on. One of the big things that I like about the Seraphine, quickly to mention as well, is the fact that yes, you may not be able to stop the Olaf or make a lot of impact onto the Aurelia or the Udyr, but her ultimate being able to go over them as well, it's really important because you want to reach the backline that you were mentioning, and making it easier for the Darius and the Jarvan to reach that backline is how you're able to try and destroy them as quickly as possible. The Olaf is going to be a really big chaotic issue here, and I think that that's what Koz is going to try and accomplish having them. So they play around this Olaf being able to disrupt the backline, and then Aurelia can finish them off, because one of the two has to be checked. And I feel like the Olaf will be much more attacked than the Aurelia just because of the Ragnarok value, and in that way I can see Kosa just destroying the squishy champions. But there's going to be a really interesting game of who can get their CC value and the control into the backline first in team fights.
The other question is, how exactly are they going to divide up the resources on Costa Gamers between how many folks are diving the backline and how many folks are protecting this Aphelios? Because Disconnector is going to need all the help that he can get if this Darius and this Jarvan start diving on through with an Encore coming on through them. That's probably going to have to fall not just to the Karma, but I would want to see the Udyr trying to peel back a little bit as well and trying to make sure that they are going to have as much defense as possible. Cross can spend some time doing some peel work and rely on towards Meslo and, Cross is obviously on Alawi State University. There's, it's going to be Aeon Crystal who's going to have to help out on the defense there. They're going to have to rely on, I'm just going to call him Y in the top lane and Retrozing to be able to get all that diving on through.
I'm glad that you are the one that fell into the trap before me, so that
it would have been one of us. It was always. It's gonna happen again too. Like, I'm gonna get in the middle of a fight and I'm just gonna say the name that's on my screen. So we're gonna deal with that. That's okay. It's not a violation of TOS or anything. It just
the most important part is that we call, if there's a hype play, we call it out so that it doesn't just immediately go into the name, but it's actually just a hype play.
Yeah.
Ideally, not to have a clip of the name being called out.
It happens. I mean, you know what? We'll blame the tournament organizers, to be honest. You can put this on Aegis staff for letting them on through. This should have been a day one ban right here.
Yeah.
If they don't want it on their stream, but it wasn't. So clearly, it's allowed. So we're getting into the in-client draft here. Nothing too unexpected. It looks like it will be Olaf top, Udyr jungle. There was a slight chance that those got flexed around, but given what champions these players generally pilot, it would have been a big surprise to me. And there's going to be that Irelia coming in through for the mid lane.
One of the big things that I kind of forgot when looking at the compositions is, funnily enough, the Jarvan was picked against the two champions that hate the Jarvan the most, the Olaf and the Udyr. Neither of them are really fan of the Cataclysm value there. You don't want to get stuck when Ragnarok and the Udyr want to run around everyone else. So Jarvan actually having that extra bit of value where instead of looking for the backline, you could just pigeonhole the two champions and actually make the team fight more worth. But the more I look at it, I can actually see the composition coming in from ISU to have even more value just based on that Jarvan particular interaction.
Absolutely here. That Jarvan can be so good here. The other thing is, yeah, like you said, it's one of the only ways to really stop the Olaf from just running through everybody. So
Yeah.
definitely a little bit of counterplay going to be available there, and definitely going to be something that your Seraphine Ash Varus composition isn't really prepared for on paper, is that Olaf just Ragnarocking his way through all of it. So really going to need Cross to come up huge there and be responsible for containing the Olaf coming in through in the top lane
Yep.
here for Y. He's just going to be running through them otherwise, and he's the only real one that's going to be able to do it. Either that or the Darius needs to get strong enough for through some early pressure from Cross to make sure that he's going to be able to just one-shot the Darius. He is too big of a damage threat in his own right for Olaf to be willing to run on through the team.
Can you actually one-shot the Darius just because of some of the items? Like, it just seems difficult for it to happen. I'm expecting them to just try and kite the Darius out. Meanwhile, the other side of the map just kills the rest of the enemy team. But like, it just feels difficult for it to happen. That's why I'm trying to bank a lot on who can reach the backlane first and destroy them. Because the quicker you destroy one of the backlines, the easier it is to then deal with the rest. There's not a lot of issues trying to play the longer fights for either of these teams because one has great appealing options plus the fact they have double AD carry, the other has Aphelios Karma. So there is tools for both of these teams. The issue is who can get that part of the team fight down before the other.
Definitely going to be a big part of the execution on these compositions here. Want to see exactly what runes we end up getting to see here as well. There's a few different choices you can go for on stuff like that Seraphine, and we'll see if we end up with maybe a little bit more aggressive poke focus stuff. Maybe if we end up with the Ares is generally the best in slot, but definitely a couple of possibilities. And that Varus, of course, going to be a big question. Is this going to be the lethality Varus or the on-hit Varus? I can see arguments for both. I think on-hit's probably a little bit more likely. You got a lot of beef to try to work through in this team composition. Olaf, Udyr, and Irelia all going to be able to tank those lethality shots pretty effectively, but we'll have to see. There's always possibility that ISU could surprise us here and go for a build that's maybe a little bit less expected based on the comps.
Yeah, I feel like the argument would be if you are opting into on-hit barriers because you're scared they are going to get on top of you and you want to fight against them, technically speaking, there's the argument as well that if they get on top of you, you're dead anyway. So the best would be to just play from a safe distance, and Poke probably gets more value in that. But I do agree, like I feel Barris in his current spot just has so much value with both builds that it doesn't really matter what you end up opting into, as long as you're well prepared to play either side. That's all that matters, really. I'm more interested in seeing what the Ashe is going to be able to accomplish. Because when you pick double AD carry, typically it's to have control of the bot lane and try and push as much as possible for early control. But you also are playing with a Darius. And that means that you probably have to sacrifice one of the two sides of the map. And I'm kind of interested where Cross is going to opt because I'm feeling that you probably want to give Darius one gank and then focus all your resources spot lane. Because if they fall behind, then banking on the Darius is kind of scary where the enemy team can hide you away, realistically.
Yeah, the other question is going to be like, how well are they tracking the Udyr? Because while you do have the CC immunity with your double tap E on Udyr, it's except for that tool, and if you use that tool right, then you're not getting the double R, you're not getting the double Q, you're not getting any of that bonus damage. If that is what ends up coming on through, then you're going to get kited out by the Ashe, right? If you, unless you are using that CC immunity to rush your way through the slow, you're going to get kited out by the Ashe Varus pretty effectively, and it's going to make it hard to gank that bot lane. Even if they are pushing into you all day long, it's going to be tough to punish it, whether Cross is there or not.
Exactly. It's a lot of small situations that are going to be fun seeing how they end up being executed by either side, really, and how it evolves into the series. Because, of course, we need to remember this is just the first game of the BO3. So any weird thing that happens here could end up just mattering a lot for the second and potential third game. And how much value do you give this sort of picks, especially once again opting back into that Ashe, because the Ashe was first picked, so they clearly value that champion quite a lot. And if the Ashe doesn't find the value that they try and have a mind around, then how much do you still care for that Ashe? How much do you want to play around that Ashe? That's the sort of thing that I'm looking for with the sort of drafts, because there's a lot of champions that, technically speaking, they can be disposed of really quickly.
Absolutely here. And with that, we are ready to get into game. The spectator delay has ended, and we are off to the races for game 1 of day 2 of the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown. Of course, brought to you by Hot Pockets. We are going to be getting into first game of the best of 3 TDS. Definitely a lot of momentum to be played for here. There's not a lot of room for error. You don't have the full 5 games, but you got more than you do in the single elim yesterday, at least.
Yeah, exactly. The most important part is that it's not only one and done. You actually get to play at least one more game, even if something goes horribly wrong here. And I'm excited to see what both of these teams are going to attempt. Nothing much in terms of the level 1. It seems like they are going to try and respect each other. The staring contest, not going to be anything out of the ordinary here. And just quickly looking, there's only one teleport on both teams, actually. Neither top laner taking teleport. They are going to play with the ghost. They want to run fast at people.
Yeah. We are going to be fixing the team names up at the top here. I'm being told it's just NA for both sides. So technically true. These are 2 North American teams. Command attack and a face check early, though. Gets himself struck by that flawless duet. Why, though? Actually going to short the first undertow. That's going to give command attack a little bit more of a break than he may have been expecting.
It's already making the lane a little bit easier for retrosing, where you now have a bit more control, potential control with your damage, and also that you took out the initial 3 I don't remember the actual name of it, but like the 3 passive part of the Seraphine is actually important when looking at the initial trade in the lane, because you can get that initial CC and then try and get a lot of damage onto the melee champions. But now, Retrosing just having a pretty comfortable time here, going to take a bit of poke, but not to the same level. And if at level 2 you get on top of the Seraphine, she's 1 potion left. So it's easier to get more damage to stick.
Definitely been really precise so far with the flaws. Cross going for the level 2 gank. Gonna force the flat there out of Idol, and Idol getting chased down the rest of the way. Disconnector finds the last auto attack and picks up first blood for ISU.
They both went in as hard as they could, and they are trying to make Idol disconnect from the game, with Disconnector getting that initial first blood. Really nicely done, and Cross already setting a precedent in the map. I love to see the junglers that pick the Jarvans, the Xinjiaos, the Lee Sins go for the level 2 ganks, because that's a lot of impact that you know that the enemy jungler is not going to be able to have an answer for.
Absolutely here, and now going to get off to that bottom lane lead that they were hoping for. Day 1 going to get a pull underneath the turret. That's Meslo trying to take down Y, and Y going to have to get himself out of there right away. A big chunk. Meslo did pop the ghost there, looking for the extended trade, but not going to be able to chase out of the Olaf. Cross is in the area. He's going to get spotted by the ward.
Yeah, that was a goes down now for day 1, which does make it a little bit difficult for yourself now as the Darius, but the lane is also in a really weird spot. So as long as you can hold that out there, the Darius may end up setting up really well for the Jarvan to try and go for a repeat gank. Especially when the bot lane is not really in a position to try and go for a regank, where you're looking at the CS and how the bot lane is just reaching back there. I can feel a regank coming in from Cross up there.
Absolutely here. Definitely a good opportunity, although the only one who's blown a summoner up there has been Meslo so far. And Crystal trying to make a little bit of influence up there in his own right. Wards have already gone down. Crosses here as well. Full on 2-on-2. Apprehend not going to find why PP Hard is now Aeon. Crystal maybe looking to set up for the dive, but Cross being in the area, he doesn't even see him, but he can probably assume that the Jarvan hasn't crossed back over to bot side, and now he knows for sure.
Exactly. I was expecting maybe a dive to happen there with no ghost. Oh, Darius, you're a bit too far.
Coming on up here, there's going to be the attempted decimate, and it's just not going to come anywhere. YPP Hard picks up that first kill Aeon Crystal going to get the assist away with it as well. Not going to be first blood goal, but going to be enough to net a gold lead overall to Kosa Gamers.
And not even the slightest chance there to actually be able to outplay the situation. Flash not even blown by the Darius. It's just a normal trade. As we see a really big trade down here in the bot lane. Idol actually getting a lot of damage down in this connector. And same for Admirable Potato onto Nausicaa.
Yeah, really good harass coming through from that Karma Aphelios duo, especially when he has the Calibrum for the extra range. Pretty effective at being able to find that poke damage. Frost is in the area, though, looking to strike again. They know that Idol is still, without Flash, and could very well try to take him down here. But this distance might just be enough. They should be able to kite it out.
They're playing really well with the respect, and Cross hasn't been able to find any sort of really good ganks to make it work. Has the re-engage?
Yeah, coming in, they're focusing everything onto Cross, and he's just level 3. He's gonna melt so damn fast to the Gravitum as Aeon Crystal leading the charge forward. Nausicaa not gonna be able to take him down. YPP Hard finding himself a solo kill on the top side. Nausicaa drops on the bottom, and it all goes wrong for ISU. 3 kills across the board to Kosa.
Yeah, everywhere is going bad, and maybe even more here with Command Attack taking so much damage. RetroZing.
We are not done yet. There is no Vanguard's Edge available, but RetroZing wins that fight all day long as he can get it in an isolated one-on-one. Gonna get a big boatload of damage there on the Command Attack, who doesn't have access to the TP, and now has a big wave to clear out.
Has to, or at the very least, it's going to be able to back there, but RetroZing is so far ahead of Command Attack at this point with the huge wave that he's collecting, plus the one that is just now going to crash there. Still has teleport, so he can go back to base at any moment and come back to try and attack the Seraphine there. But talking about the bot lane play, great execution, big disrespect there by Cross, deciding to re-engage. Not necessarily a bad choice if you know that it's a 2v3, but you didn't know that. You know that there's a chance that the jungler is coming down, and he decides to opt into the fight, gets baited in, and at the end, not only does he pay the price, but his bot lane also pay the price, because this connector, once again without Flash, and Nausicaa ends up paying the price with his life.
Absolutely, and Aeon Crystal now doing such a fantastic job in the jungle. That turnaround and bot, plus the successful gank on top. He's also been farming more effectively. He's got himself a solid several camp lead. I think that's about 3 camps on net. Looks like it's only 2 actually, but either way, that's going to be a solid lead for him as he's coming out of here with the Tabby. He's going to try to take first dragon, and there's going to be no chance that ISU are able to stop this.
There's no chance. There's not going to be a lot that ISU can do in terms of going for this dragon. And now the game is in a really weird spot.
Whoa.
Potentially, that was close, but it's been a while since I've seen a Barris actually steal the dragon.
It's been since Worlds 2022 for me.
Yeah,
it's been a little bit of time. But
at least he tried. I respect the attempt.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially when you have Blighted Quiver up, you can get the boosted Q. You have a good shot of stealing those away, especially when junglers get a little bit complacent with their smites. Not going to happen to Aeon Crystal that time, though. They are going to be able to pick up the Chematech Drake for themselves and solidify their lead across the map here. About 1.5k in their favor, winning in most lanes ahead of the objective game. Very, very good stuff here by Kosa.
Exactly, Kosa doing a really good job. Whereas when you look at the other side, ISU needs to find a more consistent lane maybe to play for, because now we know the Darius up there in the top lane, probably not going to be in the most favorable spot, and then you have a Seraphine in the mid lane, which, yes, the value is going to be immensely high, but she's not going to be the hyper carry of your team. You have to play for the one that will carry the game, and it looks like it's going to be on this connector. He's ahead in CS, and he also has a kill to his name, so as long as you're able to put a little bit more pressure, I can see them being able to run the game in a really nice direction. The issue is that the other side of the map that has the ahead champion is Diola, and there's not many tools to stop him from running amok into the back lane. Only the Cataclysm.
For sure, and it is going to be that lethal tempo Varus we were talking about, so he's looking to be able to work his way through these frontliners. Throws out the Chains of Corruption on an Admiral Potato, though, and misses it. At level 6 difference, not going to make too much of one if you end up whipping the ultimate. And Idol, with all these chakrams up, fighting back against Nausicaa, takes him to low HP. In a pretty good position now to defend up against this dive. You do have to be worried about Cross, though. Cataclysm is available. Admiral Potato is so low. They know he's here because of the scanner, but they aren't going to look for the dive. They don't have the wave yet, and they've been stopped in their tracks.
They don't have the weight, but they do have a really good push and 4 members. Oh, Idol.
Lens blown out by Idol there in the face of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Command Attack's presence as well, going to force out the TP. And RetroZing will be able to save his bottom lane. It does end up costing a TP from Kosa Gamers, but they do manage to hold on to all of their lives.
Exactly, as long as they are able to hold on, though, I like this sort of wait here. Maybe they can bait or wait for someone to walk too far forward and that could turn into a kill, but it's not going to be the case. It's just going to be simultaneous back by multiple members, and that's it.
Yeah. A wise choice there by the Costa Gamer squad to back away first. That's going to be Ragnarok thrown down. Another Undertow misses the YPP Hard just going to lose his ultimate. That's going to be Meslow's signal to go on in. Both parties ghosting, so neither going to get a big advantage in the distance. They want to get as much of a trade as they can here. Pulls him back in with the Apprehend. Decimate comes through, looking for full stacks to the Hemorrhage. Not quite going to find it, and now needs to back away because RetroZing is on his way up. He doesn't have the vision, but he's got to assume that that missing mid laner
doesn't have the
coming
flash
up here. Meslow way too far up now, getting collapsed on by 3. Flawless Duet misses, but the Bear Stance does not, and Aeon Crystal picks up another.
Both of them were charging at each other with the Ghost, trying to run into each other, run away, run from each other, fight. But at the end, it's Meslo that gets baited into an awful spot with 3 members collapsing and they're in the top lane. And it feels like it's not the first time that this happens to ISU. Not necessarily to Meslo, but not respecting the potential of another member being close to just help the member that is low. You have 3 members already rotating, and then ISU simply not respecting that fact turns into another kill for the Olaf, or well, actually for the Udyr, and this just means that at this point, ISU is in a really bad spot. Oh.
Flashing over the wall, RetroZing not going to find his opposing mid laner, but Command Attack going to be forced to blow that flash.
Going to be forced to blow the flash, and Seraphine is a champion that does need that flash to actually not be a victim of a lot of the enemy team, and now potential maybe play towards her with 2 champions going around the river.
The collapse coming in pretty fast here as they are going to follow up on towards Meslo here. YPP Hard gets the full stacks of Hemorrhage. You got to watch out for the AD boost that gives you as both are trading back and forth. The dunk might be enough for it now, but the shield, tough it out, gets PP Hard alive. And now they are going to move forward on towards Idol. Idol going to be forced to flash away, nearly finding him with the piercing arrow. As this top lane is getting dangerous. Another Undertow connects, and YPP Hard wants it. Flash in, finishes off the kill, and another solo bolo over towards the Olaf.
Finishes off the kill, and he doesn't die to the turret. Perfect execution there. The Darius is suffering so much this game, and the Olaf, even though he turns on the Ragnarok really early on, it doesn't turn into a bad kill. At the end, this Olaf is running amok by himself. Not a lot of attention needed to be able to get the soul kill, even though he got a lot of attention early on. Not a lot of attention needed to keep on having that sort of pressure, and now first turret blood going to go into his favor before the 14-minute mark even.
This is a tremendous lead to the Olaf. I mean, he's nearly 2k, he's over 2k gold ahead of Meslo now, and you just can't rely on the base stats from Hemorrhage to be able to overcome that kind of lead. Once he backs and gets to spend some of the money that he just made, he is just going to be absolutely dominating in this top lane, and I don't even think Cross together with him will be enough to actually turn it back around unless Cross is willing to like trap him in the Cataclysm and flash back out. It's super dangerous territory to be anywhere near this Olaf at this point.
Yeah, someone has to die, and I'm feeling that Cross probably the better target to get, or the better target to sacrifice himself for the team than allowing your backline to die. But that is just simply so scary to try and deal with at this point. As we see a little bit of movement down here in the bot side, they could maybe try and go for an engage.
Cross looking for a fight, going to lock them into the Cataclysm. Vanguard's Edge lands onto both bot laners, but RetroZing locked down by the Chains of Corruption, getting in there way too late, and a meltdown to Nausicaa as Idol comes in from the other side, but his teammates are trapped in between him and a hard place. They're going to take down Aeon, now moving forward on towards Admirable Tato. He's going down as well. Disconnector claims that kill, and ISU find themselves a fight in the bot lane.
The top lane may be suffering, but the bot side finds a really good counter kill. 2 really good kills onto important members, and then also the flash from RetroSync there. Really weird decision to just flash in after the engage, trying to find the backline, but the value is simply not that big when you're looking at how it happened. And at the end, it's just perfectly well played by the side of ISU. Everything that they were doing correctly on the top side, a bit counteract here with what happened in the fight, but overall it's still a really good spot to be in as CGS. Just not overly committing to plays like this when you're far ahead.
Absolutely, and they completely control the top side here. They're going to get all 6 grubs. No chance that they... Oh, actually, they're not going to get all 6 grubs because the second set of grubs didn't spawn. Did the first set of grubs too late. They're going to get the Rift Herald, but that's the best that they can hope for. And they might actually be missing out on those mites. It seems like this is a game where they definitely could have gotten them with how far ahead YPP Hard is.
I feel like he could have gotten it by himself, right? Like, you were already winning the top lane, so you can just move around that and just take it. Not even the 6, but maybe take 1 more for yourself, by yourself. There's nothing that the Olaf realistically could do that works out there. Oh,
nice move by RetroZing there. Dives in, dives back out through the minion wave. He's going to get CC'd down, though. Chains of Corruption connects again. Big shot from the piercing arrow. Nearly takes the Irelia down and will force her off of this defense. Karma can't do it alone. Idol should be very concerned about walking up to the Cataclysm Jarvan when the turn's about to fall, and they're going to get this easily.
This is the scenario where you're asking yourself, why didn't I go with the Thalative Barriers? Because that would have been a kill with the Thalative Barriers. That being said, a lot of blown onto RetroZing has to be forced out, and you get the counter turret after the first turret already fell down. So overall, not a bad victory for the side of ISU. The only issue is that you still need a bit more to make it more worth it for your team.
Focusing on towards this blue buff, and Crystal will be able to secure that, giving the buff over to Admiral as well. Admirable, a tough phrase to say. Gonna have to get used to it. These guys are in ACL too, so we're gonna get a little bit more action of them on this stream throughout this season, and possibly deeper into this tournament at the rate that they're going. Still holding a 1.5K gold lead over ISU. Be happy to walk away with a game 1 win, but they are losing outer turrets fast. A second one going to go down in mid lane here, and that's going to open up the map a lot for ISU.
Yeah, really good move from bot lane, getting the turret to the jungle, to mid lane, having a really smooth transition from each of the lanes to try and get control. The gold lead is still not in their favor, but I like that they've been able to open up the map a bit. And even when you're gold down, having to sort of control the map can translate into later on getting more gold, or more importantly, control over objectives that then can translate into more gold. Overall, really good movement, and I'm just waiting to see where the next big fight could potentially happen. With the third Drake on the horizon, that could be the place, but it's a Cloud Drake, and it's only the second game from either of the second Drake for either of these teams, so the value is not going to be as high as if it was anything else.
Definitely not. They continue looking for a clap back in mid lane here. Osa at least going to clear out the wave, but they choose to disappear back into their jungle. There's nothing really on this side of the map for them until the dragon spawns, and they just want to be able to make sure that they can secure it here, clearing out vision, making sure that they're going to be the first ones on the objective, and spawning here in about 5 seconds. They should be able to secure it. RetroZing be going for an ill-advised play on the top side, though. Gets hit by the enchanted crystal arrow. Nice shot from Nausicaa, and a kill will go over to Meslo.
Exactly, that's pretty much the dragon plus a crash into the mid lane turret, but overall that's a really valuable kill they are able to get, and could be a counter turret as well. It's going to be the mid lane turret getting answered though, but they are probably going to get the turret. Ooh.
How well can he drive the Herald? Aiming for the turret, will be able to find it. Takes it to about half, gets hit by those Chains of Corruption though. Will have to ghost to get his way out, but Dragon picked up on the other side, 2-1 in that department now as they get the first of their Cloud Drakes. And I gotta tell you, TDS, not a big fan of the Cloud Drake, but this is definitely a comp where it feels real good.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I actually feel I do get behind that idea, and I can say the same for both sides realistically, because even if the value is not going to be extremely attack oriented, to put it that way, like it's not going to be used offensively, but defensively the value for the side of ISU, it's immense. You have a Seraphine, a Varus, and an Ashe that already have an ability, so any sort of extra movement speed that they can get to try and escape from the Olaf, from the Udyr, from the Irelia as well, it's going to be extremely valuable, and I can see both of these teams trying to contest for the Dragon later on.
certainly see it as well. Will be a really valuable objective for whatever team is able to pick it up, and denying it away from Kosa, I mean, it's got to be pretty high up on the list of priorities for Illinois. Or Ilawi, rather. This is not Illinois.
Yep. We need to remember we cannot make use of that name here.
No, definitely. They share a lot of players with Illinois, but this is not Illinois. This is Ilawi State University. That is going to be a big comeback option for them coming into this later game here, as it is tied dead even in gold. They've been able to collapse a lot of that lead through the early game. Now just looking to be able to continue to use their superior map play, or so they hope, to be able to push further, to be able to avoid the threat that this Olaf presents. They've got 4 members down here with them, and that's just what you have to do. YPP Hard is so strong. You can't risk just sending 1 or 2 members up against him, or he might just run them down.
Exactly. You cannot have any sort of risk in this sort of situation where the game is still in a really a really small margin of difference between each team. So you cannot throw anything out of the blue to try and go for a pick and then get it completely answered by the enemy team. I liked how both of these teams are playing around to try and respond it, and once again it's just waiting to see where the next big fight or big important moment is going to happen. Both of these teams are just trying to seize each opportunity they can, and I'm not sure if they are going to fall into or fall victim to multiple picks. As I say that, though, Olaf's getting a lot of damage.
It's a tough position for Meslo. Turning it back around, going to get the Prodigy ultimate, but they do not care. Actually, underneath the turret, there's the dunk. Meslo turns it back around for Ilawi State University and picks up a kill.
Yeah, he has to flash, he has to escape to his turret, but he's the one that says that he is the victor this day, because he gets the solo kill, the shutdown, and finally able to put a little bit of counter pressure onto what was a really difficult matchup for himself. Really good play there, and now what the answer is going to be for the side of CGS, although maybe another pick here could end up happening.
Could definitely occur here, as camping 3 in towards mid lane. They are going to look to potentially jump on out here and find somebody in rotation, but not going to happen. Instead, moving up towards the Baron buff. All together now, the all-seeing Baron pit. It's got a couple of wards in it. None of them are spotted out by the existing control wards, but the scanner's coming down.
We are really looking to get as much control as possible, and there's not a lot of places that you can look into and say, oh, wait, AM?
Nice chain CC there, using the Ash as well, but that's going to be Encore landing onto nobody. The remaining members coming on through. Vanguard's edge whiffs as well. Nobody landed abilities in this fight until the Chains of Corruption come through on a YPP Hard, and that's going to force the disengage.
A lot of ultimates being missed, but this connector at the very least forces the disengage bottom really effectively. The important part though is how long the cooldown for the Seraphine ultimate for the next fight. Because 1 minute for the Dragon, that could probably be a place where we're looking at the next fight, and there's no more Encore on the Seraphine, at the very least for this point. And also no Flash and Command attack. That is scary as a Seraphine to be dealing against a team that can run on top of you and you have no flash to follow up on it.
Definitely a dicey situation there for ISU for a short period of time, but they're able to get their way out. Now off the reset, they are on a couple of really good item spikes here. They got the Crypt Bloom over for command attack, going to emphasize both the damage and the supportive abilities of that Seraphine, and Disconnector gets his second as well. They're going to throw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That will force out Ragnarok.
That is a big cooldown, and there is 20 seconds left now for the Dragon. That means I'm pretty sure they are not fighting this anymore. With the rally on the other side of the map, some champions trying to go kind of away from the Dragon Pit. That just means that it's going to be a free Dragon. Really nicely played by the side of ISU to just control where you wanted to force the fight and get this free Dragon. Both teams staying as close as possible, because now both teams will have 2 Dragons. They are just a couple hundred gold away from each other. They have 1 tower less on one of the teams, but it's still so close. Objective wise, there's a lot of similarities between each other. The game really could just completely collapse on one random fight.
Definitely over the wall comes Cross, finding Potato, going to get out that Cataclysm. Nausicaa is just being melted on the other side. No backup available for the support Ash, and now the numbers advantage of YPP Hard coming in on the flank. They're teleporting in, Retrozing into the blue side jungle, trying to find their engage. Not going to be able to collapse in time. Instead, they peel back for the Baron.
Are they going to look for Baron here? Oh.
All right, looking
there he
right
is.
here. Dash in from RetroZing. There's going to be the Vanguard's Edge trying to chase down Meslo. He's going to get CC'd up. Nice apprehend onto 4, but it just doesn't matter when you're in a 1 versus 5. He'll drop as well. Now it's a 3 versus 5 for the Baron that Kosa Gamers will be happy to start up.
And this is what I talked about. 1 random fight could really just completely make a difference in the game. As we see, the Olaf is running in.
Ragnarok coming on through, but gets Million down in time. Disconnector command attacks damage. It does enough, and it gets the big healing across the rest of the team. Eon Crystal next up to bat, trying to chase down Disconnector, but he's kiting it out so well with the Terminus damage, and is going to be able to force him on out. Disconnector command attack, very powerful as a duo, and they just don't manage to get on top of the carries.
Yeah, the Olaf simply not enough. We thought it was going to be just a running show from the Olaf and destroy everyone. Turns out it's not actually the case, and that immediately turns into not only a kill onto the Olaf, but it stops the Baron immediately. They also force both summoners off of the Aphelios. That is a big victory when looking at any other potential teamfights later on. But just like that, once again, we're back to square one. Both teams in a really similar spot. Both teams waiting to see what is going to make the balance still their way, and I'm just waiting to see who is going to find that initial pick for them.
Absolutely. Now setting up for the next engagement. ISU again taking the gold lead for the first time this game, 2-2 in Dragons. They've done a great job of stabilizing from what went really poorly for them early on, and now are well set up to be able to try to convert this into a game win at the end of the day. Much better than it was looking for a while. YPP Hard got stopped at those 3 kills. He's died twice since then, not been able to pick up anything for himself. And the engages from himself and Eon and RetroZing, they've just been desynced. They need to get all of the backline at the same time. Otherwise, Disconnector and Command Attack are just going to continue to kite them out.
And the more items Disconnector gets, the harder it's going to get for them to just completely melt the barriers.
All right, there's going to be the Encore landing across 3. They're going to be able to get right on top of the Aphelios. Chains of Corruption is beautiful from Disconnector, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 already with Cross looking for some more onto Eon. Here comes PP Hard trying to push forward, but Meslo's going to match him. Looking to apprehend him back into the fight. He wants to stay fighting this Olaf. Not going to find him yet, but RetroZing very dangerous to the low HP Disconnector. Somebody's going to have to get back here and defend. Cross waiting back on the defense. Not even going to have to emerge from the bush. Nobody willing to take this fight. Here comes Meslo on the flank, trying to get the fight started. Dive in from Cross. 3 so far. Meslo melting so fast. Disconnector finds his angle to keep the fight going. Command Attack launching through the damage. Disconnector is melting too fast for the Olaf, though. And YPP Hard finding his fight. Will go down to Command Attack. The item is enough to keep them standing. Crit Bloom comes up big in the fight. And Command Attack gets enough damage through with Meslo.
The Seraphine is just such a bothersome champion. At the end, they're finding so much value. Every time just keeping everyone really healed, but also CC there with the Crypto Bloom as well, like you were mentioning. Everything was just working out so well for the Seraphine. And another teamfight victory coming in for the side of ISU. Finally tilting the balance in their favor a little bit more, because they are now close to 2K advantage for themselves, but they also have been able to blow multiple important resources from the side of CDS. For the next fight, that can be a difference maker.
Really good stuff here so far. They are going to be up substantially in gold now. 2K in the lead for ISU as they come up with another fight win. Have yet to be able to convert it into a major objective, but there's going to be a fight over Soul Point here in just a couple of seconds. One of these teams is going to be able to pick that one up. 20 seconds to go, and it looks like ISU going to be making the first bite at it. They get their vision all set up, and they're going to all be present here for when it spawns.
They have complete control over this side of the map, and a lot of that comes from just pushing the waves smartly. When you look at how the top lane was getting pushed, RetroZing has to answer to it, and that immediately means that even if he's finding a good opportunity to try and get push and farm, the other side of the map is completely in control of the side of ISU, and then they can just as quickly move back to the other side of the map, respond to the Aurelia push, and just to stop her from finding any more value than that.
Absolutely here, the push on the side lane from RetroZing, trying to pick up whatever gold they can. Main lane pressure is maintained by ISU. Now, RetroZing maybe in a little bit deep here, gonna be able to get out, lands the flawless duet. Will be able to walk back to the rest of the team, but it's got a little bit of turret damage done. That was all they found in trade for that dragon. ISU is in full control.
This really is going to be close to a long game, it looks like, with both teams just respecting so much what the other can do. Like, neither is looking as aggressively as they can. They are not looking for any bad trade against each other. They're just waiting for the objectives to begin appearing, and then they think about if they really want to go against it or not.
Baron buff. It's been sitting here for a long time now as... Oh? Got a little bit of a freeze going on here.
Is the game... Oh, okay.
Oh, we're back.
I was gonna say, did we lose the game?
We did not.
Thankfully
just,
not.
you know, just had to take a couple seconds to think. Spectate client be like that sometimes.
Yeah. It's the bad thing about the client sometimes, but it's not going to be the end of the world because we actually do get the game and we didn't miss anything, which has happened in other streams. So thankfully,
then it was the end of the world. Yeah, it was really,
yeah,
it was pretty rough. Or at least it was the end of the stream. Now, ooh, Meslo finding the pick alongside Cross. Retrozing gonna try to outplay it. Finds Nausicaa, dashes to him, using him as the escape route. Here's going to be the encore through the team. The first kill goes through onto Retrozing. Crypt Bloom procs are raining across. Dive into the back line, coming through for YPP Hard. He's got to find a way to carry this fight, but he's melting too fast. 3-0 for ISU. This is gonna be Barrett.
And they found the pick with smart play around it because they were playing around Retrozing being every time on the top lane pushing the waves. They find the perfect angle, kill the rally as quickly as possible, but then also find a perfect opportunity to force a 5-man team fight. Everyone on the side of CGS just gets completely caught off guard, and they cannot kill the crucial targets. The Seraphine is just finding so much value this game. It's close to impossible to deal with it.
Very, very difficult to play through here. The Seraphine fully online now. Got those reduced cooldowns. There's going to be a Jockshow the Protean completed for Disconnector. So I don't even need a third damage item. I got everything I need. If I can stay alive with this Seraphine, with this Ashe, with all the rest of my team pumping out the damage that they've got in their kits, I can just sit here, stay alive, and that's my only job. And he pulls it off excellently in that last fight.
The name of the game is going to be protect the barriers for as long as he can, just completely destroy everyone that is running on top of him. And the plan seems to be working out so far really well. Disconnector just making really good use of the barriers, but Command Attack also making the Seraphine look really, really strong here, making it so that nobody is a threat in the team fights.
Definitely. Seraphine is really strong here, and
yep.
Can't deny that it ends up paying off big time in this composition for them, and they are really utilizing it to the peak of its effectiveness. Doesn't matter that it went down some CS early, it's still behind in CS now. But it does bring so much more value than this Irelia and really counters out everything that the Costa Gamers comp is trying to accomplish. And now this Siege coming up big time. They do manage to land that Enchanted Crystallera on Admirable Potato, going to use the cleanse to try to get back away. They pull back on an Idol, trying to focus him down. Charm on the 4 members, and the dumps coming through for Meslo. Only finds one before he dies. As Retrozing is TP'd into the fray, trying to turn it back around, but he might just be too late for the fight. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but ISU aren't done. They see the low health bar ticking, and they want to finish them off. There goes another kill on the Eon Crystal. YPP Hard going to be locked inside the Cataclysm, making the use of the one counter you have to the Ragnarok. It's a double kill to Command Attack, and ISU might just push for the win.
Maybe a double kill, but it's also going to be a potential game kill because now with the turrets dying really quickly, with them having 4 members stronghold, Retrozing maybe?
Arts Edge on to 4. Here's the highlight play. Retrozing looking to dash through the team. Gets Nausicaa, but nobody else. And Idol has got to put it together with Admirable Potato to turn this back around. Cross focusing onto the Nexus. Admirable gonna get slowed down. Disconnector takes the 1-versus-1 onto Idol, and that's all she wrote for game number 1. Malawi State University take a lead.
ISU playing really, really well this game. Huge props to CGS. I feel like they played the game out in a really effective manner. They were doing an awesome job in a lot of the situations, particularly in the top lane. They were winning. They were controlling up there really, really well. But from the play that happened inside of the jungle, where I don't remember exactly how it kind of transpired, but they did lose 3 members in that play. And from there on, Seraphine, Bearers, and even the Jarvan came back into the game really effectively and were able to completely dissuade the plan from the side of CGS. Huge props to their game plan and to the Seraphine pick. It really was a game changer.
Yeah, really great stuff there coming through from Command Attack 6-0 and 10 on that Seraphine. And you got to give props to Disconnector as well. I mean, he pumps out the most damage in the game. He was really, really good at being able to find his position to fire away and come up huge in the team fights. Was able to execute on that time and time again. It just did not matter how strong the Olaf was when they just could not put together the fights where they're actually able to get him on the back line without him dying too quickly.
It just became really, really difficult. And right there, you can see the power of the on-hit, right? Even if you get on top of him, you do have chances to fight against certain champions. And as long as the peel is there, there's a lot of effective value with it. So at the end, really good showing. Bearers is still as strong as ever. And I'm expecting to see a little bit more contest onto this champion come second game.
Absolutely. I am expecting that as well. We'll see how the adaptation is going to look through for Kosa gamers as Malawi State University find themselves up 1-0 in the series. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get ready for game number 2, but we're going to be back before too long with more of the Aegis X Hot Pockets Showdown. We wait to see who's going to be able to move on to those semifinals.
Chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on alive. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. A part of me that's under pressure, charged up, my fuse igniting a sight you wanna see. I'm outside pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown. We are one game into our quarterfinals. Alawi State University find themselves up 1-0 after a comeback against the Kosa Gamer squad. Let's see how Kosa wants to respond coming into game two. They do get side selection, and they have chosen to take the red side. As we get into picks and bans once again, and right off the board there, TDS, there goes the Seraphine. They don't want to see that again.
Yeah, screw that unskilled champion is what CGS is saying right now. We don't want to play against that once again, and I fully respect it, because you can say whatever you want about the other champions. Seraphine really was the big problem with the amount of healings and the amount of value that she provided. And I think that just taking away, it's the best choice. As we see the rest of the bans, pretty similar to the previous game. Only thing that you're taking away is one of the CGS bans. I think it was, so it was Garen, Sack. I don't remember the last one actually. Senna. Okay, so Senna is left open, but with the Ash Prairie that ISU had, I'm thinking they go for the Ash as well, or they could take the Barris this time around instead.
They could. Depends on what Alawi State prioritize more. They could definitely first pick themselves the Ash again, which is what they did in their first draft. Instead, they're going to snag away the Karma.
Okay.
All right, that's an interesting pivot coming through here. So now a Varus Ash opportunity for Kosa Gamers, if that's what they want. They're going to stick with the Udyr, but snag away the Varus.
Is it S? Could it be Karma S, maybe? Israel was banned in the previous game by ISU, knowing that it's probably one of the preferred Karma duos, but once again, you could just go for the Ash Varus on the other side, so Karma Ash instead. That is a big range discrepancy, also one of the more bothersome duos to try and deal with, just because of how much slows and utility there is between the two. But I feel like you could have gone, like, I'm surprised that they are going for this sort of duo, not because it's bad, but because in the previous game they had the same choice and they went for the Ash instead in the first pick, so it's surprising to say the least. And then the last pick here, probably a jungler to try and counter the Udyr, since you don't know if the Olaf can come once again.
Yeah, maybe just not satisfied with how that bot lane went. Like, if you remember, they were able to pick up the first blood, and they still ended up getting pushed back up against them because of that Karma at some point later on. So maybe just deciding, you know what, Karma's just absolutely busted. We're just going to take it for ourselves, and we'll take whichever 80 carry they don't snag. As the Trundle comes through, potential Udyr-style counter. Could be flex to top, could be in the jungle. They're probably going to keep that flex alive coming into this second round of bans. See what Kosa want to take. Do they want to take a support for the Varus? Are they willing to dip further down that pool? Are they going to keep the Udyr flex alive? They're going to take Kassadin for a scaling option in mid.
What? That is an option. I don't think it's necessarily bad. The problem that I see with the Kassadin is that you don't pick it third choice. Like, it's not a third pick champion. You need to know a little bit more before you actually opt into the Kassadin, and now you're left open to taking champions that can be good against him. That being said, maybe it's a choice for knowing that they are going against command attack, right? That does play a lot more mages, so maybe that's the idea. But it's a risky idea, don't get me wrong. Like, if they pick a really strong 80 champion on the side of ISU, that can just completely mess up with the Kassadin.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, right? I mean, Retrozing, definitely a little bit of a melee mid specialist here. Yeah. Definitely really well adept at playing up against these control mages, and I think the really aggressive picks that would really try to set behind this Kassadin, that's not really what command attack is expected to go for. So a little bit of a call out here coming in from Kosa Gamers. I do think the Kassadin's in a pretty good spot right now. His solo queue win rate is super high. They buffed Rod of Ages, they buffed Archangels, both of those items that he builds, and you can just go Rod of Ages, Archangels, and Malignants, like, as your first three items. You get an immense mana pool from that, which is exactly what Kassadin wants, and all of those are items that, like, really contribute well to the kind of play style you want to play. So I think his build is really good right now. I've been playing a little bit of Kassadin myself, and while the laning phase is still just as hard as ever, you get paid off in what you're able to build. I mean, Lichbane is better than ever. There's a huge slew of items that you can go that are all just super great on this guy.
And I'm also guessing the argument is, if ISU wants to play the long game, we pick a champion that wants to play the long game too, in the form of the Kassadin. So maybe that's the logic behind it. I'm scared of the potential champion that you can go into it, but it's an understandable pick when you think about what ISU's strengths are. So now with the Maokai pick though, probably going to be going into the top lane. Can be
Could be
flexed
support
between the
too.
Udyr and the Maokai, so shouldn't be a bad option. Support as well, like you're mentioning. So not a bad option in general. And now you're just left with what the mid lane could be, what the top lane could be. Or maybe it's a Karma mid lane actually. This is still an Ashe support and you go for a hyper carry in the bot lane. Ezreal is still open.
Lots of
Ooh.
options here. I think this is just a shout out to the name. Or is it? Or is Veslo going to take the Alawi? He locks it in, freshly buffed after having been a victim of the map changes in the preseason. And here's this AD Twisted Fate. This pick is obnoxious. I know Command Attack played it yesterday. Everybody enjoy it while it lasts, right? If you haven't seen AD Twisted Fate yet, have fun this game. It's going to be a whole party. You're going to be sick of it in 2 weeks when everybody's playing it. For now, just enjoy this experience while you have it.
And that fits into the idea of actually playing the mage, but not the mage, right? Like, there's an out attack based champion now if you're opting into the AD build, and that can mess up a lot with the Kassadin. So honestly, not a bad choice by ISU. In general, they've mixed up quite a lot of things. Only other thing that I could see is maybe it's the Karma mid lane. It's Twisted Fate, actually AD carry, and then the Ashe in the support. But I'm not expecting to see that big of a change up here and there. And then, like you were mentioning, Maokai going bot lane, BA going the jungle, and the Udyr top lane.
Absolutely here. Now, let's see what they're going to look to do with these compositions. So, I mean, yeah, the Viego very likely to be jungle. That probably means Udyr top, Maokai support. Maokai support a little bit nerfed on the patch, but clearly not enough that people aren't willing to still pick it. But that makes me really wonder about this top lane matchup. I mean, the Alawi, they gave her some pretty nice compensation buffs. Her tentacles are way longer range now than they used to be. This is going to be really well set up to play up against this Udyr, who generally kind of just wants to win a war of attrition and out-sustain in the top side, but you're going to be getting smacked with tentacles, man, and you're going to be getting tested spirited very often, and I wonder if they're really going to be able to kind of fight back up against that the way that you'd want to.
And I'm kind of glad that they went Alawi, because now I can make a pawn I was thinking about with ISU before. And it's the fact that, technically speaking, right, if ISU is supposed to be Alawi State University, are they like a religious school that worships Alawi, or that Alawi is the headmaster of? And in that case, it's Alawi like the head priestess in that sort of school scenario.
I mean, that's the question, right? I don't think it's an accredited educational institution, I'll tell you that much.
Well, it's a religious school, so as long as it's religious, you can pass it off.
Yeah, so fair enough. So we will have to indeed see. This is going to be a pretty interesting game at number 2 here. I'm sorry, I mean, I'm getting word that LEC is down, so let's see how many extra people we get coming on in here, as they're down in the middle of their playoff
3 more
match.
viewers wanting to see Alawi State University win the Hot Pocket tournament.
Definitely. I mean, this is the second biggest League of Legends competition that's allowed to be streamed right now, I suppose, you know?
Oh wait, isn't CBLOL on?
Okay, CBLOL's on too, but
Yeah,
no disrespect to our boys over at CBLOL English, you know, they're definitely they're a big competition as well. Well, we're going to take firmly third then, because NACL qualifiers can't be streamed. So,
True.
I'm excited to see this Alawi. I mean, Alawi State University, I thought for sure this was going to be a meme name and wasn't actually going to end up paying off, but they're going to lock it in here, feeling a little comfortable with the fact that they were able to get themselves a good angle to select it, and it is now 4 melees into Alawi. I mean, that's a tough ask. It's a difficult position to find yourself in. I'll say that much.
I'm sorry, but the U stands for unaccredited. I guess that means that the Alawi State University is not actually an actual university. I'm sorry for the misinformation.
Well, I could have told you that, but
but it's confirmed now. I'll take the Yanni confirmation. Okay, I'll take that sort of confirmation here. Just quickly talking about the Alawi, though, about the actual game of the Alawi. The funny part is that none of the potential top laners that you were going to pick here were going to work against the Alawi. Like, every top laner here is potentially a band-aid to see who can survive long enough against the champion. And then, yeah, it's 4 melees against an Alawi. This is not the best combination to try and go into her. So I need to see a lot of attention up there in the top lane. You cannot leave this lane untouched, because it could just be complete chaos for CGS.
actually kind of surprised. I feel like there was an angle to be able to pick something better into the Alawi here. I
Yeah, there
guess,
was.
yeah, like YPP hard, I suppose choosing that the Udyr matchup will be fine, and it's like, you know what, this champion's so broken, I can just sustain through it with Boar stance, and maybe you can, right? I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made there, but yeah, going to be really
Yep.
reliant on just trying to sustain through with Boar stance, because you could have taken, you know, if you're going to put that Maokai in support, you could have taken the Udyr jungle, and you could have last picked some kind of Alawi counter pick, taken the Akshan, the Jace is something that I know is in RetroZing's champion pool, or not RetroZing. There's top laner YPP hard. He plays a fair bit of Jace. He plays a fair bit of Gragas. Those would probably be slightly better matchups. I think here the Gwen is okay. Yeah, there's stuff you could have gone for here, but they
I
decide they
think
would rather
Nard
keep their Udyr in the
technically
top lane, put a Viego
in
in
the
the jungle.
range form. So yeah, there's options like if you're going to leave your last pick like that, I feel like you have to opt into a better choice because Ilawi was blinded technically. I'm just not 100% convinced on the idea here. Maybe they surprise us and they take the game away. But technically speaking, they are playing one of the best late game champions in the game in the form of the Kassadin. The problem is that Kassadin against Ilawi, I'm not sure if it's a fun matchup at all. Like, not talking laning wise, I'm talking just game wise. I'm not sure if that's actually something fun you want to play against in general.
Definitely here, as we are now looking to see exactly where they're going to place everything out, and not looking like there's going to be anything unexpected. The Viego's in the jungle, the Udyr's in top, so not going to be flexing that Maokai around anywhere else but support. We were correct as to where they're going to put these champs. And then the question is it going to be AP or AD Twisted Fate? The answer to that question is almost certainly AD. We don't know for sure, but I think for sure that is going to be the option that you want to go for. That's best in slot these days.
There's still people that don't believe in the Twisted Fate AD power, but they're going to be soon converted. Like, it's not fun. It's in reality not fun to play against it, and you get all the value of the normal Twisted Fate, but more damage.
Absolutely here. So we have now completed the in-client draft. We are getting into our 4 minutes of spectator delay, and perfect opportunity to get some hot pockets in there. You got yourself a little bit of time before we're going to be into what could be our final game here if ISU can pull it out.
Well, final day of the series, because we still have a lot of tournament left to go, a lot of great matchups still left. Obviously, we know that MA is looking a bit dicey right now, so there's a chance that we see some big upsets coming in later on. So there's a lot for people to be expecting here, and ISU, if they win this game convincingly, they could be looking like one of the potential just favorites to try and win it all.
Absolutely here. I mean, stay tuned to the chat as we get through this game where or our excellent director Flay has been sending on through results as they come in. Obviously, series are all 1-0 for now, but you'll be able to see our series going to game 3, our series ending in 2-0s. You know, we're one of the later games to start here for game number 2, so those results will certainly start pouring in as we get as we are playing out game number 2. And we will find out exactly who some of the matchups are going to be for the semifinals, very likely.
Exactly, and there's a lot of potential good matchups, so excited to see how they go, and also what surprises we can get out of this tournament, because just as a quick shout out, right, this tournament does have players that will be in the ACL, so we need to see what to expect, or at the very least a little bit of expectation going into the ACL starting next week, if I'm not wrong. So also excited about that.
Yeah, not to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but for series number 2, we'll be casting the it's not the lower bracket, it's just the low between the two halves of the bracket. We're going to the other half of the bracket where the winner of Clown Gaming Reject Modernity will play the winner of ADC Gap and MSU A Team. That'll certainly be a pretty close match as well. The winner of this will play the winner of Mirage Alliance Chaotic Solar. I think coming into the day, most of us were assuming, 1,000% that's going to be Mirage Alliance. They're already down 0-1, so it could be chaotic. I mean, give Jay Bear his respect there. I saw him typing a lot of discourse with Normology in the tournament chat earlier today, and he's backing it up.
Honestly, who doesn't have this course with Normology at this point? It feels like, obviously, and I love to see that, because Normology is everywhere fighting for his team, and I defend that, and then you create the other side that it goes against him, so you get every bit of spiciness. And I've come to the realization that I'm like that. like I'm not sure if that's a thing in the United States or in North America, but here in Latin America, there's a lot of aunts that are kind of in the mood for drama, and I'm becoming one of those. So I'm always excited to see what Normology cooks up.
Absolutely, you know, that's the place you want to be. I also did, yeah. We talked about this off stream. We didn't talk about it on stream. That match has Svenskeren playing in jungle, by
Yep.
the way. The coach of MA himself. That might be different for game number 2. I know at least for game number 1, Svenskeren was in. Will was out, so we'll see if that continues to be the case. It looks like Alawi State University, not the only team here in the tournament that wants to put their coach into the roster, and but perhaps Mirage having a little bit less success with it.
Yeah, one coach better than the other is what I'm hearing here, because one won, the other hasn't.
True. I mean, you know, one a C-Law staple, played quite a bit of NA Amateur in his time. One an LCS MVP,
Champion,
multiple-time Worlds competitor,
World's
LCS champ,
participant.
LCS champ, LCS MVP, multi-time world champion, or not world champion, multiple-time Worlds competitor. The
Yeah.
other one, an NA Amateur staple. Which of these two coaches will be more successful subbing into the Hot Pockets tournament? You tell me.
You know what they said? An amateur truly was harder than winning LCK.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, it
Than
appears to
winning
be
Worlds,
harder than winning
actually.
Hot Pockets
Yeah.
Invitational, because yeah, struggling for right now. Is our spectate delay is complete. We will be getting into game in just a couple short seconds here. This is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, at the very least, we get to see one more time what CGS have cooked for themselves, and if it's going to work out. ISU, though, I've liked what they did in the first game. Hopefully, they don't get as far behind as they did, but if they can play similarly to that style, I can see them just taking the series.
Yeah, as we are getting on to the Rift here for game number 2, Alawi State University taking on Costa Gamer Squad. Costa Gamers, they have got to strike back in game number 2 here with this Kassadin. They are going to be able to keep themselves alive in the tournament. A loss here will eliminate them, and they will walk away with a 5th through 8th and no Hot Pocket prizes.
30 seconds until minions
And no
spawn.
prizes at all is not the kind of thing that you want to get there, as we see a slight push, maybe a late invade coming in from the side of CGS just to try and find someone unsuspecting and completely destroy them as quickly as possible. That can be a really good way to snowball the game, but apart from that, I don't see this working out a lot.
Seems unlikely. They are just chilling out, all 5 members in this banana bush, and
Minions have spawned.
does not look like they're going to find too much for it. The ISU squad all grouped up in bottom try, just looking to move back and forth, spot out and engage where it happens. They have a really good level 1 here. So they are stepping on out. Are they going to check this bush before Cross face checks it? They jump out and try to one-shot Cross, and they'll get it. Aeon going to pick up first blood, take over the Trundle, and now trying to kite on out. Emerald
Wait, flash out
the safety. Now the slowdown onto command attack, but the return damage is substantial from this Ashe and this Karma. Flash out from RetroZig, but he's slowed down by the Ashe. He's thrown back in by his jungler, fed to the wolves as Disconnector gets one back.
It's 1-for-1. They get the first blood on the side of CGS. Oh wait, they won? That is a lot of damage. Actually, Ilawe losing out early on. Really good trade. But quickly to point out, on the other side, Kassadin dies. Blows teleport and flash. This is the worst start possible for RetroZing.
Yeah, this is miserable. And now command attack going to have all the chances in the world to try to punish this. Of course, the level 1 Twisted Fate, perhaps not the most dangerous pick in the world, but is definitely going to be having a comfortable time in this lane as he looks to get towards the Kraken Slayer power spike. Is absolutely nuts on the AD Twisted Fate. You gotta believe that's gonna be what command attack goes for first, as the fight to the top lane.
Oh,
I think
Cross.
these favor Meslo in the extended engage, and yeah, Cross looking to try to get disruptive in the early game as well. Knows that Eon Crystal is lower on HP from the early game engagement, but he's gonna back away.
Why did Cross flash over the wall?
That's a good question. Worried about getting collapsed? I don't know. Hard to tell. As top lane fight once again. YPP Hard is level 3, has the advantage. Here comes the Tentacles, though, getting that health back. Test of Spirit paying off. Meslo will stay alive. YPP Hard will do the same.
It's a level 3 bid there. With maybe the Test of Spirit, I can see them trying to fight there a bit more consistently as the Laui, but at the end it's just fighting consistently up there in the top lane. And now Viego is also hovering top side. Trundle was also hovering top side, but now it's going mid lane. There's a lot of opportunities maybe here to try and collapse up there.
Absolutely here. The harsh lessons continue to come through in the top side, but the early lane will be favoring YPP hard. He's got all that sustain off of double tapping his boar stance, and been paying off for him thus far as Command Attack just tries to keep this wave shoved in mid, deny as much as possible to Retro Zing. The Void Blade will be able to pick up a good amount of CS underneath the turret, but not all of it. That denial is exactly what you're trying to get in this lane.
And honestly, it's the same thing that's happening down during the bot lane. Look at the CS discrepancy between Idol and this connector. They have a really good push. They are moving down here bot lane. They know that the Kassadin can move, but he's not going to find the same value, and that's aggressive.
Potential dive starting off in the bottom lane. Command Attack coming down with the gold card. Retro Zing walking down as well, but this is Kassadin with no flash, no nothing. Retro Zing, you have no chance in this jungle, buddy. They're gonna chase him down, and they're gonna give a kill over to Command Attack as the fight breaks off on the other side. Idol coming in, trying to finish off Nausicaa. He'll be able to pick up the kill, but getting slowed down by Cross with the chomps over and over again. Nobody else able to follow up. Disconnector cut off on the other side of the wall. Eon Crystal going to be chasing him out as Meslo falls low. Double tentacle slam, not landing the Q. And now the flash in. Meslo wants the one-on-one. Can he take it? He cannot. YPP hard with another solo kill.
Vision difference right there. Flashing by Meslo, but he simply doesn't have the vision to follow up there. I respect the decision. Disconnector has to flash.
He stays up. And Crystal's in the area as well. Volley coming out across. Idol flashing in, wants to be able to pick up the kill, and he takes him out.
Yeah, Disconnector complete disconnect with how the play was going to come through, ends up dying there, and now 2 kills for Idol. A huge wave going to be lost by the Ashe, and just like that, CGS back into the game. Really weird chain of decisions coming in from ISU, because just like that, they lost complete control of what they originally had.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just gotten that kill on Kassadin and probably been able to disengage, and that would have just been, just gravy for him. They come up with a big lead there, big mistake from the mid laner, but it ends up paying off Costa Gamer Squad more than anything, as they're able to pick up more kills in the extended engagement. They're able to deny a lot from the bottom lane. Their Reality Varus is in a very good spot as well, as Retro Zing takes a chunk in mid, but will be able to back away and has the backup of his Maokai.
I'm kind of surprised it's going to be the lethality Barret. So it's not necessarily a bad choice for the amount of squishes, but as soon as Ilaoi and Trundle build a bit of armor, he's going to be kind of not finding a lot of value against those 2 champions. It's all going to be on the other 4 to actually kill the strong tanks.
Absolutely here. First Dragon going to be on the menu here before too long. Command Attack getting closer and closer to that level 6. Will allow him to have even more influence over this bottom lane. The shutdown on Idol now going to put a big bounty on his head as soon as they're able to find a way to actually make a play happen. Eon Crystal coming out here. There's going to be the flash engage from Emerald Potato, throwing Disconnector deeper into the fray. And he has no chance in this fight. Just going to try to pick up whatever he can before Eon Crystal walks away with a second kill.
Yeah, and for the second time in a row now, Disconnector ends up dying again, giving up another kill, and it's just really nicely played by the side of CGS, trying to punish the initial over-aggression from the bot lane, turning it into even more value for themselves. As we see a bit of trading up here, and Udyr is having a really nice time after that first kill.
Yeah, I mean, the completed Haunting guys is just bumping up that damage output so much, and able to just keep regenning more and more going into... I never know whether to call it turtle stance or boar stance when you're using that skin, but it's the boar stance. Well,
didn't they change the name technically? It's no longer
so the
turtle.
name has changed to boar stance, but when you're in the Spirit Guard skin, it's still a turtle.
It's still turtle. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's technically, it's called Iron Mantle. I guess I could get away with just calling it Iron Mantle, but that's not fun. I want to talk about the animals.
Yeah, it's an animal-themed champion for a reason. We need to talk about the animals. If not, there's no reason to talk about it.
Although I guess that does, naming it that does give them a little more freedom to use different animals on different skins. If they release another Udyr skin where it is yet 4 different animals, then I will I will give over the props. But
Technically speaking, now that I think about it, isn't it supposed to be that Udyr is not animals but the gods? Like the...
yeah, he's the failure gods, but there is no turtle gods, so they had to replace it. Although here's the engage. Nausicaa looking to lock down Idol, but Disconnector can't get past Admirable Potato. Admirable Potato turns it back around, is able to kill off Nausicaa, but Disconnector is able to get the first kill, and he's going to turn it into 2v2 in the bot lane. ISU come up big time as a double kill goes to Disconnector. IPP hard, not done yet here, pumping out damage onto Meslo. The teleport up from command attack will save his top laner's life. Cross is flashing in underneath the turret. Now he's in a 1-versus-3. RetroZing has the Void Walk, and he's gonna walk all over Cross. YPP hard walks away with a second kill.
So I don't know what his plan was, but it certainly didn't work at all. They blow the teleport from RetroZing, but they lose Cross in the process. And on the other side of the map, getting the 2 kills and crucially playing at the level 6 timing, really well done by both Disconnector and Nausicaa. Forced the play really well and end up getting 2 kills for Disconnector. Also after the Idol gets the kill, so he actually boosts up the shutdown in favor of Disconnector.
Absolutely, and the first Destiny not only not picking up a kill, but contributing to an overall negative play. Cross flashing in for that engagement where he ends up going down. Not a great start here for Malawi State University. They had a not great start in game number 1 as well, and were able to turn it back around. And it's gonna again come down to Disconnector and their ability to keep him safe. 2 more kills into his pocket puts him in a strong position coming into this mid game.
So at least there is another healing champion in this game to try and keep Disconnector as alive as possible in the form of the Karma. But the problem is that you need to have stronger soul laners to put more pressure in. So far, the Malawi and the Twisted Fate have certainly not been that.
Absolutely not. It's just been a farming game in mid here for command attack. He is getting that bonus gold. He is working his way towards that Kraken Slayer that'll let him have a little bit more influence than being just a stun bot, the way that traditional AP Twisted Fates often end up being. As Meslo looking to take a fight up here again, but this is a completed Leandries. He's just taking so much damage from YPP hard, and he's just got no chance now. He's either gonna have to blow the flash, he uses it, fails it, and YPP hard on a killing spree now.
Yeah, Meslo has just simply been completely outplayed by Y so far this series. He's been on the losing end of multiple fights in a lane that technically should have been in favor of himself, and with just a Leandry Stormman, it's just going to be miserable for the Lowry in the time being. How long will that last? I'm not sure, but at the very least they know it's miserable.
Absolutely great stuff. Enchanted Crystalero going to end up going wide, and now a numbers advantage available for the Costa Gamer squad. Command attack has to get himself out of there. Cross frontlining as well as he can with that subjugate running on top of him. But here's going to be the Phoenix stance across the rest of the team. That should cement the disengage, and Costa Gamers walk out safely.
Yeah, but that's a win for Costa Gamers. Look at bot lane. Barons was just simply pushing by himself. He gets a free time down there, gets 2 plates of gold plus the minion win. That's so much value that they gave up to try and make a play happen mid lane that wasn't really going to be potentially anything. And just like that, Koza ahead in gold and ahead in the play.
And Potato hovering on the side here. He's at half HP on this Maokai. Would be very reliant on the Aftershock to try to keep him alive, and they do decide to back on away. Full wave crashing into RetroZing. He'll clean up as much of this as he can, as he just wants to get his Roa completed. I mean, high priority always has to be to get that ticking away as soon as possible, and want to get it before 15 for sure. Should be on pace to be able to do that.
Everything is really just much better at this point for the side of Costa Gamers. Like, they have not only the control, but looking at top lane, they are ahead in gold, in kill, and in CS, in items as well, by the way. So everything is just working out so well for them. And then over in the mid lane, even though the Kassadin is suffering, you see at the barracks, and he's completely fine. He's ahead in gold and CS as well, and he completed already his first item, so his lethality value is going to be really high at this point.
Yeah, this is a strong power spike, though, for the Twisted Fate, as he's got that item completed. They're going to look to come on in. Idol going to be the target, cleanses away from the first stun, but gets hit by the second, and Idol will drop. Disconnector gets fed to kill for a killing spree.
really like how they played that, especially how command attack, instead of going for inside of the bush to try and get the damage on him, goes for the other side of the wall, expecting that if a flash comes down, he can still follow up. Smart play, really well done, and punishing an overextending barriers. Although maybe an enter.
Are coming in though, going to come in on the flank. They're going to look to lock down command attack. He's on the wrong side of dodge now. No flash, no nothing, and command attack will be hunted down by the Costa Gamers squad. YPP Hard now on a rampage as RetroZing comes in on the flank. Admirable Potato goes in deep with the twisting advance, but will drop underneath the tower. Nausicaa gets one back, and Disconnector's not done shooting. The blink away from Eon Crystal will be able to get him out of the safeties. The disengage is completed, and Cross finishes on the bot lane turret.
Cross making the most out of the Trundle, getting the bot lane turret into his favor. I don't know if it was 5 plays, at the very least it was 2, and now it's Meslo is dead. I don't think he has time to back here.
Yeah, he is absolutely due. Gonna look for the execute, but Admirable Potato is there in time. Twisting advance, solo kill to the support Maokai.
But you know what? I think that's probably the best choice. Udyr is already strong enough. You probably don't want to give any more kills to him, so giving one more to the Maokai, probably not a bad choice. As in comparison though, getting the plates in the top lane and in the bot lane, answering back the kill on Admirable Potato, that's a really good victory for ISU, and just like that, they are heading gold once again.
Absolutely. Rift Herald on the table here, just spawned up. All 6 grubbies already in the hands of Alawi State University. Would be a big boon to them to be able to keep up their siege power. They did get first turret gold, by the way, at the bottom lane, with Cross able to secure that, and now we're setting up onto mid. I mean, they can just poke away at this turret so effectively with all the grubs. Nausicaa face checking though, gonna get stunned up. Eon Crystal wants to finish off the kill. Enchanted Crystalero trying to get the disengage. Disconnector stepping up to continue on her way, but Nausicaa going to be able to drop first. Idol now going to land the chains of corruption to move forward onto Disconnector. The sun comes across, and the shutdown goes over to Idol. Now down 2 members. ISU are in way too deep. RetroZing gonna look to chase them down with the Void Walk. He's got a full mana bar, and he's gonna slow them down with the Void Pulse. Well, command attack gonna be the first one to fall down here, and they've got Nausicaa as well, or rather Cross, and he is gonna get found by the twisting advance. No chance of escape. Idol's on a killing spree. It's 4 for 0 over to Kosa.
It's a game of who can throw their lead harder from both sides, because 1 point it's completely for ISU, and just like that they find a really good fight, finding the 2 bot laners on an isolated spot, and then the other 2 members, mid laner and jungler, trying to look for RetroZing, which is not necessarily a bad choice, but it's a Cassidy. He has tools to escape. Even if he's not at his strongest right now, he has tools to escape, and you're not respecting that. They find the perfect timing, 4 kills in favor of the side of Kosa game, and Ilawi maybe pushing the wave, but it's not finding a lot of value. Teleport in though.
Coming up just to try to keep this push going. Again, the 4 Void Grubs makes a big difference here for Alawi State University as they look to keep up their gold even. IPP Hard has arrived to the fray. Is not going to be able to get on top of anybody. He's at a not quite the flank angle that you would want. As, by the way, welcome to Clown Gaming. They have completed a 2-0 over Reject Modernity, the first team to lock in the semifinals. Be hanging out here to see who some of the competition's going to be.
Yeah, the only team to show up so far and win. So good job for Clown Gaming, and excited to see how they're going to perform after this series. But for now, we're watching ISU try and find some ways to close up the... Oh, that was wide. Yeah,
that was Chains of Corruption. Did not connect on a Disconnector as the priority still has to be these objectives. Look at YPP Hard though. He wants some action. Very tanky up here on the top side, can be a big threat with all the gold he's got. They are going to be able to finish off the Rift Herald, but they're not going to be able to pick up the Eye unless they find a way to force their way back in. YPP Hard is going down the double Phoenix stance, trying to push out Nausicaa, but he's going to be melting down in turn. Cross with the Subjugate rips away his tanky stats and takes him down. As now the chase coming in into the remaining members of the Costa Gamer squad. RetroZing trying to blink away. There's going to be the Destiny from command attack. We're going to stun up on Admirable Potato on the other side as they move forward. Idol is isolated. He flashes the wall to get back to the rest of his team, but that's 2 kills over to ISU.
Oh, they went too far forward and they couldn't get the Eye of the Herald on time, but they got the Herald and they got the team fight win. And even without the Herald, they will get the mid lane turret. So huge value there by ISU, isolating Y really effectively, making the shutdown go into one of their important members. And even though the Alawi doesn't really find any value after that play, she still is getting enough farm, thankfully, on the side lane, and it's finally coming back into the game. And on the other side, Paris, which was in a really good spot, wasn't able to do anything in that fight. He may be 6-2, but he barely touched anyone in that exchange because he was way too isolated from the team.
Yeah, and definitely feeling like they were missing out on some stats there with the Udyr having rushed that Leandries rather than maybe a tankier item, something that you might be more used to, something like the Kainic Rookern for the actual additional health and magic resist, something like the Iceborne Gauntlet for the additional armor, or the Frozen Heart. Not going for any of those itemization options, going for the additional damage means he does melt pretty fast, and definitely the Subjugate didn't help him out there in any method either.
Exactly, and until that comes through, or if that comes through really effectively, then we're not going to see the Udyr be the menace that we typically get the chance to see. And as for the other side, just quickly as well, the AD carries are going to find some value. Like, even if there's not a lot of options to try and destroy champions really quickly, the value from the Twisted Fate in that fight was really good. Same for the Ashe, the slows and the way that they were able to kite out some of the members is really effective. Oh, Meslo?
Meslo, can you win this? As he throws down the ultimate, it feels like
he just runs.
That Sundered Sky is enough, and maybe it is. White PP Heart says, all right, you know, I'm not taking that smoke right now. I'm backing away. Doesn't have the Iceborne Gauntlet done yet, or that's actually going to be Frozen Heart. Maybe once Frozen Heart's done, but not yet. It's Nausicaa maybe getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar here alongside Disconnector. The collapse from the Costa Gamers squad. Gonna get him 2 for nothing.
It's not the first time it happens, and I don't think it's going to be the last time. Every time we see them going too far forward, Nausicaa and Disconnector are playing too far forward by themselves when they are a Carmen and Ashe. Like, if they had dashes, I could be a bit more it would be more understandable on their side, but they are Ashe and Karma. Like, they are going to get collapsed in, and they are just going to get killed because they are squishy, slow, and mobile champions. They barely have any way to escape.
For sure. That is going to be big siege coming on through the top side as Meslo is clearing things on out, making sure that they're not going to end up losing any additional objectives. And it does feel like when Kosa starts to let their grip slip here, ISU have been quick to be able to respond, but still making some mistakes here and there. Disconnector and Nausicaa get caught out on that top side and gonna keep the gold very close to even.
Exactly, going to try and make it as close as they can, and it's a pretty important similarity to the previous game, right, where they were pretty close in the game for a really long time. They were trying to make it so there wouldn't be much difference between each other.
Oh, Engage getting found here. Aeon Crystal going to be the first target. Going to have to use the Heartbreaker to get himself out to safety. Disconnector stunned up for a long time by the Chains of Corruption, but they just don't have the numbers to be able to turn the fight back around. Good damage comes through from Idol. Retrozing stacking up the Void Walk on the other side, looking for a flank angle into the fight, but can't launch himself in too deep. YGB hard, locking down Disconnector. Here comes Retrozing and Aeon Crystal on the flank, trying to focus down Cross. Cross falls lower and lower. Will go down, but they belted down to support the jungle first off. Retrozing still looking for a way to jump into the fight, but it's just not going to present itself as Idol gets pulled back in. Going to have his spirit tested, and command attack finding the Kassadin will force him out of the fight.
A command attack on the other side as Meslo is also fighting here once again against the Udyr, but there's tentacles around, so there's a better chance for them to actually fight it out. And with no jungler on each side, it's going to be the Dragon or the teleport on the back by Retrozing.
Absolutely, there's going to be the dive on in, and Meslo is in way too deep. He will drop here. Idol gets that kill, but following up forward, Retrozing just walks in way too deep. Does not respect the potential of ISU and gives one back.
Yeah, talking about damage, that's a lot of damage between the two AD carries. Technically not an AD carry, but AD Twisted Fate, and now they secure the Dragon. Dragon's soul point are going to be obtained by the side of Koza, and they are able to delay the game a bit more on the side of ISU.
Able to delay for sure. Now clearing things out still, just trying to get more and more money into Disconnector. But look at Idol. Idol has just gotten so much gold in these fights. He's the one finishing off most of the kills. I think he might wish that some of those had gone to Retrozing, but Idol's been the recipient. He has got 11K in the bank, nearly double the gold that RetroZing has for himself, and he is going to be the big hope for Kosa here, that they're able to find a pick, that they're able to force people out of the fights with the damage and burst that Varus brings with the lethality build.
He's going to be the one that has to make the most damage from a safe distance. Obviously, he's not going to be the best in terms of consistent damage, but if he can get onto the squishy champions like we were talking about, the AD Twisted Fate, the Ashe, the Karma as well, they get hit really heavily from a safe distance, they are going to take so much damage and it's going to be difficult to stop it. Even the Illaoi, she hasn't built any armor, so that can be a champion that you can focus as the lethality Varus.
Definitely just have to keep your awareness about the tentacles and about the leap of faith. So you can see even in this one-on-one, RetroZing struggling a bit here, going to take a big amount of damage from that Tested Spirit. Yeah, falling to about a third HP, just has to blink his way out as soon as the slow comes through, and Meslo might be able to finish off this inner turret for that. Meanwhile, the siege in mid, very successful for ISU. They are pulling Kosa Gamers around the map and coming up with success for it.
He gets the turret, nobody can stop him, and then in the mid lane it's just a small push that it's really effective for them. Although the Varus, like we were talking about, he's actually dealing a lot of damage since nobody's building armor. I just noticed, but there's just one click. Oh.
Ooh, there's some damage coming through out of the disconnector. Admirable Potato taking damage on the other side. Here comes the Nature's Grasp, looking to lock down onto a squishy. RetroZing sees two. He picks up Disconnector, and Nausicaa's gonna join him. It's the brawl between the top laners occurring on the other side, but RetroZing looking to keep these members slowed. A chance to get a near ace here for Kosa Gamers, and they will seize it. It's gonna be a triple kill to Idol. Actually, one of those going over to Eon. Meanwhile, in the side lane, still brawling here are Meslo and YPP Hard. Meslo comes out ahead. They might need a second member to come back and protect that in-hit turret, but this is looking like Baron for Kosa.
Is this going to be teleport Illaoi go onto the Baron pit to try and stop the Baron from happening?
Possibly here is he is going to be able to get out of there. Not even going to expend the TP, just decides he doesn't want to keep brawling. And this is going to be a Kosa Gamer squad Baron buff.
And that was a play that started by ISU that got immediately turned around by Kosa. And this is the thing. This is what happens when you're playing against a Varus that has lethality and nobody's building armor. Like, they are just going to penetrate every bit of the side of ISU, and nobody's going to be able to go against them if they cannot reach Idol. And Idol played that fight really, really well. Also, big problem that Disconnector and Nausicaa both, or better said, Nausicaa was stunning in front of Disconnector to stop the ultimate from the Maokai, and both of them got hit anyway. So there was a big issue in that play for the Ashe to also get hit when your support is supposed to be standing in front of you.
Yeah, and you know, the result here is that this Kassadin is really starting to get online. I mean, he's got himself the 2-item spike with that fully upgraded Seraph's Embrace, and he's got himself the Lost Chapter. He's working on that 3rd item, Malignance. Those 3-item sets are so powerful on this Kassadin. He's already got a massive mana bar. He's already level 15 as his Rod of Ages is cracked. He's going to be level 16 soon, and it's just going to become a massive problem for this ISU squad to deal with.
And how are they going to try and deal with it? So I don't think it's going to be impossible to solve the Kassadin just because there's a lot of CC and consistent ways to outround him. But the problem is that he will get stronger, like you're mentioning, and he can one-shot some of these champions really easily as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can only gold card one target, and the Diego's a threat, the Varus is a threat. There's a lot that you have to deal with here. Even YPP Hard, now with that Iceborne Gauntlet completed, he's got enough with that Leandries to be able to be a threat to the backline in a long enough engagement with his damage getting amped. It's starting to get a little dicey here for ISU as they've solidified themselves back into the game, but they've given back so much.
That's going to be a bit of damage. They are waiting to force the fight, and there's the arrow as well.
Lands on a YPP Hard, probably not the target you're hoping for. They're going to try to subjugate him. Cross is getting melted through anyway. He's going to be the first one to drop in the fight. There's going to be Meslo diving into the rest of the team with the Leap of Fate. Good damage from the tentacles. It's going to force a disengage, but not going to be able to finish anybody off. And the Kosa Gamers will just back away, content with 1 kill.
The Illaoi may be good there, but everyone just flashes out, and it just makes the fight really easy to play around. And RetroZing and Y... Yeah, they are coming back with the teleport, and there's a smite on one side. Like, you don't win this without smite.
Stacked up Void Walk. He's just willing to walk right into the fight. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get taken down. Flashes out to safety. YPP Hard has found the entire back line with a boosted Phoenix stance. Idol's going to go legendary. Dragon goes over to Kosa, and ISU are routed. They lose 3 members in the fight, and Kosa are in a winning position.
I don't know how ISU did it, but they threw the game in a manner that I was not expecting. And Kosa find the angle perfectly. They took the opportunity and accepted the throwing in the best possible manner. And just like that, now there's barely anything that's stopping them from just running the game here. Kazan level 16. You have a barrier that has been in touch for the majority of the game, feels like. And the disconnector Ash is simply not finding the same value as the barriers. This is why I'm saying, if you're not picking barriers, you have to have a great plan against it, because this champion is strong. Really, really strong. And the Ash doesn't seem like that.
Yeah, they're all in now on kind of this side lane split push gameplay. They're really well set up for it with the Twisted Fate, with this build on the Trundle, the full on hit split push Trundle build coming through from Cross in the jungle, and the Alawi as well. But yeah, in these team fights, it's just getting tougher and tougher for them to actually be able to pull it out.
The weird thing is that we've seen in teamfights Cross going in, and I'm not sure if you want to go in like that when your Trundle doesn't have any resistances. Well, he has some magic resistance and
He's
some
stealing
armor,
all of PP,
but like,
at least, but yeah.
Has he actually though? Because I feel like every time they go for a fight, he takes the Maokais instead of the Udyrs.
Oh, is he? Then, I mean, if you can get it while Aftershock's active, it's actually really good. You get to steal the boosted path, and then you get to kind of force them into near negatives. So it's generally a good approach, but I don't know. I mean, somebody's going to have to stop this Udyr, and it's definitely been a tough task among many tough tasks for Alawi State University, showing why they're unaccredited here maybe a little bit. They are having a real difficulty stabilizing in this game.
Yeah, now the game has become long enough that the champions from Kosa are actually becoming impactful, right? Like, this is something we talked in draft. Yes, there's 4 melee, and that can be really beneficial for the Alawi if there's a point when they need to run into the Alawi, and the Alawi just simply press tentacles and destroys everyone. But in this point where they are just kind of playing around the Alawi really well, and nobody's really running headfirst into the tentacles, then the composition is just playing out really, really well. And the AD carries are just simply not finding the value because they are getting collapsed and getting killed, or Idol is just dealing so much damage from a safe distance that it simply doesn't matter.
Malignant's now done for Retrozing as well, in such a powerful position in these side lanes and in these team fights. Again, another question with not very many answers.
Yep.
Relying on a mistake here from Kosa, it feels like our Alawi State University.
Oh,
They finally pushed in. Could this be the mistake? Retrozing, he's got such low cooldown on this Void Walk, though. He's just waltzing his way out of here. Command attack flashes over the wall and will take him down. Big play by the coach in the mid lane. Command attack comes up with what?
Level 16 Kazan is nothing next to 80 Twisted Fate, it seems.
Whew. I mean,
He was even jumping all around, and
the double
it's still
proc
command
on the
attack gets
stacked deck off the Gunsu's Rage Blade is so nuts, dude. As he just hunts down Retrozing. 30 seconds with no Kassadin. ISU know this is their best chance. They're going to look to start off the Baron. Split pushing on the side lane is Meslo. This is going to be a 4-on-4 for the objective while the inhib turret starts to get damaged. Over the wall comes PP. Here's the TP in from Meslo. They're going to focus down on towards that corner first off. Idol going to go legendary as Nausicaa gets picked off. Idol with a triple kill as he snipes down 2 with the piercing arrow. Still uninterrupted on the fight line. Focusing in on towards Meslo. Meslo drops for a quadra. Cross is forced out of the play. And Kosa Gamers will come up with the Baron. A man down.
okay, remember I said before there was one of the biggest throws? This is the biggest throw I think I've seen this series so far. That was so badly played by ISU, and Kosa just took full advantage of that. Idol making an aim attempt here. Maybe he wants to become an idol himself, because that was so well played by the Bearers. And just like that, I think that's game.
Flash in, Potato wants to end it here. Cross goes down for the ace. Nausicaa the only one alive as they will begin raining damage into the Nexus turrets. We're going to game number 3. Kosa Gamers take game 2.
And game 3, just like that, we were expecting either minimum 6 games or maximum 9. I'm looking for the 9 quota, and this is a really good way to start it off with Kosa not staying behind at all. And really good game. I hate the casting, don't get me wrong. I still think that it was a bad pick at the point that they picked it, but it worked really well with the idea of playing for Idol with the long distance, and Idol delivered. Picking the virus for him, fully deserved and really well done.
Absolutely here. Idol with a massive 17-2 and 5 Varus game comes up peaking the damage charts again, and Disconnector and Idol, the matchup between these two ADs has been what so much of this game has been about, and this is going to be what the series continues to be about coming into game number 3. Starting to get word from other series around the tournament, by the way. Clown Gaming 2-0, they are going into the semifinals. They will be playing up against the ADC Gap, coming up with a 2-0 over MSU. They are going to have to wait for these other quarterfinal series to end, because we are going to be going in to watch that game after we complete this series. But first and foremost, who is the winner here going to be playing against? We still don't know, as Mirage and Chaotic are also going to game number 3.
It's funny how we took both. This side has both of the 3-game series, and then the other side has the 2-0 series. So we actually took one of the 2 best series possibly to stream as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm pumped up for Clown Gaming versus AD Gap as well. That's a super fun matchup to go and check out. But first of all, we got a super fun game number 3 between Malawi State and Kosa Gamers. Kosa looking for the upset here on seeding and on pre-game expectations. Lots of hype behind this ISU squad because of what they've accomplished under that other school they've played for as well. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it. Well, we'll throw it to a quick break here, but we'll be back once we get into draft for game number 3.
helmsman, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown. As we are going to game number 3 between Alawi State University and the Kosa Gamer Squad. Kind of an unexpected game number 3, TDS. I think we saw that draft in game 2, and we were thinking ISU are going to take it across, but not the case here. They will be moving over. No, they will be staying on the blue side. They are choosing blue, so these teams, they're handshaking what side of the draft they're on the whole way through.
Yeah, they are not going to change anything, staying true until the last moment at the very least in draft with the side and the bans, because they haven't changed any ban either from the second game. So I respect that, actually taking out the Barriers, so not even going to be a first big Barriers angle. I don't know why, but it's the Udyr angle instead. And I can see just the Karma Israel maybe picked here by Koza.
Yeah, they have taken over that Varus ban, which is going to leave up the Jax. My understanding is that Retrozing, the mid laner, is a bit of a Jax fan.
Oh.
So could we get a little Jax mid action? That would be a fun one to check out. Would probably be pretty good against the TF if you end up seeing the TF again. There's going to be an early Gragas lock-in as potentially their choice into the Udyr up in that top lane. YPP perhaps favoring that matchup.
Surprised that with the Udyr we didn't see more Jarvan coming through. Obviously there's scenarios where maybe that can work out and maybe it doesn't, but the Jarvan worked really well against the Udyr Olaf in the first game, so I'm surprised we don't see it again. And the Karma, it wasn't the Ezreal, but the Karma does come through. And important to notice, so far 0-2 in the series. So if there's a trend, it's that the team with the Karma loses.
True. We're 2 games in. We got a sample size of 1 for each side. So Kosa choosing to believe that doesn't mean too much as they're going to lock it in. There's that Senna that got banned away in game number 1. Looks like Alawi State University, without access to the Varus, without access to anything else, they're going to take it. Do they still want the Ashe is the question to me. They do have an opportunity to lock it in here. Senna Ashe, not the most traditional of duos, but certainly something that you can take. Instead, they're looking at this Xin Zhao for cross.
Senna Shin, okay. The Xin Zhao, really nice to have that early game presence, similar to the Jarvan in the first game. And to a certain degree to the Trundle as well, does have a lot of power, and with the boosting of the Senna, I can see it also being really aggressive in some mid-game and late-game fights. That being said, there's chance here to take the Trundle yourself if you're Koza, and that way you can try and mess up this Xin Zhao as much as possible. But the Jax, like you're mentioning, wasn't banned away, could be picked here, could be flexed between 3 positions, it seems like, and it's a really good champion to try and deny some of the damage from auto attacks from the Xin Zhao and the Senna, even the Udyr to a certain degree.
Big option here, and they do lock it in. This has been banned away from them all series long. Alawi State University choosing to take the Varus ban instead, saying, all right, we do not like what Idol was able to put together in game number 2. We're going to do our best to deny it. That does now mean that this is going to be a Jax for Kosa. They are banning away some mid laners now, perhaps trying to defend that pick. You could take the Gragas to mid, you could take the Karma to mid, you could perhaps take the Jax to mid. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't see this scenario where the Jax goes mid lane unless it's like you were mentioning, maybe Twisted Fate once again. It just seems really weird. As the Caitlyn gets banned, I'm expecting to see focus down there in the bot lane once again. So Caitlyn S could be the bans here. Maybe they ban instead the Aphelios like we saw in the first game from Idol, although it didn't feel like Idol was having much pressure with the Aphelios, but could be the ban that they opt into. And then here maybe another ban focused towards command attack with Twisted Fate once again. Could be I could see Picture as well being one of the bans just because of the safety and the laser beam value. Even a Seer could be the case. Instead, the Akali, that's a surprise.
Definitely a bit of a surprise here. Maybe good matchup into whichever of these they want to take in towards mid lane. The Ezreal ban now being hovered as well, really trying to pinch away the pool of what options are available to Idol here. You will have to take one of them, presumably going to be the Karma in the support role, but not necessarily the case. This would be your chance to be able to take something into the Senna unless you want a last pick after seeing what the Senna duo is going to be. We will have to see. Make it instead. No, they're going to take that Ashe. I mean, it's been pretty high prio all series long. Coast are going to take it for themselves for the first time.
And we're finally going to maybe see the Orianna from Command Attack. Is it going to work out? They do have a Shin and a Nudir, so they have ball carriers that can try and go in, which I'm not against here. And with the fact that there's a squishes in the form of the Karma and the Ashe, they are always going to be pressured by that ball combo. On the support position that it's remaining technically, I'm not sure what I would like to see, but I hope it's not a support champion with a Senna. Nothing, yeah, I hoped it wasn't going to be the Tamkins or Nautilus combo, but this does provide a bit more safety in case the Jax and now the Aurelia jumps on top of them, but I'm not the biggest fan of it.
The Aurelia now, yeah, like you said, that's going to be the selection. So where are they going to choose to place these champions? I mean, I'm thinking Gragas jungle, perhaps looking a little bit more likely right now for Eon. That is something that he pilots as well. And then maybe Jax top Irelia mid, the run back from Retrozing. Very, very likely. I mean, it depends on why PP Hard actually plays out of these. I mean, he does play the Jax as well, so they're definitely willing to take that one. Not as big of an Irelia guy, so I think it would be most likely to be Irelia mid into that Orianna. This might have been what they were trying to bait out in game number 1, right? We called out. They didn't ban the Ori. They banned the other control mages, and it ended up being the Seraphine. Now with the Seraphine banned away, very similar situation for Kosa. Or for Ilaoi rather, and they choose to take themselves the Orianna for Command Attack, choosing to challenge that with the Irelia once again for Retrozing.
Well, the previous game wasn't played with a control mage. Technically speaking, yes, the Twisted Fate, it's a control mage, but it's an 80 Twisted Fate now, so it's not a control mage, and maybe that was the difference that made Command Attack not play to his best. Maybe, could be. But the Orianna having that control mage value when you have champions that will go in and provide that ball carrying for you, and also playing against a melee makes it a bit easier to make the trading pattern happen as much as possible. That being said, the utility is similar to the Seraphine in the form that your ultimate is always going to get huge value, but the healing part is where I see the biggest difference. And if you cannot keep your team as healed as possible like the Seraphine did, damage in teamfights is going to stick much harder, and it's going to be much easier for CGS to find the avenues that they want to force fights in their favor.
Absolutely. And you got to wonder from Costa Gamers here, by the way, that not really respecting the hot hand here, right? It was Idol who was really carrying them through that game number 2. He was the big performer. He's getting relegated to Ashe duty for game number 3, and instead it's going to be all about these solo laners with the Jax, with the Irelia, trying to execute from the solo lanes. It's an interesting choice here.
Yeah, and we saw what happened with Disconnect playing the Ashe in the previous game, and now Idol having to play the Ashe. So there's chances where we can see the Ashe actually be the hyper carry. And one good thing is that they are technically playing supporting AD carry against supporting AD carry, right? Because of the Senna value that it's more support based than actual AD carry based. I can see the Ashe maybe being a bit more equal in that sense. But overall, it's taking out one of your best damage dealing players from a duty that can carry the game and putting more pressure on the other members. And I'm not sure if I've seen enough for Retrosync so far to actually feel confident that he can be that hyper carry this game with the Aurelia.
Not sure of it either. So that is going to be the Gragas locked in for top. So I think that means it's Jax jungle. So they're actually putting that really powerful pick that's been banned away from them all series onto Eon Crystal, who I do think has been doing a pretty good job this series. I mean, he was really able to get a big lead over Cross in game number 1. See if he's going to be able to do it again now up against the Xin Zhao. Should give him a little bit of power in that duel. He's able to block away with the counter strike some of those really powerful Xin autos. Going to be a interesting choice here as they take the Irelia in towards mid lane.
But the early game is going to be a bit dicey, though, when you think about it.
Oh yeah.
The Jax is not going to have the same level of early game impact like the Xin Zhao. So if the Xin Zhao begins just completely running rampant in each of the lanes, get a kill bot lane, get a flash down mid lane, get a kill top lane, the Jax is going to begin falling behind really heavily. And one of the big things about the Jax is that if you fall behind really early on, getting back to the power spot as a jungler is harder. Just because there's not a lot of access to ECCS, to free top lane moves, to a lot of attention from your jungler. Like, you're alone by yourself without getting a lot of resources as a Jax jungler, and that can be really scary. So hopefully the plan from CGS is that they know how to play around this Jax. They don't give up unnecessary leads early on, and they can play towards that mid to late game where the Jax and the Irelia will shine.
Yeah, and just really looking at being able to build out leads in the lanes here, right? I mean, the ranged
Yeah.
into melee is going to be tough early game for the side of the Irelia, but you definitely do still have that ability to kind of scale up and be able to take control of the mid lane yourself on the Irelia once you're able to get at least level 3 and are able to kind of dash through and make your plays. The Gragas into Ujir going to be looking to use those barrels to clear out waves as well, and then the Ash Karma should give you a bit of priority as well if you're able to focus on towards the wave and make sure that your volleys are connecting as best as possible. So they need to be able to support this Jax through their lanes and recognize the threat that Cross poses with how strong he is in the early game on this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, overall, that's kind of the focus that we have to see come through. One big thing that I also want to talk about is the karma this game, because we were memeing a bit about it, but it's the reality so far, right? The 0-2 karma, the champion gets picked with high priority, but so far it feels like neither of these teams have found the right balance to make the most out of the champion. And I think one of the big issues is that first and second game, the karma has been picked up in really weird spots that shouldn't happen at all at any point. Like, Karma is a squishy champion. Yes, she has great poking value and she has a lot of shields and some healing in her kit, but she is a squishy champion at the end of the day, and people are trying to go too far forward, finding places where they cannot really do anything as a Karma, get picked up, and leave the team in a really weird spot with no support. So as long as they don't realize that the Karma can be a really good disengage tool and a lot of good value for shielding and protecting the team, then she's just going to keep being in this spot where she's losing games that were looking much better for her.
Yeah, the other thing you got to look at is just how tanky the ISU composition is, right? They've got the Udyr,
Yep.
they've got the Xin Zhao, and they've got this Tom Kench, all of whom are going to be farming, all of whom are going to be able to get those bruiser items to really boost up their health total and their ability to withstand some of this damage. Folks like Jackson Irelia, they're a little bit more single target. Ash, not really the biggest DPS marksman you can get for yourself in the game. Gragas will probably go some AP, but he's not really a huge kind of tank shredder in his own right either. So I'm very curious to see how exactly they're going to be able to kind of make up for that, right? They just need good
Yes.
fights, right? You're going to struggle to have one player kind of piece it together and carry the whole thing. You need to be unified. You need to be able to get onto the primary targets, and then you can take as long as you want on the tanky frontliners later with the Jax, with the Irelia, and with the Ash.
I'm guessing the big thing here for fights from CGS is going to be reaching the backline as soon as possible. It's something we talked about as well in the first game. You get in the backline, blow them up really quickly, and then you fight the rest of the team fight against champions that can have damage or are tankier, but can be kited out really, really well. So that's kind of the idea that I'm looking at for CGS here. You have the Jax and the Irelia. Even the blow potential from the Gragas can be really good to destroy the Orianna and the Senna. That's the angle that I'm looking here for CGS, because like you were mentioning, if it goes into a longer team fight, your focus is the tanks like the Udyr, the Xin Zhao, and the Temp Kench. It's going to become much difficult to make the most value because those are champions that are designed to survive long enough, or at the very least, they are picked here to survive long enough so that Senna and Orianna can have their value consistently applied in these team fights.
For sure here. So we are looking to try to get ourselves out of the rift as the spectate delay will finish on off before too long. Going to be really interesting to check out. I'm happy to see Gragas in lane once again,
Yeah.
by the way. I do think those last rounds of buffs they gave to the Gragas, they were said that they were supposed to be for jungle Gragas. I don't really know what they're talking about though. The Gragas buffs
Yeah.
feel really good for all Graguses of all walks of life. I mean, he gets that extra damage and the lower cooldown. That's definitely what you're happy about. And something that was listed as like it wasn't even listed under buffs. It was listed under like it wasn't a bug fix, but it was listed under like a normalization of how on hit abilities work. Because they made it so that his W hits turrets now, which definitely feels really, really
Okay.
good. Kind of helps you out in these sorts of top lane matchups where you're at least able to get a
Yeah.
little bit more damage on the turrets.
Exactly, applying the extra damage is always going to be valuable, and especially if you can pair it up with the damage from the void monsters. If you can pair it up with any sort of extra bit that you get, even what is it called? Even the chariot ticket room that I'm blanking on the name right
Demolish?
now. You can demolish. You can take so much value really quickly, apply it really easily, and that way you can make the top lane be as valuable as possible. That's the thing, or one of the things that I always find funny with the possible buffs in the jungle. It's that it feels like nowadays, if you don't specifically say damage to monsters is buffed, then every other buff is just simply good for lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the case. I mean, so I just looked up what exactly the changes were. He got health growth up. He got the W changes that let you hit turrets with it, and he got a bunch of CD cooldown off of his ultimate.
Yeah,
Every
that's
Gragas
just
likes that.
good
That's not just for
lane,
jungle
yeah.
Gragas.
Exactly. And especially now that it feels like a lot of the meta is with those melees that will jump on top of you or do want to jump on you, like the Jax. Renekton was meta as well. Case Santa that he's banned currently. Garen doesn't want to jump on you, but he wants to run on top of you. So any bit of utility that you have that slows them, pushes them away, stops them, or CCs them is good. It's a good champion for you to have, and Gragas fits everything that those champions hate. So they just make sense.
All right. Well, we are getting a spectator issue, so let's start to a
It
quick
had to
break here
happen.
while we get that figured out. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with game number 3. All right, we have figured it out. We are on to the Rift for game number 3. Alawi State University taking on the Kosa Gamers squad in a matchup that will determine who moves on to the semifinals.
Game 3, last game of the series, matchup to determine semifinals. We'll see who was right, who was wrong, if Barris was really strong and he deserved the ban, or if the Karma will finally get one more. Or one.
Yeah, that is going to be the big
Actually.
question. Nausicaa spots the early invade here, gives him a quick little tongue lash, and now Will back on away. This is going to be Vision over for Kosa Gamer Squad. Ward thrown down by Admirable Potato. Counter ward thrown down by Cross on the other side. Pretty calm level 1, although I don't want to speak too soon. We thought last game's level 1 was going to be calm, and then a delayed face check from Cross ended up giving up a lot.
Yeah, it wasn't the best idea possible to actually go in like that. It worked out really, or not really well, it worked out to some degree for both teams, but you probably don't want to replicate anything like that. As we see them walking on the side trying to detect an inhibition, and they more than likely, or they couldn't get it at the end, but they know where the vision is. And they also know that Xinjiao will start over on the other side of the map, on the red side, so it's going to be a pretty similar start for both of these teams.
Yep, they would have really appreciated being able to give that kill for the ward over to Retrozing, though. Would have gotten him the earlier level 2, giving him the chance to jump on the command attack. Meslo going to start off trading with YPP hard, and going to be pretty calm.
And the early game looking like it's going to be pretty calm in reality, with nobody base checking anything, nobody starting to go for any sort of weird fights. Well, apart from here in top lane, why?
Yeah, I mean, all right, that is first blood to Meslo. YPP hard using the body slam on a minion. And immediately Meslo just knows, all right, I get to go in. I either get flash or kill. Gets the
Pretty sure this is why you start with barrel or with drinking, right? Like, this is why you start with either of those two, because you cannot farm really effectively if you have the body slam. And if you fail, that's your tool down. Your only tool down.
I mean, you can have it, but you need to land it onto the enemy champion.
Yeah,
so that it's
true.
contributing to proccing your phase rush and letting you get out. When you just use it on a minion with it, yeah, you get chased down there, and that is going to be a nice start here for Meslo on the Udyr.
Pretty sure this is the first time all series long where Meslo actually gets a solo kill.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, actually, no, I'm backtracking. I think he got one solo kill as a Darius, but after dying like 3 times.
Sure. It's the first time he's ahead in lane early on.
Yeah.
I'll say that, as he has definitely been struggling up against YPP hard series so far, but great start for him here, punishing out a pretty early and explicit mistake. He's going to have himself the lead now, coming back to lane with that amp tome already completed. Both junglers finishing off their first clear here. Cross on the top side, Eon Crystal on the bottom, and Cross looking to path his way over towards mid, seeing if they can bait in something from Retrozing.
They're trying to see if they can find anything in the middle, although Retrozing is in a really good spot just to sway any sort of gank. Probably going to get the wave pushed, and not much is going to happen there. I like the move though here by Eon Crystal. He's trying to set himself up with the lane getting pushed. Okay, he wasn't in. Yeah, with the lane getting pushed.
Yeah, they're stepping on up here. And there's going to be the flash in. Admiral Potato looking to gate the flash out of Disconnector. Will get the flash and the heal. And that will be their prize for this gang. Aeon Crystal has to head out. Cross looking around top side, though. That's why PP hard out of mana, zoned away from the wave. Another tough position for this Gragas.
So I understand the decision making there by Admirable Potato, and they do get the flash and heal out of Disconnector, but he just waits a tiny bit more. I feel like there could have been a better setup for the Jax. That being said, it's Summoner's down, so it does work out.
For sure. Ooh, Abyssal Dive coming in from Nausicaa. Not going to connect onto Admirable Potato, and they will trade shots back and forth.
It's a cute attempt. They were looking for the no flash karma, which makes sense, but it's not going to be finding anything meaningful.
Not quite yet here. They are going to push in the wave. Aeon Crystal still around for the backup of his team as needed. Cancels the recall. Disconnector and Nausicaa, though, they're being very wise about the distance they're keeping so far, especially with the summoners down here for Disconnector. They are in a very dangerous position, and they are aware of that fact.
Exactly. They don't want to overly push in this position. They're Senatem Gench, so technically speaking, they don't even need to force anything. As long as they are respecting the enemy team, they should be able to find a lot of value. On the other side of the map, though, because of the amount of time that Jax took here, oh wait.
Ooh, all in here from YPP hard. Nice use of the explosive cast. Level 6 ticked a little too late here for Meslo, and he will get chased down. Eon Crystal gets the kill.
2 flashes for the Ghost, but it's the kill back in favor of the side of Koza Gaming, and importantly, they are now able to give some space for Y. They are able to get a kill onto the Jax that we talked about. He cannot fall too heavily behind, and now he may be able to reach level 6 as soon as possible and force some plays on some parts of the map. Nausicaa?
Good job by Nausicaa here, just taking the fight here, using the shield to minimize the damage as much as possible. Healing still coming in. They're focusing on a disconnector, though. The Ignite throw down, and no summoners available means Idol picks up the kill as they will hunt down the Tahm Kench. Nausicaa looking to trade one back, forces the flash out of Idol, and will drop to Admirable Potato. And again, the Kosa Gamers bot lane comes up huge and wins a 2 versus 2.
Summoners down on both sides, but it does mean that it's 2 kills in favor of the side of Kosa Gaming. Idol getting one and the Karma getting the other. Really well played, really nice force, and importantly, it came from a force from the side of ISU. They were the ones looking aggressively for the play, and they end up paying the price in reality.
Absolutely here. And attack, face checking into Eon Crystal here. Will get stunned up by that.
Oh, the shockwave
is going to get disengaged on here. There's going to be Disconnector finding his way on over. Nice shockwave from Command Attack. RetroZing wants to finish off the kill, though. Gets one traded back. Now fighting up against Cross. Will the Vanguard's Edge be enough to keep him alive? It will not. Crescent Guard not going to save him. RetroZing gets a double kill before dropping the Disconnector.
RetroZing there with a double kill, getting 2 really good kills, and both flashes down, both Command Attack and Cross that as well. Even though he ends up dying, that's so much value for the Aurelia. And look at the, a bit of into the mid lane. It's not only the 2 kills for the Aurelia, but the CS deficit is in favor of the Aurelia as well, which means that Command Attack simply not having any fun in the mid lane, and that can turn into so much trouble later on as well.
Absolutely could here. 3-5 on the scoreboard. RetroZing really liking that influx of gold he got in this one-on-one. It might end up being a fair trade across the board, but the Irelia getting these early kills feels real good for RetroZing. Also getting word, by the way, Mirage Alliance taking a 2-1 win over Chaotic Solar. They will face the winner of this series.
Not gonna lie, a bit disappointed that we couldn't laugh a bit about Norm losing out on the tournament, but
oh, well, there's plenty more chances. There's 2 more rounds.
True. That does mean that we get more Mirage Alliance, and Mirage Alliance in the tournament is also great to see.
Ooh, devoured up by Nausicaa. Idol pulled back into the fray as Cross will be able to finish off that kill and finish off the Ashes. The dive in now onto RetroZing. Meslo showing up to help out the mid lane as Command Attack gets his first kill of the game.
And even though there's 2 great kills onto RetroZing before, this time around, great plays on bot lane and mid lane turning into quick impact for the side of ISU. Not only in terms of kills, but also now this dragon going into their pockets. And even though the Jax does collect a bit of the farm in mid lane, still not comparable to the value that they are getting on the side of ISU.
Sure, first dragon going to go over to their names here. PP Hard just trying his best to stay up and farm during the time that Meslo spent on the other side of the map, and still continuing to find good trades up against him up here.
But White has had a much better time so far after that first kill, right? Even though he died and he is behind in CS, he's been doing a really good job at keeping Meslo as controlled as possible. Even if that means one roam sometimes, he's still doing a really good job as a Gragas, and maybe eventually can find even more value.
Nice trade there from YPP. They are going to be able to get back and forth there just a tiny bit. Setting up now for the second spawn of the Grubs is going to be ISU. They want to get 6 Grubs to their name, and they should be able to get them here. Young Crystal and RetroZing a little bit late to the party are showing up. There's definitely going to be 5 Grubs. What about the 6th? Stun connects on a Meslo. There's going to be Flawless Duet on the 2, as well as the Vanguard's Edge trying to blow them up. The first one's going to drop. It will be Meslo. Next up on the menu is Cross. YPP Hard finishes off that kill. Admirable Potato flashing over, trying to keep them locked down as Disconnector is running for the hills. Will have to flash out to safety. That will be all Grubs, or 5 Grubs rather, going over to ISU, but Kosa Gamers, they get 2 kills and 1 Grub for themselves.
Disconnector running as quickly as possible from there. Even though he doesn't die, it's still such a good trade. Idol shouldn't be that worried here, although Ghost was popped. Oh.
Yeah, Showdown. That's going to lose him a lot of his ghost time as well while he spends inside Tahm Kench's belly. And Nausicaa looking for the solo kill, has to dodge the tongue lash, does not do it. Nausicaa, one-on-one solo kill in the bot lane.
That was A really good kill coming in by Nausicaa. The tongue to end it all. The Ashe suffering there. And that means that at the very least, a bit of shining for ISU. As we saw, the top lane play was so important. How it went well for the side of Koza. They not only get one grub denying the 6 grubs, but also getting kills on important members. And right here with Nausicaa getting the kill and also the plates in some other places, ISU actually finding a really consistent victory.
Definitely a faint gold lead for them now. That's Archangel Staff completed first tier for command attack. Items starting to come through across the board there. That solo kill gives Nausicaa enough gold to finish off his Sunfire Aegis as well. Definitely going to be a powerful tool as they looking into some of these mid-game fights. They got ways to go until Rift Herald is on the table. That will probably be the next objective here, that and the Dragon. Definitely feeling strong in the position they're currently in as they look to just hoover up any remaining CS. Disconnector, though, caught out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Is the follow-up going to be available? RetroZing looking to collapse. Command attack spotting him out. There's going to be Cross now, caught out by the Flawless Duet. All in comes through. There's going to be the Crescent Guard used to throw them back away, but 4 members going to come in. Cross going to go back into the fight. Shockwave only connects on to 1. Cross going to be the first one to drop. Nausicaa looking to clean up Idol on the backside, but look at Disconnector getting run down by RetroZing. Nausicaa has been kited to hell on the other side. The flash fail over the wall comes through again, and 3 kills go to Kosa.
Oh wait, Meslo is coming. There is teleport in the back though.
RetroZing caught out here way too far up. Will burn down to the Glacial Storm, and they will get themselves out of there. That kill going back is huge for ISU as they were losing out on that fight big time.
I find it hilarious how it's supposed to be the Glacial Storm, but with this skin it just looks like it's practically fire. So it's just burning them down over Aeon.
The wrong kind of Phoenix. They will be heading on out here. ISU regrouped after that losing fight, and it was so close to a huge engage angle, by the way. The dive in from Cross with the Shockwave on top of him. Multiple dashes out of the way, multiple flashes out of the way. Stop that from being a big turning point in the fight. Props to the Costa Gamer squad. Ooh, that is a big difference maker here. That's going to be Meslo coming up 1-for-1. The Void Might blocked the body slam.
You have to feel bad for Y, right? Like 2 times it has worked against him, that the body bump simply is not working against the Udyr. And yes, it's Udyr, but that should have been a really good kill attempt there by Y. And at the end, just gets punished. Even if he gets the kill, he lost minions to the turret. He lost the 1v1 that he actually prepped really well. Has to be really unlucky for them.
Yeah, should have been a solo kill for YPP Hard. Unfortunately, the Void Might has something different to say, and that will be a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. Still, not terrible for him, as they are going to look to set up around this next dragon now. Emerald Potato firing out some of these soul flares. Is going to potentially get caught here. Has to flash away. Ooh, little bold there. Eon Crystal coming in from the top side. Going to dive on in. They're looking for the fight. Abyssal Dive going to knock up Eon Crystal. He's got a kite on out. RetroZing dives right back into the back line. There's going to be the Shockwave landed onto 3. Nausicaa getting turned on. Nausicaa falling down. YPP Hard will pick up the first kill of the fight as Meslo leads the charge in for the rest and will choose to back away. Nausicaa already down means they are at a disadvantage and they cannot fight further.
That was a fight before the start of it. They knew that they had the numbers advantage on the side of Koza, and they decided to take the fight in their favor. Really well done. It was really long though. It took them quite a while before they finally could take down Nausicaa, but they end the fight before the Udyr arrives, and that means that their advantage was going to be kept for taking this dragon as well. It's not going to be a fun dragon, it's going to be Chemtech, but at the very least, it's still 1-for-1, so we will get more fighting coming into the game.
Really good stuff so far coming out of the Costa Gamers squad in this game at number 3. And underdogs in the matchup. A lot of folks would have told you ISU 2-0. We would have told you ISU 2-0 after the game 2 draft. They have fought their way through, and now they've got the gold exactly where they want it. We talked about how the responsibility has to sit with this Jax, with this Irelia, to be able to be the carries, and they've done a fantastic job. Disconnector at 60 absolution stacks now. Still trying to get his way into relevancy. Now, bullying onto YPP hard. And they go for this dive. They do have Nausicaa with the gray health, but deciding they don't want to. Instead, they're going to gobble him up, and they're going to carry him away from the tower. Flashed away, body slammed away. YPP hard is safe.
Yeah, he has to eat the flash out, and that is going to be the flash down now for the Gragas. That means no body slam flash combo, but really well executed, really well done, and it's going to turn into a turret takedown. Actually, the first turret takedown so far this game at 16 minutes.
Absolutely here. They should be able to get that one. See, Meslo, he's watching it go down, but he's just kind of playing spectator League of Legends just like we are. He's not going to be able to stop this. Maybe he will. He feels like he can. He's running in. Is the spite available? It's not. Ian Crystal manages to get it with the bop. Good use of the Empower.
But good thing is that he didn't actually miss the auto attack, so he was able to secure it. Because if not, that would have been really awkward for Aeon Crystal. They do end up getting the Ripper in their favor, but they are losing on the bot lane tier 2 as well. That was such a good push coming in by the side of ISU.
Really, really good stuff for ISU to start things off. They are going to be able to get themselves that extra gold from the towers. They are going to be able to equalize the gold. Even take a little bit of a lead for themselves. Will it be enough, though? Retrozing brawling with Meslo here. Thinks he can take it. It's the full stacks of the Irelia passive, and he will 1v1 Meslo. Solo kill to Retrozing.
Ends up getting the soul kill, and even though the earlier was carry at this point, Retrozing has enough healing to actually be able to fight him back, and now 4-3 and 4 the Irelia becoming a scary factor, especially in the side lane.
Definitely the case here. Retrozing very empowered from those early kills, having a much better Irelia game than they did in game number 1. Now here comes Rift Herald, rushing its way down mid lane, looking for the knock-up on the Disconnector. It gets it while it slams into the turret. Disconnector just narrowly avoids a follow-up engage, and Chained Crystal Arrow was en route. Cross now looking for the flank, but clearing out vision that he spots on his way.
That worked out so well. Even though they don't get a kill, they get the flash out of Disconnector. That is huge value against the Senna, and could turn into something even more valuable later on.
Absolutely could. Then becomes Lightning, getting thrown out there by Cross, trying to keep them away from this Scuttle Crab, but Ian Crystal plenty strong enough to be able to withstand it. And wow, I mean, the Orianna damage is just not coming through yet, choosing to go for that Seraph's Embrace first rather than the Luden's Companion or any of those kind of burstier items. Ian Crystal with the Megatron Cloak and the Mercury Treads just shrugs it off.
Exactly, has so much value there, and the more items they really have, the harder it's going to be to deal with her. And honestly, doing a really good job at getting dealt with so far. It's really good to see from Koza. Honestly, I've liked with that Koza from the first game to this one has just played to what they like to do, not necessarily trying to go equal to the other, but just trying to make what they know the most useful possible style, and it's been working out really well. The series has turned out great thanks to that.
Only a couple hundred gold separating these two teams this deep into game at number 3. Not surprising to see stuff start to slow down a little bit. Nobody wants to make the big mistake. Nobody wants to cost their team the series. Next Dragon will be where the action kicks off again. 15 seconds until it is up here. Will be Chemtech Soul. First to the party is going to be ISU.
They're going to be there first. It's not going to be the soul point or the third dragon at all. It's going to be just the second dragon for each team. Ooh, Ashara really close there, but not going to accomplish anything. And it's going to be the test that feels like. Instead, they are going to trade potentially the mid lane turret for the dragon, and maybe even more actually with the way that they are moving.
Feels like a wise choice, right? You don't want to walk right into the Tahm Kench, the Tahm Kench and the Orianna, but they're going to look for him now. Cross steps up, throws out the Crescent Guard, but he's still got Ian Crystal on top of him. There's going to be the throwback in. Nausicaa going to be in the middle of the team, gets hit by the Flawless Duet. It will get melted down by all 5. No chance left for this Tahm Kench. Retrozing takes the kill.
I like the attempt to escape. It was obviously not going to work out that well, and it's just a kill, a turret, and potentially even more of a bit more damage there. Okay, what is fine?
Gotta be careful for YPP hard here. Now will be Disconnector approaching once again. Day one going to be the focused man. Has to try to back on away. Cross going to look for the fight. He gets on top of Idol. Idol still kiting it out now. Crystal now in the front line. There's the explosive cast to get them out of the fight. Good disengage by YPP Hard. Retrozing now coming in on the flank though. Will find Meslo. We know how this one-on-one goes, but Cross is going to try to turn the fates back into their favor. Flawless duet misses. Dive in with the Vanguard's edge. Retrozing trying to fight it out, but will go down. Disconnector finishes off the kill, and now the rest of the Costa Gamers are in too deep. Idol gets dove on top of. He's going to be able to trade back for Cross, but Admirable Potato will get hunted down by Meslo. A third kill to ISU as Meslo is not done. Looking to get underneath the turret and take on Eon Crystal and PP.
They are waiting to try and corral them, but I think they have enough tools to just try and run away. Oh, Meslo, you're dead. We're actually
forward. Look at that healing from Meslo. More than enough with that Iron Mantle. Will run down a fourth member, and YPP Hard's just got to get out of here.
Everyone loves Udyr for a reason, and this is exactly why. They survive, nobody dies on the side of ISU, and what was looking like such a good play, such initial good play coming in from Koza gets immediately answered by ISU. Finding good trade-offs, finding good value all over the map, because it was not only that initial play, they get the turret in the mid lane, they get pushes in both side lanes, and now there's nothing to answer for the side of Koza. They have to wait till a potential other fight for an objective.
Absolutely. What a massive play there from the ISU squad. Retrozing bets it all on his ability to turn around that fight in the river, and it does not work out. Now going to be ISU back with the gold lead, back with the control, about 1,000 in their favor, stacking up these dragons and making sure that Costa Gamers respects them and does not take any of these incorrect fights.
And the game is staying as close as possible once again. 3 games of really close affairs, because every time we reach this point in each of the games, it's been really close between each other. Like, it's one big fight that kind of just completely changes the dynamic of the game, but it's been really close until that point happens, and it's great to see, honestly.
Really is very close stuff here still. Neither team in a firm enough advantage to where it feels safe to call. Retrozing dodging out on that last embrace, perhaps without knowing it. Nice interrupt on the abyssal dive will keep him safe. They do lose that topside turret with multiple members overloaded on bot lane, but Retrozing will stay alive.
And they are able to now move towards the Baron, but can they actually secure the kill, the objective here? They have control. They do have some damage, but I don't think they have enough to try and rush it. So it's just mainly trying to maybe bait the side of Koza to try and force a fight in that situation and then turn it around onto them.
Very well might be the goal here. It's going to be nice clearing out coming through in the mid lane from the Costa Gamers. Just waiting for the next battle. It's going to be around this dragon coming up in about a minute. They want to be able to get themselves perhaps some vision around the top side to be able to defend this Baron if it does come down to it, but feeling very unsafe. They step into the woods right now. The ability to run them down from Cross and Nausicaa and Meslo has just been so good.
But the game has kind of slowed down in the sense of what they are looking for, right? Like, no more kind of big fighting. We obviously had 27 kills in general, which is more than 1 kill per minute. But at this point, they just decided that we're going to wait until the next big objective, and that's where we're actually going to commit for a fight. Soul Point going to spawn really soon for the side of ISU, and Retrozing.
Ooh, Retrozing forces the flash on a command attack, finds a weak point and exploits it. That's a huge gain for them, especially because Retrozing didn't commit anything. No ultimate down, no summoners down, no nothing. As they look like they want to move on to Baron as ISU goes for the dragon. They are on a tight timer to do this. The dragon's already been started up. It's going to be going down before too long. They're going to dive in onto Nausicaa. Nausicaa is going to be the target. He has to pop that shield and back away to the rest of his squad. That's just a little bit of poke damage found on the top Kench. This whole time, Cross is working on the dragon. It will go down soon. Can they take the fight at a numbers advantage? Trying to focus on Meslo. He is just shrugging off the shots from his Ash. They do not matter, and Cross now has rejoined. This would be a full 5-on-5 if they end up taking it, and Koso's going to disengage. They get nothing in trade.
It's not going to be. Wait, Nausicaa.
Asuka finding Eon Crystal. Eon will jump back out with that strike. Return damage coming through as much as they can, but they are just shrugging it off. The damage cannot be found. Karma and Ash do nothing to this squad, and nobody has been able to break the lines of ISU. They are looking to advance forward onto this inner turret. Explosive cast just going to knock Cross further back away. They cannot find their fight, and they will get pushed back.
They are trying to maybe make it so that the wave is getting pushed away, and in that case they don't fall, they don't lose their turret like they are doing right now. But it's just simply really difficult. The Senna has so much value at this point, has 2 items plus the stacking that has been going so well, and then such a big frontline that barely cares about anything that Koza can do.
Need to be able to find your fights, need to be able to get onto that back line, because look at how tanky they are in front. Meslo is all alone here, tanking shots from the Ashe and the Gragas, and just doesn't care about it.
They are not going to care enough now. With the soul point collected, with the amount of value that he got after gaining that turret as well in the mid lane, just looking like they are going to wait for the next objective to fall in favor of the side of ISU, and Koza has to be the ones to react. They have to find something somewhere.
Absolutely they do. Yet to be able to piece it together. They need to be able to find their way out of command attack and onto this connector. Baron getting started up, going to force Kosa Gamers' hands. They're coming on into the play, throwing skills over the wall. They do not have to fight yet. There's going to be the blue vision to keep them safe. RetroZing has to TP in. He's coming on in, and Robo Potato gets hit by the knockup. Trying to flash out to safety. Here comes the Dawning Shadow, trying to knock down that Karma. Karma's going to drop. RetroZing diving into 4 members, looking to be able to take this fight up against all 5 members. Able to finish up command attack, but Disconnector is still safe, and Disconnector comes up with the kill. Slow fighting on the other side is going to be able to take down Idol. Now going to focus in on the Eon Crystal, and ISU have found the fight they were looking for. They lose 1 for 4, and this Baron is all there.
And command attack may be dead, but it takes 4 members on the other side of the rift, and that's such a big victory for the side of ISU, because not only is it a victory, not only is it Baron, but it's also going to be the initial push for them to finally break open this game. Such a good team fight, and Meslo with the Udyr on himself this game, finally proving that he can just completely turn the game in his favor.
Certainly can, certainly is. And they will come on up even in kills, 16-16, but the Baron buff going over to ISU. The Dragon lead over to ISU. They're going to be fighting for Soul in 2 minutes. And it looks like they have broken open this game, a 4K gold lead to the blue side. It's Malawi State University looking to earn themselves some accreditation and get themselves into the semifinals.
They may have failed the Malawi by losing the game, but they actually picked the champion, but they are not failing at the very least themselves with potentially getting out of the Maslow. Getting collapsed here, double teleport.
Throwing it down to that Phoenix stance, trying to keep himself alive. Teleports coming in from both sides. 3 members now are ISU, but 4 members are Kosa, trying to fight it back. RetroZing melting so fast. Needs to get the regen back alive, but look at all the healing coming through from the crit bloom. It's going to turn it all around. 3 kills already to ISU as command attack comes in for the supporting Cross. Finds his way onto the flank. Idol's got to stay alive to have any chance of staying in this game, but he can't do it. Another kill comes over to ISU. That's a 5-for-0 ace as they bust their way into the base and look to end the series.
It's a 5-for-0. It's complete disaster for Koza, and it's probably going to be the end of the series. It's 10 seconds for Aeon Crystal, but it's 5 members strong on the side of ISU. And finally, after all that has happened, they can close out the series. Huge game by them and huge series overall.
Malawi State University will face Mirage Alliance in the semifinals. They advance forward and still stay alive in the Hot Pockets Showdown. CGS will drop. They will be our final team eliminated in the quarterfinals as we move on to top 4, TDS.
Exactly. They gave a great fight. Koza should be really proud of how they played, because overall, I think the expectations were a little bit lesser, and they played their game really well. A couple of things here and there that changed, and this could have been a very different series. Particularly the Ashe, for what the game was, probably not the pick for Idol, but that's something that I hope they take to heart looking into ACL. because to call some names, I was really impressed with Y and with Aeon. I think those two played amazingly well today, particularly Y. He dominated the top lane in a lot of the situations, so it's going to be a fun season of ACO if this team can perform like this. And on the other side, ISU should look really strong into the playoffs. Obviously now it's going to be Mirage Alliance, that it's a bit of a tougher matchup, but they have the chance to try and take them down. They are not unbeatable like we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, and they have got themselves a hell of an opponent coming up in the next round. It is going to be Mirage Alliance facing Alawi State University. The real Mirage Alliance roster, by the way. This is not a dev team. This is not a second. This is the squad from NACL playing all together. That includes Will now, by the way. We talked about earlier on that they were running Svenskeren. Svenskeren's back in the coaching role where he belongs. And they are going to be running Will here. So no coach v coach showdown between Command Attack and Svenskeren.
Unlucky.
Unfortunately. A little unlucky there, perhaps. But MA versus ISU will be occurring off stream. We are going to be streaming Clown Gaming taking on ADC Gap. We're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get all set up into that lobby. So it might be a little bit of a longer break than it's been between our first couple of games. But we'll be back before too long as Clown Gaming takes on ADC Gap.
Hey, cover the storm now. And I wanna go and take what I own. Should've done it long ago. Hey, futures call me over now. Flying out so sky high. Maybe gravity is my guide. And I don't care where I fall. I'll be better off, better off, better off for it. And I just need to spread my roots. Hey, find a place I can bloom. And I am quickly running out of time.
from all the cold weather. I'm getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu. I'm drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. I can't find my cold. Everywhere I go is so cold. Wish that I could go, but you're too deep in the snow. Frozen skylights stored outside, and it makes me frozen inside. Every night I wanna drive by, but my coat is lost in the snow. Staying in from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu, drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Broadcast from my room, someone let me loose. Sunshine in a noose, frosted in the gloom, and I can't dry you. My windshield frozen too. Think gas won't make the fumes. I'll never make it back to you. I sit at night, stuck on my mind, with the fireplace in my eyes. In the twilight, different moonlight, nothing comes out late at night. Staying in from all the cold weather, I've been getting sick thinking of you. Feels just like the flu, drowning in the soup. I've been thinking of you. Cold nights, drive through different fields, slow down. Waiting don't need its arm.
I'm all alone. Where did you go? Back into your mind, down into your hole. And I'm not invited, I already know. I'm standing right in front of you. Say something, won't you say something, baby? You don't look at me, you see through. You want me to swim, but you'll be my ocean. We're spinning in circles, a circular motion. Pushing away, you're pulling me through. Might do the same if I were you. 1 foot on the ground and 1 on the moon. Together we could get it right. You and me, baby, that's the life. But you are never satisfied. And every time I close my eyes, we're falling from the skies. Our mouths are shut and our hands are tied. And every time you take my hand, the cycle starts again. But I wake up just before we land. You want me to swim, but you'll be my ocean. We're spinning in circles, a circular motion. One day
What's going on, everybody? We are coming back at you with our second series of the day, the semi-final matchup between Clown Gaming and ADC Gap. We have got Clown Gaming on the blue, ADC Gap on the red. We are going to have another best of 3 to determine who gets themselves a ticket into our next series, which is going to be the finals, TDS.
Exactly. One more series, and it's just going to be the finals after that. And between the other side that we already saw with Mirage Alliance and ISU, but for now, Clown Gaming and ADC Gap, and already a lot of bands that we don't typically get to see, the way, the Karthus, the I'm Belbeth, I was forgetting her name, but a lot of jungle focus when you actually think about it, and really interesting attention. No Barris being was hovered at all in the ban phase, and maybe could be the pick here for Clown or Karma as well.
Absolutely the case here. Karma going to be the first pick. Hope everybody else was able to get a bite during the break. I did go and get Hot Pockets. Don't you ever say that I don't have loyalty to our sponsors, as we have got ourselves the Karma first pick, the Maokai coming in on the red side.
It's the Maokai on the red side, and potentially something similar to try and close it out. The Ezreal has seen very little focus today as well, so I'm surprised that we don't tend to see those more priority picks get a lot of attention. But the Barris we saw in the first series going to get picked once again here, and with the Maokai getting the potential flexibility attempt here by the side of ADC Gap, you can send it top, jungle, or support. There's a lot of places that you can try and play around with the draft from Clown, and I hope they go for something that can be aggressive early on in the jungle. Something like the Shin I really like, and I feel like it can be really powerful against the Barris, or maybe something like the Jarvan once again to try and lock him down. And that's the S.
Very possible. Yeah, it's going to be the Ezreal coming on across that Maokai. We'll see if it does end up going support. That's where we've been seeing it more lately. It is, of course, flexible towards the jungle. It's Clown. What are they going to take now? A chance to take a jungler here, save their solo lanes to later. That is what's more traditional. They feel like they have a good shot here at getting a priority solo laner. They could take that one as well, but lots of good junglers available. The Xin Zhao is around, the Jarvan is around, but they want this Cassante for the top lane, and that will be locked in.
And we forgot a bit about the Cassante, but it's still a champion that you don't want to play against in a lot of those situations. A lot of value and really good blind pick top laner if you don't want to aggressively go for anything else in the other lanes. As the last pick coming through for ADC Gap could be the counter for the top lane. Jack's still open, Gwen's still open. Could be an R as well if you're feeling like then R will get a lot of value from you. Instead the Bard, so Bard is against the Karma Ezreal, and that's a lot of range in the bot lane, but I like the potential value of the Tempered Fate to mess up a lot of the team fights.
Definitely here, as they are going to be snagging that Bard for Boy Wonder in the bottom lane. This is a lot of that old Middle Sticks team that was in Aegis Champions League for a while between Kuki and Max and Boy Wonder. These guys have been able to make some pretty deep runs in Aegis events before. Going to be looking to replicate some of that success here up against the new and improved Clown Gaming roster. Already have got themselves their bot lane and Boil the Oil's Cassante. And it's coming in on both sides now, looking to limit Kuki Krook's options into that Cassante in the top lane. What will they end up going for? Do they want to save that for last? I think they have a good chance to take whatever they think is best into the Cassante right now.
Could be a Garen angle here with the bans from the Darius and the Olaf. Instead, the Fura, not a champion that we get a lot of opportunities to see recently. She hasn't been the priority pick that maybe she used to be once upon a time, but it can be an effective champion against the Cassante that does have the repose. And then late game wise, her split pushing power is really, really oppressive. So there could be value there. On the other side, we're still missing jungle and mid lane. 2 jungle bans came through in the second rotation of bans for the side of ADC Gap. So I could see here a little bit more focus on the Sejuani potentially as tank. I still would like to see Jarvan. I feel like that's a champion that could find so much value instead of Viego, so carry potential there. And it just feels like Orianna here would probably be the safer option, or Syndra if you're scared about anything else.
Yeah, see what Rough Beans wants to take here. A little bit of a newer face around Aegis, player that's new to the Clown Gaming roster as well. What are they going to want to take for themselves here? They have the option of whatever they want in the world blind. I do think that Oriana's a really good call out, like you said there. The Twisted Fate's still available.
It's
and
Karma Mana.
It's Karma, as this is going to take that Rel into the support position.
So my only issue here is that I think that you lose out on the early game against the Varus Bard now. Like, they have the range advantage, so you're going to get poked out really easily by the two of them. The Rel does have great engage, but it's a really weird decision there. The Karma does out-push anyone in the mid lane anyway, so it's not like that matters a lot. And could it be the Kiana game? It's been so long since I've seen this champion. It's going to be hypey for ADC Gap, but also it's a lot on early stages. Like, they really need to get the game going, ramping up really, really quickly.
Absolutely, and Max taking the Kiana into mid lane. I mean, what a way to return to your starting position in mid lane for
Yep.
Max here. He was off-rolling support in the last OQ alongside Magudis on Magudis' saplings. Now going back to his main position in mid lane, going to lock this Kiana nice and early, and it's going to relegate Magudis to this Maokai in the jungle. That's a spicy game one if I've ever seen one. Really excited to see this Fiora Kiana coming out of ADC Gap.
Yeah, ADC Gap with a much more hype kind of composition, to call it like that, because Clown really has a consistent comp. Like, this is not something we haven't seen before. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, ADC Gap do have a great Varus champion. The Maokai always consistent. The Bard can be the Chaos. But the Fiora and the Kiana haven't been seen in quite a while. Particularly the Kiana. I think that it's a champion that was benefited with some of the changes, but it still requires certain circumstances to work out her way for it to be the best possible champion. And I'm excited to see how they are going to perform with AD carry Gap. Now, will they carry it through? I'm not sure, but I'm excited to see the Kiana once again.
Definitely excited to see that Kiana. We got a, what was it? What were we streaming, TDS? We got a, it wasn't with you, but we had it on Mythical League just a couple of days ago. And it's a mixed success. It wasn't the best Kiana performance we've ever gotten to see.
Did they win?
It did not win.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Although what is cool, it was a cool matchup. The Kiana into Talia matchup is interesting because it's tough for the Kiana, but you can use Weaver's Wall for your supreme display of talent. So that's a spicy one. Not going to be relevant in this game though. But it is very interesting to see. Like, we were talking about this, and I still don't know the answer. Like, how have the map changes affected Kiana's mid lane? Because now you have that kind of gap between the bushes and the lane where there's river in between it, so you can get your river enchantment more easily, but it's a little harder to get your bush enchantment for the stealth while you're in the laning phase. So it kind of an interesting change there on top of all the terrain changes that affect where she can get ultimates.
So to me, with the Kiana particularly, the difference was what jungler she has to play with now to make the most out of her laning phase. Because one of the big things, like you're mentioning, the fact that the lane got wider, that it's more difficult now to get the bush advantage, does mean that you have to be a bit more reliant on how your jungler approaches the lane to try and get the maximum value. So if you have a good ganking jungler, it's easier to get the value from the water transformation because you get it more consistently. So if you have CC from your jungler, the follow-up is easier. Same in the same logic, it's you could apply it as Kiana going in and then your jungler going in. So there's ways to make it work out really effectively, but I think it's really jungle dependent on that logic. And then I feel like particularly if Kiana was once again opting into the jungle like we saw way before, then the current map is way better for her, in my opinion. I feel like right now, playing Kiana jungle, if she had the same advantages as before, would have been way more beneficial.
Absolutely would have been here. I have to see how they're going to be able to make the most out of these compositions coming into our first game. Going to set the tone here. You know, it's not going to eliminate anybody, as always. There's still some space to adapt, some space to play, but do like to see, I mean, a lot more traditional composition, let's say, coming through for Clown Gaming to start things off. They're leaning back on their confidence in their players, leaning back on what's tried and true in the current meta. Paragon going to be super safe on this Ezreal, going to have that super powerful Cassandra, that super powerful Karma. Both of these champs just so highly prized Whereas it's AD gap that's really trying to take themselves into a different direction here and maybe trying to make it less of an AD gap. You know, it's definitely going to be
Yep.
looking towards Flare in the bottom lane. But Fiora and Kiana, those are some spicy picks that are definitely going to be looking to take themselves the lead and really be the focus of this composition.
Ideally, those are the picks that I want to get the game going. Like, we know Barris is going to have a good time and he's going to deal damage and all that, but the Fiora and the Kiana are the hype ones, and I want them to get the game going as much as possible, for better or for worse. Like, I don't want to see a Kiana that is sitting 0-0-0 at 15 minutes or a Fiora that just waiting for something to happen. I want them to get the game going as much as possible. And if I'm trusting someone, maybe ADC Gap is going to be that team to pull it off. If not, Cloud will get a pretty comfortable time in reality. Ezreal with the Viego, with the Karma, with the K'Sante, it's going to be really difficult to get on top of with the amount of range and push away that they have in their team.
Absolutely here. So let's check on out what these guys are going to go for in the early game, right? Because I mean, the Maokai is still such a very prized pick. But it's most often been taken into support lately. It's gotten a couple of buffs back towards the jungle. The Bramble Smash, getting those cooldowns off of it to be able to be cast more frequently by the likes of Bagutis. We'll see, is he going to be able to come in and influence some of these really snowballing lanes, right? If the Kiana can get an earlier kill on towards that Karma, if the Fiora is going to be able to get ahead of the K'Sante, that can make big differences for how the rest of this game is going to play out. You kind of just need to get them one, and they can snowball away with it and make it a really big problem for the rest of the squad to be able to deal with. So I mean, it really has a lot of power in his hands here, does Magutis earlier on, if he is able to find a way to set up for his solo laners.
And that's actually something that I feel like it's kind of important to mention. The peak potential from this champion is actually really good. If it's a scenario where you can find that one pick on any of these champions, there's a lot of good opportunities to blow them up. Maybe not the K'Sante, maybe I'm overstating the K'Sante, but the other 4 champions, Rel as well, just because she doesn't get a lot of chances to build a ton of armor or health, then can be really useful for Gap to just find that one pick, blow them up really quickly, and then gain control of objectives really quickly thanks to that. So that's a mode of operation that I can see from ADC Gap, and that can be really beneficial for them. Will it work out consistently? I'm not sure, because it also depends on the Kiana and the Fiora not being really far behind. But if they find those opportunities, I can see it working out really well.
I can definitely see that as well, as we are ticking on down, just about 30 seconds to go in the spectator delay. And I'm very curious to see also how Ezreal Rel are going to be able to navigate up against this Varus Bard, right? It's just not going to be a lot of ability to control the wave earlier on. Yes, the Ezreal is going to be able to stay safe, but I mean, that Bard is going to be able to roam all around the map and do whatever he likes for the majority of the game, as they're going to be able to just shove on in and do as they please.
Exactly. Having that early control is almost always something that you want to have with Varus, and this time around, it's going to be really effective. And that early control can turn into early objectives like the Dragon, or potentially allowing the Bard to move around the map much easily, getting a lot of opportunities to get towards mid lane and push the issue for this Kiana, or try and answer the roams from the Rel, for example, because one of the big things with Ezreal Rel, or with Ezreal compared to any AD carry, is that he can by himself just farm by himself, not have to be tied down to anything, and be completely fine if he's left alone, and then the Rel can move around. But with the Barras getting the push, typically, or the same with the Bard, then you can begin moving around to answer those roams from the Rel and find the same value.
For sure. So we are loading on in now. We'll be getting into the game here in just a few short moments. Clown Gaming really looking to make a deep run here with their retooled roster. This is going to be the squad that they're running in ACL as well. Really excited to see what this team is going to be able to do. Both these teams taking strong 2-0 wins in their quarterfinals matchups. So a lot to look forward to here. See who's going to be able to come out on top.
And it's going to be fun seeing how it's going to perform for both of these sides. We had in the previous series a 3-game series. Hopefully we get something similar here, because it would be kind of disappointing that the only 3-game series is the first round one. So hopefully we get a great series here, and whoever wins here has a tough matchup on the other side. ISU and MA are opponents that you can't laugh at. So it's going to be an overall fun remaining tournament.
All right. Starting things off here onto the Rift, game number 1, Clown Gaming taking on ADC Gap. I have to see how they are going to be able to be performing in this early game. Eyes on Magudis, eyes on those snowbally solo lanes for Kooky Krook and Max.
Welcome to
And it's starting with pretty much no level ones. It's just going to be the staring competition once again. Both teams just looking at what they can do at this point and not going to lose out on a lot of stuff.
Definitely here. Going to be a clean spread from both sides. Nobody looking to make any invades happen. Nobody looking to get any of those aggressive wards down.
And just looking at what they can try and accomplish, it's going to be opposite starts for both of the junglers. It looks like with Goodies on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Rapid potentially going to start around his blue buff. So maybe the attention is going to be Fiora for the Maokai and the bot lane for Rapid.
We're sure here. It's now into the river, just watching for any crossovers. Nobody going for any kind of delayed invade either. Max watching that ramp. We'll see Rough Beans come over alongside Rapid and Boil the Oil. We'll at least have vision.
There's no vision here.
Starting, and they're going to find him here. He's going to have to back on away. They saw him going over. I could have sworn Max saw this crossover, but now Magudis going to be potentially caught with his pants down. He's got to get away from this. He's going to lose his red buff.
Yeah, and he probably... Oh, yeah, I was waiting to see if maybe Boyle just face checks there, but no. Smart word positioning. They are losing the red buff, and it's going to be also... Yeah, the push in the mid lane is going to favor Max at this point, but you're still playing against a Karma. It's not like she cares that much early on about it. Rapid is doing so much here.
Sure here, trades coming in back and forth. They are going to be looking for Boy Wonder here. He's going to flash out to safety. Now Flare going to be under pressure. Level 2 for Paragon and Boy Wonder. Or sorry, for Paragon and Cryogen, rather. They're going to force Boy Wonder and Flare back underneath their turrets.
Flare in a really tough spot there, almost dying. Boy Wonder has to blow the flash, so it's not only Goodies that is suffering right now this game, but it's also the bot lane. Great level 2 timing, really well played by the bot lane from Clown Gaming, and now it's going to be a different situation than maybe what we were expecting initially.
Absolutely, Heroes. Looking for a potential redive here is Cryogen pathing around, just continuing to threaten Boy Wonder and Flare. They do have the power of Rapid on this side of the map. Magudis coming on over, but Magudis still at that level 2. I think Rapid will hit level 3 off of this camp. It'll be the advantage that they have in the hands of Clown.
This is such a big domination. They get the blue buff, they get the red buff, they get complete control over this side of the map, and they may lose this scuttle.
Advancing forward, just going to crash down onto 2. First blood goes over towards Paragon onto Boy Wonder as Magudis is trying to turn it back around with Flare. Magudis will get 1 kill. Flare trying to reset off the passive. There's going to be Rapid flashing out to safety. We'll take one more shot as Flare gets the kill back on the other side. It's a 2 for 1 in favor of ADC Gap for now, but Flare cut off by Paragon here. He's got those double buffs on top of him. He'd love to keep them safe, but he's just got no chance. Paragon finishes off the kill. 2 for 2.
Yeah, too much health bar there on Paragon to actually be able to trade it. And even though Flare gets 1 kill and 1 assist back, this Ezreal may be quite strong to try and fight against. Double buffs plus the 2 kills. This is going to be scary. And even though they end up killing Rapid, Goodies is still so screwed because those were his buffs. Oh, Max.
Max taking a boatload of damage.
So well done.
Snared on up. There's going to be the crash down, and there's going to be an easy kill to Rapid. We freeze for a second. It goes over to Cryogen, but it's another kill for the Cloud.
Really well done there. Flash for flash between the mid laners, but at the end they do get the kill into the Kiana, and Max has to teleport back into the lane, but just working out so well for Clown. And just quickly to talk about the point we were talking about. Yes, Goodies may not be super far behind in terms of farm, but every bit of his jungle was taken away, and if not for Rapid going for the kill and the Scholar Crab, he probably could have gotten even more here. Although Paragon and Rel want to answer this.
Gone over the wall, looking to focus on this. Rough Bean's going to be able to get that snare, and that's going to be another kill to Clown Gaming. Rapid gets his first of the game, and they are up 4-2.
This is jungle suffering. Mugudis is suffering this game so much. He barely has any more farm left compared to the buffs and the Crocs still up on the bot side for Rapid. Without counting the kill that he got, the 2 assists, and also the fact that the team is ready to respond at every point. It's just so difficult for them, and he's also probably going to lose another Scuttle grab.
Very likely going to here. It's 5 minutes, 30 seconds in, already 6 kills and already a 1K gold lead going over to Clown Gaming. They're going to look to convert that into Dragon as well, but Rapid gets spotted by Boy Wonder. Will likely have to back away as a result of that, as checking out the top lane here has been a big lead being built up for Cookie Crook as expected.
Yeah, exactly. Cookie Crook doing a really good job there. Obviously, playing the Fury into the Cassandra does give you a bit more agency in some of the places in the matchup, but overall it's still completely fine for the Cassandra. Boyleo picked this knowing that there was a chance of a counter pick, and he's doing just fine here. He's behind, but not by that much. Also, just quickly to point out, he took the what is called the potion rune. I always forget the name, but he took the potion rune, which is kind of fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to have himself that extra couple of boosts. That's a nice stun found by Cookie Crook as he's going to throw down the grand challenge, looking to challenge Boil the Oil and nearly take him down. So that is going to be one grub picked up by Magudis, but Rapid turning it right around onto him with Rough Beans. Going to be able to pick up that kill. Boil the Oil going all out on the top side, trying to get this 1v1 up against Cookie Crook. Needs to keep his vitals protected, though, as the Ghost will let him close up more of the gap. Going to get the slowdown onto Cookie. Cookie goes into the dodge, just barely flashes out before he takes one more auto and will stay alive.
And even though it was looking so good for Cookie, just like that, flash blown the Fiora once again into a spot where she's probably not having the best time ever. And now it's just complete control once again for Cloud Gaming. They get the remaining grubs, they get the push in the mid lane, they get a bit of damage onto Boy Wonder. Everything is just working out so well for the side of Cloud Gaming.
Absolutely here. I mean, they have so much money into that Ezreal. He's going to be so safe for the foreseeable future. They've got themselves ahead across the board, pretty much every possible metric. They've got themselves the grubs. Now moving on down towards the Dragon, which once again may very well be on the menu. The fact that these solo lanes are being able to perform, are not falling behind. The snowball is not breaking out in favor of Cookie or anybody else. Is so big for Clown Gaming as they try to scale into this later game. They're going to have so many defensive tools with this Rel and with Rough Beans on the Karma. It's just going to be so tough for them to actually make anything happen.
It's gonna be really difficult, and particularly that, right? The fact that even though the Karma has seen a much higher lose rate than win rate today, the champion still should be really strong. And when you have such a strong combo so far ahead, like the Ezreal Viego or another 5 maybe,
Rapid finding that stun onto Max. Max going to tank another big hit, but there's going to be to dive back in. Supreme display of talent onto Rough Beans, but the kill's going to come through for Rapid first. Now what can Rapid make happen on that Kiana? Focusing on Magudis, gets himself a double kill as Flare and Boy Wonder are forced underneath the turret. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Clowns.
2-for-1 open Dragon, and that should be another objective in favor of the side of Clown Gaming. Rough Beans may die, but he's still playing Karma. As long as he gets his value down, it's not going to matter that much. Paragon doing such a good job at staying safe on the side as an AD carry, and it's really sad for Flare because he's playing the on-hit batteries, which is good, but the issue is that if he doesn't get on the right side to try and force a fight, he's just going to get completely collapsed on, and he's not going to find enough value, sadly.
Indeed the case here. That kill didn't even go over to Max, by the way. Ended up in Magudis' hands, I believe, which is just not what you're hoping to make happen. He's definitely going to be wishing they could get that snowball going on towards this Kiana, but going to have to find another pick, another opportunity.
Okay, that's a nice stun. Paragon needs to be careful.
2 turret shots. There's going to be the tempered fade. Paragon maybe getting a little bit bold with it, but it was all a bait. The dive in with the crash down. Rapid goes on a rampage. Paragon on a killing spree. And Clown Gaming could do no wrong. They pick themselves up 2 more.
Paragon is too good. He actually played that off pretty well, but in reality, he did got caught. He almost actually put himself into a really weird spot. A really nice setup that they have originally, though, with Rapid and the Rel waiting on the side just to collapse on them. They play that off so effectively, and the Israel 3-0-3, first item completed. The Varus just crying on the side, and this game is looking really, really good for Clown.
Really, really a great start here for Clown. They have got themselves nearly 3K in the lead, 9-3 on the scoreboard. First dragon to their name. Just continuing to funnel that gold exactly where they want it to be. They've got enough Paragon and Rapid. These two are going to be the carries coming into the later game. Paragon playing this so well, even turning, getting caught into a successful play. And it is just now so dangerous. You even try to threaten him when somebody like Rapid can come collapse on you and turn it all around.
And this was supposed to be the lane that there should be even more control. Wait, oh, right.
Going on in, they're going to focus everything they can on towards Kooky Kroot, but Oil the Oil, he's strong enough to be able to take that fight, and Rapid's going to be there as well. Heartbreaker over the wall. Rapid gets himself another one.
Yeah, there may be a dash on Cookie, but there's also a dash on the Viego, and able to get on top of the wall means that it's going to be a kill. On bot lane, there was almost a chance for a fight, but it doesn't work out that way, and it's just complete control for Clown at this point. And once again, what looked to be the lane that Clown was going to have a bit of a harder time because it's double ranged against, well, Rel and Ezreal, it's working out massively great, and that means that the top lane that seemed to be a little bit more difficult can get the attention from Rapid, can get a bit of help, and can get turned around as effectively as it currently is.
Well, it's going to be a nice couple of shots coming through onto Flare. They're going to throw down the True Shot Barrage. Nice dodge by Flare, and Boy Wonder will avoid giving anything back, but Magudis looking for a little bit of an engaged play, does not find an angle that he likes, and you would definitely need to be getting on top of Paragon with the full chain CC for that to be worth it, deciding, hey, you know what, we can't take Cryogen as the target, we're gonna back away.
They decide to stay a little bit longer there. Maybe a fight here, actually. Flare, he does the flash.
Wants the fight, throws out the Magnet Storm, but gets stopped in his tracks, going for the crash down. That gets interrupted as well, and he's just gonna melt down. Flare picks up the first kill of the fight, and Paragon's gotta get out of here. Flashes away from the Tempered Fate, slowed down by the Snapling. There's going to be the Cosmic Binding and the shutdown to Flare. 2 kills back to the Varus.
Yeah, that was a really, really, really bad play by the Rel right there. Really weirdly done, really badly played, that turns into 2 kills and the shutdown onto the Varus from the Ezreal. That's a huge blunder, but really nicely done there by the side of... Wait. Ooh.
Trade's coming back.
It's not going to turn
Wonder. Got to get himself out of there. Big risk to Max, but Max manages to kite his way out of there. He will be safe. Wow, Roughbeat's still looking for something.
Yeah, he's really aggressive actually as the Karma. Not something we typically get to see, but it's aggressive to say the least. And with that in mind, even though it was looking like maybe a play in the mid lane, nothing ends up happening, just a bot lane trade and a bit of life, a bit of hope for ADC Gap.
Bit of hope indeed. They are really going to need to rely on an ADC Gap at this point. The snowballing options for Max and co are going to be pretty limited, but lots of money going into this on-hit Varus. They can get good fight lines for him. He could be the force that they need to be able to come up with some fight wins.
Interestingly enough, though, because of how some of the trains went and with how the game is kind of going, yes, Flare is going to be the most important part of the side of ADC Gap to actually get the victory. But if he's the only one, it's actually kind of easy to try and just win against him, because he has to get close to get most of his damage. He's on his Varus. That means that for the K'Sante, for the Viego, even for the Rel to a certain degree, it's not that difficult to get on top of the Varus, even though in the previous exchange they failed, but it's not that difficult. Whereas the Kiana and the Fiora at this point really are not going to find a lot of value, and Kiana is not going to get super strong later on in the game, that either.
Oh. Nice fish there by Boil the Oil. Not going to be able to get Max through the wall, but at the very least going to be able to chunk out this Kiana for the upcoming fight. Either way, they start to focus on the Dragon down below 10k. They are going to be able to pick up that kill. 2-0 in the Dragons for Clown Gaming. They continue to cement their position in this game, going to try to push in through mid lane now, knowing that they just forced Kiana back.
Yeah, lucky they don't get a better Drake in their favor, but it's not a bad dragon overall. The Cloud Drake can find a lot of value from some of these ultimates, and some of these champions can actually reach the backline easier thanks to this. But with the play that happened in the other side of the map, should be a pretty easy turret for them here.
Bit of damage coming in through from the True Shot Barrage. There's going to be Magudis throwing on down that Nature's Grasp. They are going to get the Tempered Fate landed onto Cryogen, but the target is Paragon. They throw down that Corruption, now turning it back around. 80 carry versus 80 carry. It's going to be Paragon coming up big with the shield, turning it back on Magudis, but the numbers, they still favor ADC Gap, and they will be able to get themselves 2 back. It's a 2 for 2 in the bottom lane. Everybody focused towards bottom lane here for ADC.
And it's important to see the moment where they played around it, because it was not only with everyone going down here bot lane, but also when the teleport came through from K'Sante in the top lane. Oh, Rough Beans.
Oh, Rough Beans getting 1v1 by Cookie Crew, but the amped up turret damage will be enough to make it even. It's Rapid just trying to push in through mid lane, gonna get spotted by Boy Wonder and Max. Meanwhile, Boil the Oil, he gets a lot of alone time in the top lane. He should be able to pick up a turret.
Yeah, he pretty much traded it turret for turret, even though Boyle ends up even though Cookie Crew does end up getting the kill down during the bot side. But it's a pretty equal trade overall, and the gold lead staying as close as it was before. Before it was higher, but now with only 2k gold lead in favor of the side of Clown Gaming, there's now even more opportunities for the side of ADC Gap to finally get something going their way.
Definitely, I mean, ADC Gap showing that even when they fall tremendously behind early on, they definitely have some options to get back into the game here. Nice plays by Flare and by Cookie Crew have been able to get them back online, and now this Fiora is a legitimate side lane threat with 3 kills worth of gold being funneled directly into her. She is now going to be able to perform much better up against Boil the Oil's K'Sante than has been the case in this game so far.
Exactly, it's going to be much easier for them to try and get something going their way. And in the same vein, maybe Max can finally find some more value with the time that he got to farm a bit in the mid lane.
Absolutely here. There is going to be the focus around mid lane. Rapid Cryogen just camping out in that bush, looking for an opportunity to make the engage happen. Udis being forced out of his jungle once again, might just get denied a blue buff another time.
They're going to force a fight here though. Rapid has to ulti out, and the Rel is in a bad spot. She's dead.
Dive in, yeah. Cryogen locked down, just trying to stall out Flare's ability to enter the fight, but he will drop. Teleport in onto the back line now. They've caught out Paragon. He's got to get his way over this wall. Not going to be able to do it in time. Magudis finishes off that kill, and ADC Gap, they get themselves 2 for 0. Rapid and Boil the Oil, they've got to get themselves out of here. Max going to find him. Supreme display of talent back in the wall, and a huge shutdown to Magudis.
Yeah, and Clown trying to play a bit of the circus tune as much as possible, because that was just complete clownery right there. There's no reasoning behind nothing that they did in the previous play, and ADC Gap completely punishing that. Really well done, really good punishment, and now it's just the game coming completely back to even. There's no lead for anyone. The only one that is kind of in a good spot still is Rapid, even though he did die. And, well, to a certain degree, K'Sante as well, because Boyle hasn't died. But they just threw away their lead with a sequence of events that is truthfully representative of their name.
Rounding it out a little bit there. This Clown Gaming now got a little bit more of an uphill battle to try to get themselves a win here in game number 1. Paragon trying to get that mid turret down would give them a bit of relief as they'd able to be pushing their vision lines a little bit deeper, a little bit more easily, but getting pushed off once again as this next dragon will be up in about 30 seconds, and this time it's ADC Gap that are going to be there first. Boy Wonder fishing around for a little something, but Paragon is so safe on the Ezreal.
Yeah, he does have the opportunity to try and run away. There's no ultimate just yet on Boy Wonder. Now he has it back, so now the threat is going to be a little bit higher with the Arcane Shift every time the Arcane Shift is down. And with the control of the dragon, this could be the best opportunity for the side of ADC Gap to actually force a fight in their favor for the objective.
Yep, calling in Max now, who will be hiding out in the enemy red side jungle, looking for a flank. Nature's Grass going to connect. They're going to go into the stasis here for Rough Beans to try to keep him safe. Look at Max coming in on the side. Are they ready for the flank? Over the wall. There goes Supreme Display of Talent. Right on to Rapid. Rapid going to be the first one down as the healing aura comes on across to the Grand Challenge. Paragon kites his way back out to safety. Will be able to take down Kooky Krook, and the rest of his team is just melting down. Nobody was able to stop Flare. It's a 3-for-1 fight in favor of ADC Gap.
That is such a well-played fight, and once again, they don't realize how to play around it as effectively as possible on the side of Clown. They just simply stand around and wait for the worst to happen. They are not reading what the team fight is supposed to be played at for the side as Max jumps in.
Oh, nicely engaged here from Cryogen. Will give the kill on to Max. Back over to himself. Magudis arrives to the play. We'll be able to force them out. There's going to be True Shot Barrage, forcing out the flash from Boy Wonder. Fast fingers will keep him alive.
It's the flash there, able to keep Boy Wonder alive. The flash is down, but the life is not lost at this point. And Paragon probably not going to be able to get a turret here, especially with Flare on the side. They are looking for a fight.
Already up again. Nature's Grass coming on across. As soon as Rapid respawns, he just gets himself hit by another one.
Yep.
Now it is going to be the Rift Herald thrown down. They need this mid turret. They desire it so greatly, and they will get it. Rapid finishing off mid lane turret finally, but they've lost their whole gold lead for it. Now over the wall, looking for some more. Flare nearly lands a Chains of Corruption, but it is dodged on out. Cryogen trying to head out to safety. Paragon able to return some damage. Kooky Krook gets chunked out, and they will stop the dive there.
They're not going to end up losing anything, and in the middle, Boilio has played more split push this game than Kooky Krook, and they are playing different champions for this role.
True. And absolutely been able to take himself another one there. So they're gonna get some good poke on the Kooky, using these Tofu strikes wherever they can, and good job there by Clowns to be able to get themselves something. They take down the outer turret. They've got all 3 outer turrets to their name now. They will take the gold lead back just slightly.
And they are waiting now for another opportunity to actually force a fight in their favor. Even though Clown has lost a lot of the good advantage that they have, and the game has come in really much closer than it should have been or was supposed to be, they still have a good amount of potential damage to actually control certain parts. And if they get first to fight, or if they force the fight in their favor, they can find more value, technically speaking. Like, it's not like they are doing something horrible at this point. It's just that they threw such a big lead that it's kind of weird that it happened.
Absolutely. I mean, weird is definitely one way to describe it. It's been big miss there by Clown Gaming to not be able to maintain that lead and get themselves into a good position. But here's Rapid sneaking in for a little bit of something on the bottom side. Here's going to be the focus from Boil the Oil, getting a nice trade in. Does not go all out. Nearly could have set up for a play from Rapid, but just the angling not quite going the way they wanted. That global blue buff will get picked up by Magudis.
If they wanted to, they probably could have ultimated there, but it kind of throws them away from where the... Oh, there it is.
Focusing in now. Nice wait on that riposte from Rapid. They are going to throw down the Grand Challenge for all that.
Can they collapse on the Pura?
It will get Kooky Krook over to the other side, but they are collapsing with multiple members. They will lose mid-turret for this, betting it all on their ability to take out Kooky. Kooky will certainly be dropping down here, but how much time can he buy? Over towards the other side of the map. They really want this kill to go over to Paragon, and they will get it. No, it goes over to Rapid. Boil the Oil now finding multiple members in the jungle. That turret will fall in mid as predicted. Now Boy Wonder going to be the target, managed to get himself over the wall with the magical journey. The rest of the members of Clown Gaming are collapsing. Magudis will get rooted up, throws down the Nature's Grasp, but it's not going to protect him from this Magnet Storm. Paragon able to focus him down with the damage. Boil the Oil gets the shutdown, and they're heading over to Baron. 2 members down off the table for ADC Gap.
And we have 2 members down on the side of ADC Gap. That means that Baron buff is completely in the open because one of those 2 is the jungler. And now they can try and look aggressively into it. A lot of damage already down. They have a Karma for protection and they have a Kisante. Oh, being
Dive in from Max, getting that extreme display of talent onto 2, chunking down Paragon, but Paragon has found himself a spot over the wall. Our boy Wonder getting chased out of the fight. And as long as Paragon stands, there is no chance for Clown Gaming to lose out in the extended play. Rough Beans chasing down Max, keeping that damage on top of him. One more ability should close it on out, and there's just no chance left for Kiana.
But here's the Pura. Cookie Group actually could be really damaging here, but Mahoka going the other side, so it shouldn't be a steal. Yeah.
All right, Baron buff to Clown Gaming. They strike back. Threw their lead a little bit the first time, but now they've built it up better and stronger than ever as they secure themselves Baron buff.
And they have the Baron buff not only with now having the potential to push, but also with the dragon spawning just now. That means that they can actually go for soul point if they really wanted to, but it looks like probably no one going to rush over there, only the Maokai in the vicinity, and the Barrow is also running down there, so it's going to be a traded objective, not going to be much for them.
Traded objective indeed. Eyeing up the dragon count at 2-2. It'll be a little bit back for ADC Gap, but still just struggling to be able to make the fights work out the way they want when they have members caught out early on. They need to be able to get these fight lines for Flare, and he got picked off so early in that last fight. They're just trying to take down Paragon, but Max just doesn't have the damage.
Please, he's a Kiana. That's the sad part about the champion leg. It's fun to see it being picked, but in reality, this is what happens when you pick it.
Really needs to have that snowball, need to have that one-shot potential, and has not been able to produce it thus far as 3-item Ezreal able to stay alive. Boil the Oil still on that split push duty, doing a great job of just being able to keep pressure on these side lane turrets, and it's gotten his team a lot more gold for the effort.
Yeah, not gonna lie, it's kind of funny seeing Boyle being the one in charge of split pushing this game when, once again, there is a Fiora on the other team and Boyle has taken more turrets than the Fiora has attacked him.
Back in, Boil the Oil. Boy Wonder going to look to slow him on up. He's just going to look for the fight, though. He knows he's got Cryogen in his pocket. They see where Flare and Magudis are. They see where Kooky Krook is, and they say, we can take that 2v2 all day if we need to. Instead, he's going to TP up to the top lane to respond to Kooky Krook's split push. And I mean, that is a TP used pretty much just to catch a wave. Maybe a little opportunity to be played for here from ADC Gap as they throw out the Tempered Fate and fail to connect.
It's not the sort of TP you want to see when they want to force a play on the other side of the map, but they can continue pushing with the wave on the back.
Ooh, nice flanking ultimate there from Magudis, focusing in on Paragon. They get him with the boosting advance, and he is down. Flare gets the first kill of the fight. Supreme display of talent fluffs down Rough Beans, and this is about to be both carries off the table. ADC Gap, a great angle found by Magudis. Be able to get themselves back in the game. Teleport gonna immediately be punished, though. They are gonna lose Kooky Krook. A ill-advised teleport gets him crushed, but now they gotta get back and find a way to defend onto their inhibitor turret. The Oil going to keep up the split push going, but Rapid had his CP interrupted. He's getting on back now finally, but it's only Cryogen on the defense for right now. This inhibitor turret might end up falling if they aren't careful. Rapid is arriving to the party, advancing forward, looking for the engage on a Cryogen. Stun connects onto Magudis, but it's 2 versus 4. Do they even have the damage for this? Magudis just gonna kite it out. Max looking for the damage. Magnet's starting to pull it back in. There is going to be the Heartbreaker for the first kill of the fight. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Boil the Oil chasing alongside Rapid over the wall with the Heartbreaker, trying to lock down Magudis. He's gonna get chased out as well. Tempered Fate for the disengage. Boy Wonder saves his jungler, but Rough Beans is not done yet. He teleports into the fray, looking to lock him down with the ultimate. Throws it on down to slow up Magudis. He's going to get chased out on the other side. There's going to be Cosmic Binding, locking them down, but it's not going to be enough to save the jungler this time. The Blast Cone's going to be responsible for that. Soul Flare goes wide. Magudis still on the run, still staying alive. Another stat magic, but finally Rapid will find him.
It took them way too long, but they finally get it. Paragon, this is a Fury. What are you doing here? Has to flush
Paragon.
Oh, wait.
It's insane. They're still going. Rapid is in there. Rapid was in the form of the Maokai to get on top of Flare, and he's going to take him out. Flare's off the map. Max is going to trade it back on the other side. Rapid goes down for the shutdown. Kooky Group wants to chase Rough Beans. Rough Beans is dropping lower and lower. Boil the Oil trying to block for him, trying to create the distance that they need. Instead, he's going to have to take the all out over the wall. Now he's trying to make the 1 versus 3 happen. Has to get out to safety. Cryogen and Paragon coming in for the backup. It's going to get flashed over the wall right on top of Max. Paragon needs one more auto. He'll get him with the Mystic Shot. Now back over the wall, trying to keep the fight going, trying to take on down Kooky Group. Kooky Group going to drop pretty soon. Boil the Oil goes on a killing spree as he takes down Boy Wonder, and the siege out of the base is going to continue.
And they're going to try and stop the Fury from stopping the wave, but Boyle's still on the side as well, doing his job. He just split pushes from start to finish. He's been doing that all game long, and now goodness, maybe kills him. Yeah, he's dead.
You've got to be kidding me here. Boil the Oil has taken so many turret shots. Now he's trying to get his escape out. Flair's found him. Flair's going to be the one who has the damage. He's going to try to turn it back into his face, but it's not going to work out. Shut down for Flair.
Boil the Oil survived longer than he probably should have, but at the same time he ended up dying, and that's what matters. This game has turned into a complete calm fiesta, and I'm glad that's the case.
I'm losing it here, TDS. I mean, this game, this is going back and forth all over the place. And I mean, it's still kind of hard to predict the results. To lead the Clown Gaming, they nearly bust open the base. Haven't quite done so yet, and they're going to fight again for this dragon.
They're going to. It's going to be a fun fight, and I'm excited to see how it's going to work out, because this is just complete and utter chaos. Boil the Oil will respond with teleport, but it's probably going to be too late for the dragon.
Look to start the fight off. Kooky Crew takes a big chunk of damage there, as Soul Flare going to take him low as well. True Shot Barrage chunks out on a Boy Wonder. They're going to look to start off this dragon anyway. Flare going to be the one pumping out the damage, looking for the engage. There's going to be a big angle found by Max. Max not going to be able to knock out his remaining targets. Twisting Advance not going to connect. That's a big 3-man Magnet Storm, but Paragon's the only one raining down the damage. Rough Beans looking to help him out on the other side. The dragon will drop, but Boil the Oil has arrived to the play off the back of the teleport. Who are they going to be able to clean up here? Flare using that Blade of the Ruin King to get the additional movement speed to find his escape. Now they're going to be focusing in on towards Magudas, trying to hang down that Maokai. Another kill on the Paragon, but it's 1-for-1 with the dragon going over to ADC Gap.
Baron is up. Right now they can go for it. There's no jungle on the other side, and there's not a lot of health bars for them to try and stop this. Not even ultimate on Max, so this is actually a perfect opportunity to go for it.
They are going to start it on up. Yeah, Max has no ultimate. Like you said, Magudas is down. They're going to have to try their best to disrupt this in other ways. No ultimates available other than the Grand Challenge from Kooky Crew. He's going to have to throw that on towards Paragon. Paragon getting pinched here. Had to use the shift back away. Now he's stuck inside the pit, getting back onto the other side. Flare looking to chase him down. There's going to be Boil the Oil trying to buy space while inside the pit. Meanwhile, Rapid's tanking up everything. Paragon just deletes Max with a True Shot Barrage as the Baron goes over to the clouds. Here's Flare found by Boil the Oil. He is going to execute him off the back of the all-out. Rapid chasing down Kooky Crew. Boy Wonder stuck on the wrong side of the map. Cloud Gaming have found everything.
And they get everything plus Boy Wonder at the end. The only one that is not dead is Goodies, and that's because he was dead just a couple of seconds ago. But that's Baron plus a big teamfight victory, and they decided to back there, but that could have been an angle to try and push into the base. Well, there's still 2 members and a huge minion wave up there in the top lane, plus Boyle, which has been the best split pusher so far in this game.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from the Clouds. They piece together their fight, even when it starts looking shaky. Great job by Paragon. Find himself into a safe angle and keep the shots coming. Manages to take down Max, now taking down multiple inhibitors. This could be all 3 picked up for the Clowns. ADC Gap have got to try to mount some kind of defense, but they are still without Kooky Crew. They are still at a numbers disadvantage, and all 3 inhibitors look like they will drop TDS.
Is there a fight here? Are they going to try and force it? They're going to look for it. And it looks like
Wait for the waves too. Here comes Nature's Grasp going to lock down on a Cryogen. They're going to focus him first. Chains of Corruption come on across. There's going to be the dive on through with the crash down. There's Boil the Oil trying to find the stuns across the rest of the team. Rough Beans looking to lock down Magudas on towards the other side. They just got to keep Paragon safe, and they have not dive into the backline from Max, but Paragon stays standing, continues to fire away and manages to take him down the other side. But the front line line is dropping faster for the Clowns than it is for ADC. ADC turn it back. Cookie Creek with a solo kill on the Paragon. And Boil the Oil's got to try to stay alive. Piercing arrow guarantees he will not. It's a triple kill to Cookie Creek and a base defense for ADC Gap.
There's way too much damage on the side of ADC Gap and very little apparently on the side of Clown because they barely took down Goodies and Max died, yes, but he got the full value, almost killing Paragon. It's amazing how in this fight, it feels like even though Max is not in the best spot, he always finds Paragon. And he's still playing an assassin, so he's really close to actually closing out the kill really quickly. It's really well done, and at the end, it's actually really big that they are able to stop the Baron push just like that.
Absolutely massive for them. 31-25 on the scoreboard here. Clown Gaming, I mean, it's so hard to lose the game from having 3 inhibs, but if you lose a fight hard enough, anything is possible. They are going to have to re-steel themselves and find themselves one more decisive fight if they want to walk away with game 1 in the bag.
This looks like a series that I don't think it's going to be a 2-0 Gordo, so...
Strap in, everybody. We're going for the 9-game, the full 9-game day. Get your hot pockets in. You're going to need them because we are going to be here for a while.
Well, it makes it better for you to get your hot pockets in, right? Like, the longer the series goes, the more hungry you're going to get.
For sure. Speaking of hunger here, Clown Gaming want the end. Trying to sync up their waves. They've got a top wave coming in. They got a bot wave coming in as well. Super minions will continue to push. They will rip their way through ADC Gap's waves. Trying to come on in here. Nature's Grass thrown out. Not really going to connect onto anybody. There's going to be a stun found. Maguda's getting focused first. Goes in with the twisting advance. There's going to be that tempered fate. It's going to connect onto 2, and it's going to buy them a little bit of time for the disengage. And now following up here, the minions are starting to crash in. Rapid going to guarantee that this wave is going to be here in time. Here comes the bot minions. Here comes the mid minions. Shots coming in through from Paragon. Trying to chunk down to the remaining members of ADC Gap. True Shot Barrage going to go wide. Not going to connect onto anybody. Boil the Oil trying to distract Cookie Creek over on the other side as they focus in the damage on towards the bottom turret. All 5 members staying grouped together, just waiting for their chance to strike. First Nexus turret going to fall on down. Max needs to find the angle, goes on in for the ultimate, gets it out of 3, but gets a shot down. 3-man Magnet Storm found by Cryogen, and this is the fight that the Clowns needed. Untouched is Paragon the whole way through. 5-0 ace for Clown Gaming. Game number 1 goes their way.
And after everything, the amount of hope that ADC Gap was feeling like they were getting, every fight, every engage, every just complete lack of answering from the set of Clown finally gets answered there, and they are able to close out the game. But what a game 1. It shouldn't have gone this way with how it started, but it certainly was enjoyable and weird, to say the least.
I mean, that was a banger of a game number 1. So much fighting, so many kills coming in back and forth. We end up with, what, 61 kills when all's said and done? That is too many for a high-level competitive game. But you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it for now. A big win in game number 1 for Clown Gaming. ADC Gap, though, falling so behind early, managing to fight their way back in. I mean, you definitely have to give them the credit here for what they were able to do.
It was a really good game from both sides in certain moments on how they answered. Clown for their start and being able to find really good team fights up to a certain point, and then ADC Gap for understanding how they needed to turn around the game and being able to close out a huge deficit from the start of the game. And they got really smart team fights as well, so huge props to them for how it went. I'm pretty sure Paragon probably wrote out after that game ADC Gap just to try and show who's the better AD carry so far this series, and hopefully Flair can step up in the second game as well. Not saying he didn't play great in the first one, but he lost, so it's not an ADC Gap on his side.
Going to need to show something different here. Let's see what ADC Gap can bring to the table in game number 2. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into draft for that one. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Tell me, where do I go? Tell me, where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blind stains wash undone, being down waves.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown, where we've got game number 2 between ADC Gap and Clown Gaming getting underway for draft. Clown Gaming up 1-0 in the series, 1 win away from stamping their tickets to finals. Let's see how they want to change things up versus the game number 1 draft. So far, these bans looking exactly the same for both sides, even with the sides swapped. ADC Gap going to first pick the Karma, though, doing exactly what we saw Clown Gaming do in game number 1.
Exactly. Same bans and same pick for the blue side, because Karma is saying as a first pick on the blue side. Also, by the way, first win of the Karma on the day. Ready? Finally a team that actually gets a victory with the Karma, and it was playing in the mid lane, not in the support position, so maybe that's a signal. But with the Karma picked, the Varus follows suit, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be Karma Israel once again on the side of ADC Gap against the Varus and whatever he wants to play with.
Absolutely. Here there's going to be that Varus selection coming in for Clown Gaming. Now, what are they going to look to take alongside it? Do they want their support here? Do they want their jungle here? They put a lot of value on the Maokai on the side of ADC Gap. You could snag that away here if you think it's important. Instead, they're going to take the Azir. They're going to give that one over to Rough Beans.
Interesting that they are opting into the Azir. It's going to be 2 really good scaling champions, depending on what the Varus build is going to be or not, but you have great range to try and play with. That does mean, though, that if it's the Ezreal on the other side, there's going to be a bit of good contest for the poke, good contest for the range, and it also gives ADC Gap kind of the composition, or at the very least 2 of the 5 champions that Clown Gaming played really, really well in that first game. It's actually the same pick order as Clown in the first game.
They're stealing their whole flow, bar for bar, line for line. Yeah, ADC Gap taking the entire Clown Gaming draft from game number 1 here, and are going to try to play it up against them. Let's see if Clown know how to beat the strat that they clearly know how to win with. They have a chance now for a final pick. Is it going to be the Garen and the Cassante? I am fully here for it if we can get it. Boil the oil. Going to lock it in.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. It's going to be the Garen against the Cassante in the top lane with Ignite more than likely, and it's going to be an interesting approach here by Clown, changing a lot of what they did in the first game, particularly the fact that in the previous game it was Cassante blind for Boyle, and he got counterpicked. This time around, it's the counterpick for Boyle, so it's going to be fun seeing what he's going to be able to accomplish, as well as what they're going to pair down there in the bot lane with the Barrows, because with the Rel getting banned here, with potentially not wanting to go for something similar in terms of engage supports, I'm expecting them to go for something ranged. The question is what?
That is going to be the question here. What do they want to round things out with? I like the Kindred ban coming through from ADC Gap, or from Clown Gaming directed at ADC Gap, rather. That's going to be a dangerous pick from Magudis if he's able to get his hands on it. The Rel ban coming on across, showing some respect towards what Cryogen was able to show on that one in game number 1. Going to force Clown Gaming deeper into their champion pools. Going to take away the Renata as well.
Yep.
And I think a lot of assumptions going to be that it's Ezreal Karma bot lane. That Karma could, of course, be flexed to mid. Definitely in the cards if they're looking to steal even more of Clown Gaming's strategies here. But they can't. They can't do the full draft. They can't pick the Rel, TDS. The Rel's banned now.
They themselves hindered their own strategy of copying Clown Gaming the first game. But I like the fact that they still keep the flexibility alive with the Karma, like you were mentioning. There's even with the K'Sante, you can send K'Sante mid and the Karma top lane, technically speaking. As Diana gets picked here, that's going to be a jungle Diana. That's a great team fighting value that you get, but also not a lot of early game action. So maybe a bit of this difference to how they want to approach this game in terms of how aggressive they want to be and how they want to play team fights.
Yeah, Clown Gaming going to be the ones getting real untraditional here. Have not seen Jungle Diana in quite a while.
Yeah.
Rapid feels like he's got a good angle to take it right here. Played a couple of games of it in solo queue. Pretty good win rate, pretty good KDA. See if he's going to be able to carry that over into some organized comp, as there's going to be Talia locked in by ADC Gap. That is going to very likely be in mid lane, but could be flexed over to jungle as well. For Magudis, will be very effective into the Diana one way or the other. And Xin Zhao would round things out and would guarantee it's a Talia mid lane.
And I really like the Talia, not gonna lie. I feel like having the word ground against champions that have dashes, it's always going to be great. And also the way that she plays with range makes it so that it's a bit more difficult for the Garen and the Diana to try and reach the back lane effectively. So overall, not a bad couple of choices. I'm expecting to see the last pick to be an engaged support, just because with the Diana on your team, you do want to have another dive partner. With the Rail band away, could be an Alistar turn, but Alistar gets really bullied. So maybe a Leona, actually.
And dangerous into the Talia there as well. The Rakan will be the selection here. So looking for a little bit more hard engage. The Rakan Diana duo diving into your back line, shuffling you back, or pulling you in for a big shuffle from the Azir, and then Garen to round things out. It's a very good team fight strategy coming through from Clown Gaming. The question is, how often are they going to be able to execute it with how safe the Ezreal can be, and with all of these potential engage angles that ADC Gap can put together for themselves.
Exactly. The angles are not going to be consistently great to find, but with the Rakan and the Diana, you do have option to try and force the engages. And Rakan does give you the leeway of being able to engage, but also disengage really effectively with the huge mobility that he does have. Still, I feel like the idea for Clown is not necessarily bad. The problem is that the Talia is going to find so much value this game. Same for the Xin Zhao. I feel like those two champions, with the push away mechanic that they have plus the work ground, can make it really, really difficult for the Diana and the Rakan to find great value.
It definitely can, and it's definitely going to be a big risk for them there. Picking this Diana, I mean, they have to believe that Rapid has got the experience on it and that it's going to be able to make the difference. They saw the Ezreal face up. They saw that it was going to be K'Sante, and they still decided, you know what, Diana's our pick to be able to get the dive in here and to be able to find the fights that we need. So they clearly think that they can make this pick work, that they can make it happen, even blind into whatever jungler Magudis can bring to the table. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case here for Rapid.
We have to wait and see if the Diana can be the carry that everyone wants to see. I'm surprised that we didn't, if the Diana ended up coming through, I'm surprised they didn't just wait till the second phase to pick their mid laner, because it's typically the Yasuo or Diana combo, right? So it's kind of weird that they didn't opt into that as well in the process.
Yep. We're getting into the in-client draft here. We'll see if there's any last-minute swap-a-roonies here while we get the chance, but I don't think there's too much even on the table. I mean, you can see perhaps the Karma K'Sante Talia swap it about a bit, but not going to end up happening. It's going to be Kasante top, Xinjiao jungle, Talia mid. That will make it the Ezreal Karma bot lane. So, will be an interesting one. It's now ADC gap that I think have by far the more standard of the two compositions. That was enough to favor Clown Gaming in game number 1. Will Clown Gaming be able to take a little bit more of a non-traditional draft? Will they be able to find the engage angles? I do like to see Max on the Azir. This is a pick that was really big for him during his time in ACL. I'd be very interested to see if he's still got the sauce with it, coming in with a little bit of a different team composition this time.
Could be this could be a match where both of these teams decided to take turns to see who can play the weird composition with the Bears and who can win with it. Because like you're mentioning, it's not typical to see some of these champions paired together. There's Azir and Bears which are consistent, but this is the weird comp that we don't get a lot of chances to see. Whereas you have the Ezreal, Karma, Talia, Xinjiao, and K'Sante on one side. This is a meta comp through and through.
Oh, yeah.
So it's much more typical to see and has way more leeway to try and pull off certain things compared to the other comp. But we'll have to wait and see how does ADC Gap perform, because in the early stages, Clown just run the show really effectively in matches where we thought they didn't even have a counter pick and they were able to really play really well. So hopefully that's the case here as well.
And now we're going to get to see the opposite side of the Flare versus Paragon matchup, right? It was Flare on the Varus, Paragon on the Ezreal last game, and Paragon able to come out ahead in a lot of those crucial fights. Now swapping those two roles as who is going to be playing which champion, as well as swapping sides. Let's see if Flare is going to be able to come out on top this time, or if Paragon is going to continue to come on out ahead. The Cryogen versus Boy Wonder battle, an exciting one as well. Both of these guys kind of newer to the scene, both kind of came up through ACL, and now both going to be looking to move on to the finals. I have to see who's going to be able to come out on top, because it can only be one of them. Cryogen hoping that it's going to be him with a second win here to finish off the series.
Yeah, that would be the most ideal for him certainly. And so far, Clown has looked really good. Obviously, they have their Clown moments. They are named Clown for a reason. They have these moments, but overall, they are a really consistently good team, and they know how to play in certain situations. So, going to be an exciting matchup, and I want to see ADC Gap stepping up to the plate as well.
I do. I think they showed a lot in that game number 1, right? They were set pretty far behind early on. They were able to fight their way back and even take the gold lead for a period of time. They weren't able to sustain that the whole way through, and I think a lot of that came from the fact that they weren't able to get the snowball onto their Fiora and onto their Kiana the way that draft wanted them to, even though Varus was able to get into a really solid position, even though they were able to keep the gold. Even isn't enough. You needed to be snowballing a lead through Max to be able to come out ahead. Now you don't have that obligation, right? You've got the K'Sante, who's just going to be what he is no matter what happens in the early game. You've got Max on a more traditional mage who's going to be able to rain out damage from beyond. And you've got Flare, who has all that self-peel with the Ezreal to give him the autonomy to be able to play out the game that he wants. I think this is a better draft for ADC Gap, assuming that the game plays out similarly to game number 1.
Exactly. If there's a pretty similar pattern, then the game should be really beneficial for the side of ADC Gap, particularly touching on that point of Flare having his own agency to play the game, right? Because one of the big things in the previous game was Max on the Kiana being able to find Paragon on the Ezreal. Even though he had agency, he still was found a couple of times. But at the end of the day, it's an Ezreal against an assassin. When the Ezreal can self-peel and he doesn't fear the huge amount of bursts that can come through, he can play the teamfights really effectively, and that's one thing that I'm scared for with the Diana on the other side of the map for Clown, because yes, Diana and Rapid may be able to find Flare in a couple of occasions, but you have to be consistent in how you're able to accomplish that, and Ezreal is one of the best champions to deny that consistency.
Absolutely can be here. Let's have to see how well are Clown going to be able to synchronize up their engages, find their flank angles, and be able to get the success that they need. The side lane domination of Garen, something else to keep your eye on here. What are they going to be able to produce out of the side of Boil the Oil in this matchup up against Kuki Krug? I feel like we've seen these two go toe-to-toe a million times in each championships over the years, and now once again going to be facing off here with the Garen counter pick into the K'Sante for the side of Boil. Will Boyle be able to come out on top?
That's going to be the other question mark here, because I feel like Boyle just in the first game played out really, really well with the fact that he didn't give up any sort of weird kills, was able to even control the Fiora for quite a lot. And even though it goes against a bit of what Kisanto is supposed to do, he was a great split pushing factor. He actually took so much gold on turrets alone because he was able to put pressure on the other side of the map. Now with Garen, that should be technically much easier since there's a champion that it's composed to do that a bit more. But I want to see if he's able to also impact the teamfights as effectively. Reaching the backline shouldn't be easy because there's kiting tools, but he also can destroy the backline really quickly with the amount of damage that we know Garen can make or can do.
Absolutely here. We had a bit of a fiesta in game number 1. Was really back and forth. A little bit of clowning around for sure out of Clown Gaming, tossing the lead, taking it back over and over again. Now going to hope to have themselves a cleaner snowballier win here. But if we get a lot of that violence back and forth again, it'll descend into chaos really fast. And that's really where Boil the Oil could shine on this Garen. I mean, we've seen Garen's clean up some absolutely nuts fights if they do kind of collapse just enough. Especially if Flair is able to get taken down. He's going to be the one that's best equipped to be able to kite this out up against the Garen. I don't think others are going to be able to have too much success there. So he's just going to be too quick. It's going to be hard to unraveled earth him. It's going to be hard to seismic shove him out of the way. He's just going to run you down as the Talia or as anybody else on this composition. So a lot of tools going to be in the hands of Flair here to be able to come up huge. See if he is going to be able to do it here in his second matchup of the stream. Second matchup of the semifinals.
100%. That's going to be the fun part out of this. The fact that we're on the second game, backs against the wall for a gap, and this is where they need to show up really effectively. So could be a really fun. It's going to be a really fun matchup based on that first game, and I'm excited to see if we go all the way. I'm kind of thinking it's going to go all the way, but we have to wait and see still.
Absolutely, as we are getting onto the Rift for game number 2. ADC Gap taking on Clown Gaming. A win for Clown here will take them to the finals. We just got word from the other matchup, Mirage Alliance up 1-0 over ISU. We could have some quick semifinals here if these games end the way certain teams are hoping, TDS.
Yeah, ideally they want to have the best in their favor, as we see a similar push to what we saw in the previous series, waiting, 5 men waiting for some sort of invade, but Karma Ezreal are not the bot lane that tends to invade. This could be much more so a late invade, maybe.
We're just blowing cooldowns for fun here. All right, Clowns. They threw out their hail of arrows. They threw out their judgment. And now even if there is a face check, they're going to be short a couple of tools. They're just going to recall, get back to the party.
Minions have spawned.
You're just going to wait there and just see what happens, pretty much. Nothing out of the ordinary here then. It's just the staring contest that we typically get to see.
Yeah, a little bit less spicy early games coming on out. I found that to be the pattern for a lot of this new season so far. Very much fewer attempts to go a little bit deeper into the enemy jungle to get some of that early information. Looks like all of these lanes will be starting out on even terms. Eyes on Rapid. And how effectively he's going to be able to clear up against Magudas.
And it's going to be a pretty similar start to the previous game, although level 2 was the point where the lane kind of ticked in favor of the side of Clown. So now with the level 2 potential, we have to wait and see who's going to get it and who's going to get the most out of it. Looking like it's probably going to be AT Gap getting that level 2 advantage.
Cool little move there from Max. He just hard shoved the first wave, moved over, warded the blue buff. Now he knows Rapid's on that side of the map. Magudas might go for an invade on the red off of that because they're going to be able to just consistently keep this mid lane pushed in the first couple of levels for that Talia.
Yeah, it looks like almost like 2 out of the 3 lanes are getting pushed so consistently here, and Flair and Boy Wonder are doing such a good job at pushing so much of the damage onto Paragon and making him suffer at this point in the lane. We know where to cut the Diana Haze like you're calling out, but it doesn't look like Magudas wants to try and force it. He probably wants to try and go over to his bottom and maybe look for a potential gank after the wave bounces.
Yep, looks like that is going to be the move here, but the information going to be valuable for everybody nonetheless. Rapid just trying to get his clear done as quickly as possible. You can get that done pretty fast on the Diana, especially if you're optimizing your ability to dash over walls and stuff with the Lunar Rush, which we saw a little shot of Rapid doing there. He's going to continue on his clear. Will probably be the first one to hit level 4. But will there be anything to do off of it? Probably not. Boil the oil, just keeping the wave shoved in, notably on the Flash Ignite. So really looking to be aggressive up against Cookie Crook.
Not gonna lie, I need to understand a bit of why teams are fine letting Ezreal Karma be played. This is so obnoxious.
Yeah, definitely can be. Here we go. Boil looking in, Rapid waiting in the ping brush. Neither going to find much of anything, but they will return some good damage here in the bottom side on towards Cryogen.
They have to dash a little bit to the side. Boil and Cookie Crook just waiting for the time. There is flash on the Gisante.
All right, he's probably going to have to use it here. Going to go unstoppable, pushes Rapid underneath the turret, makes him take 2 shots, and he doesn't even need to flash. He just go ults on out of there.
And that was really, really easy there. And now Rapid, even though he's not super far behind to the Shin, this could be the setup. Actually, he ends up backing him good. I'm surprised he didn't try and maybe thread a little bit more down there as Boil.
Yeah, here's an engage from Boil once again, going to try to keep Cookie Crook low on HP. The opposite happening on the opposite side of the map. Yeah, I agree with you. An interesting recall to come through from Magudis there, deciding they don't want to try to push their odds up against Paragon and Cryogen. They will just continue to farm it out here. Nice plate gold going over towards Flare and Boy Wonder, but the kill pressure is just not there.
Well, they still do have the pushing power, like you were mentioning, and the fact that they are taking so much health off of Paragon, plus denying him CS, it's still so valuable to try and play with. So, realistically, they are doing such a good job as Boil.
Yeah, going to force the flash out of Cookie Crook there. Doesn't even need the jungler. Finally, we're going to get that summoner out one way or the other. And Max finding some very nice reach in mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to come back with the teleport. That's such a good advantage for what is happening on the other side of the map, and Boyle doing such a good job showing up with the champion with the counter pick that he went for himself.
Absolutely here. So yeah, I do want to keep an eye now that level 6 has been hit by Max, what he's going to look to do around the map, how he's going to try to swing some of these matchups in his team's favor. Already backing up Magudis on a little bit of an engage here, or an invade rather, able to take away these birds.
Goodies doing the same thing that Rapid did to him in the previous game, where he was stealing some of the jungle camps from the enemy jungle. That being said, he was much worse in the previous game compared to this one, and he was able to salvage it really, really well. And right now he's doing a really good job answering to the play down here in the bot side. I'm not sure they know that the dragon is going down, but the fact that he's able to answer with some of the grubs is still really good.
Yeah, Rapid starting up onto this dragon, just trying to solo it down using the passive, and it looks like he will be able to do that. Gonna get first dragon over to the squad. The Ocean Drake going to help out in the lanes just a little bit. Remaining calm across the rest of the board. Paragon and Cryogen finally getting a wave crashed on in. Boy Wonder is going to look to stop it though and get the freeze. They are going to go in for the engage off the grand entrance, trying to melt out Boy Wonder. He flashes out to safety, but there's going to be the piercing shot to finish him off. Flare now got to hide out underneath the turret. The wave will crash. First blood goes to Paragon, and everything they've built for themselves, the bottom lane, is for naught.
And they saw the window. There was one slight window opportunity of Flare. Rapid is in a great spot, but here comes Magudis.
He doesn't have the moonfall, but they're going to look for the dive anyway. Paragon, the first one tanking up the turret. The dive back in from Rapid finishes off Flare, and now they've got to head for the hills before they end up giving up way too much. Boy Wonder should be able to finish off this kill on a Rapid. They're just going to try to make sure Paragon and Cryogen can get themselves out to safety. Good blocks there from Cryogen, knowing that he can battle dance his way back over to Paragon to break the tether, and they will get on out. Back in, back out. All right, Cryogen playing with a little bit of fire there, but will get himself underneath the turret.
Boy Wonder is pretty much just trying to keep them in that place for as long as possible, because he knows that when the Ezreal comes back, it's going to be much more effective for them, and maybe even a dive attempt with no summoners on Paragon or the Rakan. Okay, no, they are able to escape there, but that was a bit dicey with how it was going, and Boy Wonder doing his best to just make Paragon not be able to back at all.
Ooh, this is level 6 Magudis against a level 5 Rapid. I don't know if he can challenge for his own blue buff here. Instead, he's going to go over to the Wolves, trying to hit that Moonfall power spike and see if he can find something. But his bot lane's got to get out of there, too. It's better to just give these up.
Yeah, they end up giving up quite a bit thanks to the way that it just lasted for so long. I feel a bit too much overstaying by the side of Clown Gaming, and it ends up costing them not only the blue buff like you were mentioning, but also a huge amount of the plays, huge amount of farm for the Varus right now. He lost out on a really big wave. He's still getting some, but it was much bigger than this, and he ends up losing quite a bit because of how long the play ends up going. And the Ezreal getting quite a bit of value as well.
Yep, Paragon still finds himself slightly ahead thanks to the gold he got off of the assist in the first blood, but definitely losing out on a fair bit there as Flair doing his best to keep things close to even. Will now get pushed back away off the back of that wave, getting cleared on out, but Paragon and Cryogen feeling a little bit more confident in the lane now that they've been able to get some items on it towards their Varus, giving him just a little bit more strength to be able to take these fights.
But will the Shin and the Tier be enough to go against the Bamp and the Pickaxe? That's kind of my big question mark here. Right now, the Varus is going to be dealing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, no, Paragon's so much stronger now than he was during that early stage of the lane, where he was finding himself a lot more victimized. See here, still brawling back and forth here. Boil the Oil coming out ahead in the overall trade, and Rapid looking around. Now has access to that ultimate. Wants to find a good excuse to use it. Decides that here and now on a Kooky Crew, probably not the time.
They still knew that Rapid was on that side because of the Vision. Oh, Paragon.
Ivan from Max coming in for the gank. There's going to be a nice seismic shove back in, and Paragon is not long for this world. He will drop. Cryogen able to get out to safety, dodging out on the True Shot Barrage, but a good kill found by ADC Gap, giving more money over to this Ezreal and setting up for them to be able to take more turret plates, maybe even the whole dang first turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, realistically, really could be the whole turret there. Boy Wonder, he's dead.
Wow, a way overdrive for Boy Wonder, and now Flair staying too long as well. He blinks out, he will stay alive, but he's taking up the minions. He goes down as an execute, but does get the plate gold. What is that?
So the play gold, it's worth. I think he also getting the execute is not necessarily a bad thing if he thought that there was going to be some collapse on top of him, just in case. Rough Beans, it's probably dead.
Oh, shove back in. Rough Beans thinks he can take the one-on-one with Max, flashes out to safety and takes him down. Rough Beans with the outplay.
Outplayed and outdone in that situation. Rough Beans even gets the kill, so now a bit more equal. Oh, Boy Wonder.
Rapid finds Boy Wonder. He's going to be able to ult it back in, keep that karma up close and personal as the dive forward from Cryogen will nearly find him and will force out the flash.
Boy Wonder having to flash in that situation. The ultimate does go down, which for Rapid is a kind of a big loss. Like, that's a difference maker for you when you're playing the Diana really early on. But still, that's quite a good amount of value for a future play down here in the bot side, and they also get a plate. So overall, Clown Gaming is finding value in ways that maybe they shouldn't be able to with how the initial early game went, and now the Dragon could potentially go in their favor once again.
ADC Gap going to look to get themselves onto 6 grubs in trade for this second Dragon, so we'll have that additional pushing power. The question is, will they get the opportunity to use it? They are now falling behind here in mid and in bot.
Exactly, and Rough Beans is someone that we haven't talked much. The previous game he played the Karma, which isn't necessarily the best carry performance player, but the Asir could be his best opportunity to try and showcase his prowess this game. And with a solo kill and looking for potential plays later on, especially having a lead, he really can end up being such a big difference maker.
Really can. So back to the old farm game for the time being, and hadn't checked in on top in a while, but Boy the Oil's just been steadily building himself up a little bit of a lead as well. He's got that stride breaker now to be able to extend his trades and make sure that Judgment is hitting for more ticks, and he's been rewarded with a little bit of a CS lead for it.
Yeah, actually being able to even force some smaller trades onto the K'Sante is not a bad thing. Overall, able to find quite a lot of value. There's vision there, so the Hurricane has to be extra careful about it, but not going to turn into much. And the fact that Boyle hasn't gotten a solo kill, it's a good thing for Cookie Crew, because that's kind of the whole purpose of taking the Ignite. But nothing extremely bad has happened just yet.
Absolutely. So all in the bottom lane, diving in on the Boy Wonder, trying to melt him down fast and easy. They will be able to get it over to Paragon. As Flare now going to be the next target. Magudis coming in to try to turn things back around. Flash away from Cryogen. Flash away from Paragon, buying time for Rapid to be able to rejoin as they're going to throw themselves right in onto Magudis, pulling him back, shuffling him from Rough Beans, and 2 kills go to Clown Gaming.
And that was with flashes all around, because it was the engage by Rapid flashing plus the engage from Rothbins plus the flashing. Everyone flashing on the right spot to push them back into the perfect position for the team. Really well played by Clown, and now finally putting themselves farther ahead in the lead.
Great stuff from Clown Gaming here, looking to run away with it. And that was the first priority play that has been made by Magudis all game long. We talked about how the Xin Zhao in the early game would be stronger than Diana while she waits to get up to ultimate and kind of has to farm. Magudis accomplishes virtually nothing during that time. He stole away the chickens, and that's the best he can produce. And now Rapid fully online, 2-1-1, has the Proto Bell completed for more ultimate effectiveness. And Clown Gaming are off to the lead, 2K in ahead. They are well set up coming into this mid-game.
Exactly, they are in a really good position, and they are looking to try and make it even farther ahead with this sort of lead. And the important thing with the Diana is always that it's something that I try to bring up with this sort of champion, like Hecarim, like the Diego. It's that their power spikes are not only the level 6, but it's also the component that they get, because the champion keeps on getting stronger with each component. And the fact that Rapid really wasn't affected by how the flow of the game went, it just meant that he was going to get enough time to reach that level 6 mark. The fact that he didn't opt into weird fights, into trying to blow time without any reason, just made it so that the Diana could find the value that now she's having.
Absolutely here. Really a great early game showing here from the Clowns, denying the effectiveness of that Xin Zhao, making sure that their Diana would be able to scale up. And they are getting paid in dividends for it. Rough Beans also winning out that one-on-one, coming up huge. The bot lane engagement earlier on. Really good stuff from him on the Azir. Up against Max on one of his signature champs, the Talia. I mean, this is one of the picks that they were able to challenge Mirage Alliance. And this is peak Mirage Alliance, like NACL qualifying Mirage Alliance, with Neo still on that team. This squad, or at least the bones of this squad, were able to take that team to task using stuff like Max's Talia, but Clown Gaming are withstanding it excellently here.
Yeah, the good thing though now for the setup ADC Gap is that with the Diana being on the other side of the map, they are able to force the bot lane turret, and they get a good amount of gold for the Ezreal. They have to play for this Ezreal to be the carry that they really want to. Oh, Herald.
Tokyo tripped in from Rapid, going to be able to take down this turret. Now Max isolated underneath the turret. Magudis coming in for the backup. There's going to be a shuffle backwards. Rough Beans has to try to buy himself a little bit of additional distance. Rapid is shadowing here, calling over Boil the Oil to be able to turn it around. Flash away from Rough Beans, matches the flash from Max, as here comes Cryogen, looking to get the fight started. Throws in for the quickness, gets on top of everybody. Over the wall onto Rapid goes Kasante, and Kooky Kroop will be able to clean up that kill. It's a winning fight so far for ADC Gap. Boil the Oil going to join them. 3-for-0 comes through for ADC Gap, as they are not done yet in this series.
Well, it ends up being a 5v4 because on the other side of the map, Paragon is by himself. And I get the idea of trying to play around it. They get the turret in a really good fashion, but Clown, and this is something that happened in the previous game, they know sometimes what they want to do, but sometimes they just let the Clown music play and actually just commit to things that don't work out that well. They don't realize that they are in a numbers disadvantage. They take a really bad trade, and they end up paying the price miserably for it.
Absolutely giving up multiple kills now. A lot of those going over to Flare, setting him up to be successful coming into this later game. Just got the announcement, Mirage Alliance 2-0 in the semifinals. They will be waiting for the winner of this series. Clown Gaming need to be able to re-solidify themselves here. They've lost the gold lead. They have to refocus, be able to get themselves into that finals, to get themselves that date with Mirage. They do get themselves onto Soul Point with that dragon.
And it's Mountain Soul Point, and that's one of the things that they can make use of to try and dissuade some of the damage and the potential value from the Ezreal and the Talia. It's having that extra, those extra resistances, the shield, those things end up mattering quite a bit. And then if they can rush the Elder for a point where both the Varus, the Diana, and the Seer can be really, really strong, then that way they can force a really effective fight in their favor.
They absolutely can here. Oh, never mind. We were being griefed. Mirage Alliance 1-1 versus ISU. That series is not over. That series is going to game number 3. Everybody tell Flay in the chat.
Everybody blames Flay.
Slating us. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's not on us. That's on Flay, baby.
This is only Flay's fault, and we are just the messengers. It's all on
Absolutely.
him. Max.
Speaking of something being somebody's fault, Max getting caught out here. Whoa.
Ooh.
Really needed that Seraph's shield to get him out there, and it will be just enough.
Is that the new and improved Seraph's shield? It looks like it because it actually worked out. So, saving the life from Max, stopping the Garen from getting the one shot, and that could have been a really nice opportunity there for Boil the Oil to actually make a difference. But with the flash down for both of them, now there could be a good opportunity to try and punish this Garen with no flash.
Could be a big opportunity. 1 minute to go until that Baron is going to be on the table. That's going to be a big objective for both squads here. Sending multiple members up onto the top side. They want to dive on a Kooky Krook here, it looks like. But without a wave, I don't think anything's really going to be produced. And instead, 4 members now of ADC Gap rushing through mid. Nobody really there to respond. It pushed and pulled around the map a bit, our Clown Gaming, and they're not coming out any better for it.
Yeah, I think that at the very least they do get the top lane turret, but yeah, that was a weird sequence of events. They end up losing the blue buff on their bot side. They probably are going to trade that up, but they have complete control of the top side, don't get me wrong. But it's not like they found a ton of value. That was a turret that they could have gotten by just sending Rough Beans and Cryogen. They didn't need to have 4 members up there to get that turret.
Yeah, but I mean, they really only lose about half of the mid-inner, too. And Boil the Oil, a little bit more threatening than I gave him credit for. They choose to back on away when they see him closing out the wave. They don't feel any ability to actually be able to harass him and take him away from that wave. And perhaps they're right about that. I mean, the courage just gives you so much additional resistances. They just don't think that they can fight him.
Yeah, it's not like they actually end up getting any more than just a tiny bit of damage, so... Agree. At the end, it actually isn't that bad for the side of Clown Gaming. As long as they are able to get us equal or tiny bit rougher trades, they are still in a good spot. They even have the gold lead in their favor still, even with what happened in the fight in the mid lane. So they're doing a good enough job.
I want to highlight Rough Bean's performance once again here. He's done so well to just keep himself ahead in CS on top of the individual plays that we've gotten to see on cam. I mean, he's got himself about a 40 CS lead to his name right now. On this Azir, he's got the Lich Bane already completed. He's just much stronger in these fights than Max is. On a highlight, I mean, relatively new mid laner, right? The only real open competition I've seen him in was when he's a sub for Pulse Star. Really coming up huge here so far in game number 2.
That's the kind of thing we like to see when Guru's not going to find anymore. That's the kind of thing we like to see with ACL, that we actually get the chance to see some of these newer mid laners before they actually just jump in the stage, because Josie was part of that. Same for Samakin as well.
Absolutely, we've seen it. You know, Onat, all sorts of folks have been able to come on up through these tier 3 leagues. Rough Beans maybe going to be the next one here. He is going to be in this next upcoming ACL split, so based on this game, based on this series so far, definitely keep an eye on this guy's Cryogen. Going to be forced to blow the flash there. Seismic Shove would have been the death of him. Setting up with his next dragon. Rough Beans taking another big chunk of damage. He's going to have to skirt out the safety, but Gudis getting his engage onto Rapid, and Clown Gaming feel like they were not ready for this fight. Here's Boil the Oil on the flank, going to focus down on the Max. They dive everything on top of him. It's a 1-for-1 as Cryogen goes down. The all-out has already been blown by Cookie. They get destroyed by Boil the Oil. A triple kill with a Garen Flare getting chased down on the other side, and Rapid going to smite him down, giving that kill over to Paragon. 4-for-0 to the Clowns.
and they were looking for something but find everything in the process. Only Boy Wonder ends up escaping with his life, and that was a big fight for Clown Gaming, not only securing the team fight victory, securing this red buff as well, but crucially securing the Mountain Soul. And huge props for Boyle. He played the team fight super well, waiting on the back. He didn't go in immediately, waited till they committed some of their value on the side so that he wasn't going to be interrupted by Max on the Talia, by Boy Wonder trying to run away. Everything just played off really effectively, and at the end they secured the Mountain Soul really well. That being said though, they went for the Baron buff play here, and this could be actually an opportunity now with the reset timing for ADC Gap to look for the Baron. Teleport back by Rockbeans.
Right, he's looking for
Boyle has a teleport.
I mean, here comes the side of the Clowns. They want to be able to not give this one up for free. Rapid with a potential to steal. Do they want to flip this on the side of ADC Gap? It looks like they do, putting all their faith in the smite hands of their jungler. Magunis, can he take it? Absolutely not! Rapid steals away the Baron against a 4-man ultimate. He's going to give his life for it. But Baron buff on the Clown Gaming. Rapid comes up huge, and Magunis is not done fighting yet. Max going to ride that Weaver's wall back into the fight, looking to get it started, but Rough Bean still staying strong. Going to get dove on top of. There's going to be the all-out coming out of Cookie Crook, and they're going to be able to take him down. Back over the wall goes Cryogen, trying to keep himself safe and alive. Paragon doesn't want any part of this fight, but look at the side lane. Boil the Oil still pushing on towards Inhibitor. He's run out of minions, but Paragon, is he run out of opponents as he's taking them both down incredibly low. Cryogen chased on towards the other side. He's going to try to take him down. Cookie Crook is going to try to take down Cryogen, rather. Magunis is here for the backup. Paragon's fight's over. He wasn't able to find any kills. I don't even know what the count is at the end of that, but the Baron buff is still being worn by Cloud Gaming.
And we're back to game one, Gordo. Chaos and Shuing. What the hell happened there? Flare almost died there. And it's just chaos. They stole the Baron buff, but they win the team fight, and they also get the kill onto Robins. But Garen is bot side pushing the wave. He has the Baron buff. Everything is a complete mess, and we don't know what the hell is going on anymore.
Yeah, not so easy doing the play-by-play now, is it, TDS? This is a mess. This game is a disaster. As Cryogen's gonna have to jump back over the wall. The Clowns are giving us what we were promised. No ADC Gap and Cloud Gaming going back and forth at it. It's starting to look a lot more like game number one by the second.
It really is, and I'm all in for this, Gordo. Like you're mentioning, I'm not a PvP, so I don't have to narrate most of the things that happen here.
Oh boy. All right, well, Dragon Soul went over to Cloud Gaming at some point, by the way. That's a thing to consider. Yeah, the Mountain Soul. Big difference maker there. They're wearing both epic buffs now with the Dragon Soul and the Baron secured. Boil the Oil's in a little deep, but I mean, he's going to take on all comers. He's willing to fight up against Magunis here and just say, I'll shrug this off all day long. Here comes the ally over the wall. Boil the Oil pulled in by the all-out, flashes out to safety. Here comes the quickness coming through from Cryogen. There's going to be the dive back in with the Moonfall, not finding the damage the Rapid needs. Rapid sucked further away from his team, taken down by ADC Gap as they're going to look for more. Weaver's wall cuts off the rest of the squad, but will get Boil the Oil on the other side of it. Rough Bean still just fishing around with these soldiers. Paragon gets the inner turret, but has to be careful, stepping up, trying to fight against Max. They can burst him out, and he's certainly correct. Paragon on a killing spree, but he will fall down on the other side. Slayer being able to pick that shutdown. Clown Gaming still not done. 3 versus 4. They want more blood. They want more action. Boil the Oil advancing, but can't get his way onto the squishies. He doesn't have access to the flash. There's just no fight to be had here.
There's nothing that they can do anymore. Paragon may have gone in the 1-for-1, but he ends up dying, and they also kill Rapid way before in the fight. So technically speaking, that's a big victory for the side of ADC Gap, because they not only get 2 Baron buffs off the map, but they are able to stop some of the pressure. And one of the things we were mentioning before is that with the soul down, that means that there's now an Elder spawning in 2 minutes, and that is a teamfight that either side can win. And whoever gets the other, that's a game-winning buff.
Should be. We'll have to keep a few members alive with it, be able to actually win out on the fight, but definitely a very powerful tool to have at their disposal. Crypt Bloom now done for Rough Beans. Going to be giving them that additional magic pen, going to make it easier to work their way through the Kasante and through the Xin Zhao. Is everybody just trying to get their arms race as far as they can for coming up on this Elder Dragon. 90 seconds to go.
It's gonna be a fight to the death for it. Oh, and Goodness goes in.
Teleport in. This is
Teleport.
Kooky Crew. They are going to back away with that. True Shot Barrage taking down Cryogen pretty low.
Oh, Garen has the TP.
Yeah, Garen cannot get over here, but Boil the Oil is a menace in the side lanes, as he's shown us before. And Cloud Gaming, I mean, they don't even seem to realize that it matters. They've been taking the fights 5 versus 4 and finding mixed results.
I don't know anymore. Like, yes, but at the same time, like, I'm not sure who ends up winning, because yes, Boil the Oil is making the damage on the side, but since he's not getting into the base, I don't think it ends up mattering that
He's
much.
going to show up for the Elder fight. He's on his way. Cryogen going to face check here. Maguda's diving in. Grand Entrance not used defensively, trying to knock back up the Xin Zhao. He will battle dance his way to safety. He's just fine.
Radiant Spears not one and nothing at all. Like, it's actually surprising to see him fighting some of these fights. Oh,
I mean, they want Paragon. There's the Crescent Guard. Maguda's going to use that one to keep himself safe. There's the dive in from Kooky Crew. Rapid gets to the middle of the team. He doesn't actually get the Moonfall off in time. Pulled back over the wall. Going to throw it down a little bit late. Gets a little bit of damage on across. Kooky Crew getting melted down. Flair has been found by Rough Beans. Rough Beans took down the major carry in the game off on his own while we were distracted by the Diana. And that's all that Cloud Gaming needs to take everything on the map. Max is going to be able to trade for Paragon, but he will drop for it. And there's going to be Rough Beans hunting down the last member. This is going to be an ace for the Clowns. They don't even need the Elder Dragon. They're going to look for the base.
Rock Beans is way too good, and I'm feeling like ADC Gap was in the same boat as us, Gordo, because they were looking too much into the Diana and didn't realize that Rock Beans kills Flair by himself. Flash was blown even, but the mid laner carrying the game in such a great fashion. 5-1 and 6, 2-0 for Cloud Gaming, and that's finals time for them.
And they're going to be the first ones awaiting the winner of ISU Mirage Alliance. Cloud Gaming, 2-0 undefeated in the bracket, are going to be marching their way to finals, looking to take the Hot Pockets Showdown.
The dark horse of the previous ACO, one of the teams that we kind of have been hyping up really nicely with how they've been playing, and now the addition of Robin's looking to be quite a nice addition so far with this team. They play really well around him, and even if something happens with Boyle, if something happens with Paragon, he seems to be stepping up. Huge props to the Clowns. This is looking really exciting for the future ACL.
Absolutely. Love what Cloud Gaming have been able to put together for us here. Some of the most dangerous teams in the ACL have got to have Cloud Gaming pegged as a potential threat here with what they have been able to piece together. Very, very good stuff. And wow, I mean, get excited. We're going to see Cloud Gaming again here once it's time to get over to those finals. But first, we need to find out whether it's going to be ISU or going to be Mirage Alliance facing off against them.
Exactly, and since Flay hinted us pretty much, we have to wait and see who's going to be on the other side.
Yeah, it's definitely Flay's fault that it's going to game 3. It's not just his fault that we were misinformed. It's his fault that the game is even continuing on. Don't you guys forget that. So stay tuned in. If you want to pop out to RJS's stream, I believe RJS is streaming his POV of that other semifinals match. See how those results are coming along for game number 3. But be sure to show back up here in just a short bit of time, because we are going to be broadcasting the finals right here. TDS and I will be there for the BO3. You don't want to miss it. So we're going to throw it to an extended break, and we will see you guys when it's finals time.
chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my life. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure, charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage bursts through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow.
get a sun. If the sunshine, let me know. All my thoughts move in the darkness of pouring down of a storm. My soul is. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? Now I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud in the stormy rain. Stepping away, stepping away, stepping away from this fight. Hidden away, hidden away, hidden away with your light. Killing me, hope I thought that was inside. Killing me, hope that I had in my life. I'm sick 'cause you're wasting my time inside my. Should I pretend like we're just dancing in the sunlight? Now I'm done waiting, and every day until I realize you're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud in the stormy rain. If there's blood in the water, the sharks will know. My happy thoughts are the place I roam. Hoping this rain will wash out the history, history. I'll find my happy place. Oh, my happy place. I'll find my happy place. Oh, my happy place. You're the rain on my happy days. Dark cloud in the stormy rain.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I smell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you.
automatic, illusion of control, so enigmatic, buying everything you sold. Who's to blame? I don't know. Are we both stuck in the same? No escape, nowhere to go from here, and it goes on and on, and we sing along. On and on, and we sing along. Guess I'm moving on. The circus never stops. Ooh, entertainers. We are sick, medicators. Oh, I feel like I'm biased, and I feel all the broken smiles inside of me. Fill this dream with tales of screens, and I am lost in reality. Vultures fly around, picking us one by one. Who's to blame? Maybe me. Am I stuck in a world that I feed? No escape, nowhere to go from here, then it goes on and on, and we sing along. On and on, and we sing along. Guess I'm moving on. The circus never stops.
walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. You walking on the moon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown, where we have got our grand finals kicking off between Clown Gaming and Mirage Alliance. It looks like Clown Gaming have won the coin toss and are going to be choosing a blue side for game number 1. And the draft is already underway. Malka and Callista banned away by the Clowns. Zach banned away by Mirage. TDS was a close 3-game series between Mirage and ISU. Mirage coming out on top. Now the Clowns going to look to take down Giants here. Mirage have won an ACL title. They've been top 3 in the most recent ACL. They are an NACL team. What can the Clowns do up against them? We're going to have to find out.
Clown them. That's what they will try to do, and I'm going to keep on making the clown jokes just because I think they are funny about it. That being said, they've been looking really good so far in the tournament, and in the previous ACL they were looking really good. So far unbeaten. They are a team that has consistent strengths. They have really weird moments, but overall they know what they want to play with. And on the other side, Mirage Alliance is no one to step over. Like you were mentioning, they are a really strong team, and as long as they find the kind of value that they want, they can deliver accordingly. As we see the last remaining ban coming through, a lot of focus towards the bot lane with 380 carry potentially getting banned, plus 2 jungle champions as well, and like a male, which we haven't seen match of in reality.
Not too much at all. So we're going to have to wait and see how exactly they're going to try to navigate this draft. It is going to be a Karma coming up early on here as the lock-in for the Clowns. Still so highly prioritized, but Mirage Alliance, they see an opportunity to go for a Senna lane, and they are going to take it and grab that Azir for RJS that has been such a big pick for them throughout this NACL season.
Exactly. Going for the Azir does give him the opportunity to make plays happen, but the Karma here can be flexed mid lane or bot lane, even top lane in some situations, and it has great potential to just outpush the Azir without really allowing him to get a lot going on in his favor. So the Karma going to be a really consistent pick at doing that. Now, the Ezreal could be the choice to follow up with the Karma if you want to play the same poke style that we saw come from Clown in the first series. Or they could go for a much safer AD carry. The Saya, or not much safer, but the Saya Rakan is a duo that is consistent, and the Saya can be left by herself as well, and she becomes a great late game menace. So overall, a really nice duo to play with, and it's Tahm Kench. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, well, you know, not going for anything too wild here. They're going to give Dardoch that Tahm Kench in the bottom lane, but we'll have to see if Paragon and Cryogen are going to be able to challenge using that Zaya and that Rakan. We're going to get into the second phase here. Focus is likely going to be on mid laners from the side of Mirage. Meanwhile, got some potential to try to pinch away the pool coming on through here. Unless they assume it's going to be Karma mid, which does seem pretty likely. So could very well just be Rough Beans on the Karma. Once again, that is where they were able to find the most success with the pick on the side of the Clowns before. Could still flex it up to top as well for Boil the Oil. Doesn't feel like a classic Boil the Oil champion, but it's something that could be in their pockets that you got to keep in mind.
It really doesn't, but it's could be an option that I would like to see if Clown want to try and widen their pool, like to try and make Boyle get into more of this sort of champions, especially with how strong it is right now. I can see the flexibility being put attention into as we see the Jurgen ban for Alarim. Knowing what Alarim is capable of playing makes sense, and he's one of the better performing players for Mirage Alliance so far this split, so it makes complete sense that you want to try and put a little bit of focus there. As we see another jungle ban and a lot of attention towards the 80 jungles, particularly with the Xinjiao and the Kindred getting banned here.
Yeah, if you were tuned into the finals there, or the final match of Mirage versus ISU, Aloram's Gragas, a big factor in that game, being able to outperform Meslo and being able to build himself up a lead coming into the later game. Have to see if that's going to end up coming on through here. There are some junglers, though, that are a big threat coming out of Will, like that Poppy. Poppy also a big pick for Aloram in the top lane. I think that's a good choice by Clowns to try to take off the board. Now, what do they want to select for themselves here? Could be an opportunity for Will to go for something. Could be just that really high priority Udyr for Aloram in the top lane. He's shown a lot on that pick already, and he is going to lack it on in.
Well, we did see him also solo kill an Udyr, so like...
Sure.
That is also another thing that he's capable of doing, but the Udyr is really strong. You have the Senna to buff him up, plus the fact that he can survive for so much damage. So I'm liking the pick here for Alarim, and it does give Will the counter pick potential, especially since we don't know who the jungler is for Clown Gaming. So I like the way that they kind of situated themselves here, and the Udyr could even be a jungler and give counter pick for Alarim in another way. But maybe the Viego here for the side of Clown, they do like to play the champion quite a bit. Could be Aatrox against the potential Udyr, and maybe Trundle as well to try and take resistances off of the Udyr. Could be a choice, plus the pillar value can be nice, but we saw the Trundle before and it didn't find the same amount of value that maybe we want to see consistently. Another one could be the Jarvan 4th as well, which able to lock down champions like the Udyr really effectively and has great team fighting presence plus value with the Rakan.
Yeah, Boil the Oil in the top lane on the Aatrox, going to be challenging that Udyr with it. Ooh. There's a Bel'Veth coming through as the last pick there for Rapid. A bold choice facing down Will. Yeah. And Will's just going to lock in the grave, says, you know what, I'll go toe-to-toe with you on these carry matchups. And I really like to see this coming through from Mirage. I think putting the carry pants on towards RJS and towards Will, probably the best place to have them. Like to have this frontline power in Aloram and Dardoch, and with that support coming through from Prismal, I think this is one of the better kind of ways of utilizing the tools they have access to for Mirage.
Yeah. And it's also a really good way to move around the map as effectively as possible, because like you're mentioning, since it's RJS and Will the ones that are getting the carry attention, the members that need to move around are the ones that are the more willing to move around in general from Mirage Alliance. So overall, really nice composition idea, really good cohesion they do have. And in terms of carry jungler beat carry jungler, having the range advantage between Graves and Bel'Veth can be kind of ideal, especially knowing that she wants to get on top of you to get a lot of her damage going and then get max value with her knockup and the W from proccing a lot of the times.
Absolutely here. So now we will have to wait and see exactly how they can set up this Bel'Veth for success, right? I think it was, I don't remember who I was speaking to about this. Somebody reputable in the scene once told me that Bel'Veth jungle is all about just invading at level 1, and if you get the kill, you can win the game, and if you don't, then it's just a worse version of a lot of other champions. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that, right? Cloud Gaming, how hard will they index for the early invades for this Bel'Veth? That is where she really can shine early on. That level 1 power can just be so big.
Exactly. Having the Bel'Veth is going to be a really interesting thing for Rapid, and I'm excited to see how he goes for it as we're waiting for the draft to start, for the game to start. A lot of interesting situations that we have to keep our eyes on. And just a quick thing, is it Prismal on the Kench?
Oh!
Yeah, it's actually Prismal on the Kench. So, and I was thinking about this because the one that loves to move around the map the most is Dardoch. But the thing with Tahm Senna is that Tahm stays in lane and Senna moves. So I was thinking if maybe they do the weird trade where Senna is the support instead of the AD carry, and that way you do liberate Dardoch a bit more. The downside with this is that Prismal has to be the one to engage. And I'm not sure if I would say Prismal's advantage is being the engager instead of just playing safe from the back.
Yeah, that's very interesting to me. I mean, this is where we're going to put on our NACL hats a little bit here,
Yep.
TDS. We do a lot of coverage of that league as well. We have our own podcast about NACL, all those things. You can check that out at the Salt Mine. Well, I do a little name
Exactly.
drop, but the thing about Mirage Alliance specifically with the Senna picks is that they've taken it both ways, right? Most recently in their series up against AoE last week that Mirage was able to win, they took the Dardoch Tom Kench with the Prismal Senna and
Okay.
ended up losing out on that game. But way back at the
Okay.
beginning of the season, when they were playing up against Fear, it was more the Prismal Senna with Dardoch, or it was Dardoch on the Senna with Prismal on the Yasuo. So they've switched who the Senna player is in this bottom lane a couple of times, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they swap it up again here and give Prismal that time catch.
Yeah, important to notice. I think both those times they lost, so it's not like it's been working out with
Sure,
either
but
of
that's a
them.
constant
Really,
factor for this Mirage Alliance team in the NACL. Sorry,
yeah,
Norm,
that's
but
also true. That's also true. But like, it's not like it actually has mattered for who wins and who loses. The thing that I find interesting is who is going to be the playmaker coming in from the bot side, particularly because it's typical we see is Dardoch being the playmaker. So seeing Prismal be the difference maker here in that sense could be really interesting. But I just want to see if they are able to deliver like that. Like without sugarcoating anything, certainly the bot lane has been one of the places where you can find more deficiencies from Mirage Alliance than any other place. And Paragon and Cryogen have been one of the better bot lanes in the tournament so far. So could be a place where maybe Clown can try and take advantage of, and that way just completely deny Mirage Alliance in some way.
absolutely here. It's now loading up onto the Rift here. We got about 30 seconds left to go on the spectator delay. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the top lane matchup as well. I do think this is one of those lanes that feels like it could very well favor the side of Mirage. I think
Yeah.
you know, the Aatrox is the counter pick, but I think Alorum has just got so much experience on his side facing off up against this Aatrox being piloted by Boil the Oil. Want to see what Boyle's going to be able to get done if he's going to be able to build himself up that lead. And then the bot lane, right? This is a big moment here for Cryogen and for Paragon and what they're going to be able to take up against Prismal and Dardoch, a bot lane duo,
Yep.
who also have got a fair bit of experience between the two of them. And it does look like, by the way, they're just in the wrong order. It is Dardoch, Tom Kench, Prismal, Senna. So they are
Okay.
keeping it to that approach.
Yeah, so you can technically kick away a bit of the analysis that we did, but it stays close to true in some way. They are still a weaker part of Mirage Alliance, so that is still truth. You can get that behind that part particularly, but apart from that, I want to see Clown responding to Mirage Alliance in a lot of the ways, because I'm not sure, or I don't want to like call fallacy just in case, but I think they did mid in the previous ACL, and it was a stomp for Mirage Alliance if I'm not wrong. Like Clown was excited to see, but I think they ended up losing against Mirage Alliance in the previous
In the previous
ACL
ACL, I
tournament.
think you're right.
Yeah.
That sounds like something that definitely
They
happened.
two owed them, if I'm not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, hang on, wait. I'm gonna pull up the playoff bracket. I got some time here.
We have some time, yeah.
Aegis Champs. I've already cataloged it. There we go. Fall Aegis Champs League. While we are waiting to get on in playoffs bracket, show me that bracket. Mirage Alliance. No, Clown Gaming was eliminated by the Lotus Exiles before they even got a
Okay.
chance to play against Mirage.
I think it was going to be if they won against
Oh,
Lotus, they
no,
played
sorry, wait.
Mirage,
That was what knocked them down to the lower bracket. Clown Gaming took down Mirage Alliance Developmental
Okay.
and then fell to CCG.
Okay, yeah. So that I was confusing them with their developmental team, but I was remembering that they actually faced off between each other to a certain degree. But it's still fun seeing them perform against each other. Like Mirage Alliance it's still one of the previous champions of the ACL, and Clown being the dark horse. It's always great to get the opportunity to see them.
Yeah, shout out to Risen Esports coming in with the raid as they are done with their matchup for the week. We got Clown Gaming up against Mirage Alliance in the finals. A current NACL team facing off up against we'll call them a prospective NACL team. Clown Gaming certainly looking to make that run. They've definitely got some victories left in their tank before they're going to be able to make it on up there. But that's definitely the goal for this squad. They've been competing in these qualifiers for a while, and now a chance to take down a real, honest to God, NACL team and get themselves off on the right foot coming into this upcoming Aegis split.
Yeah, to make an analogy, they want to improve from being a circus in the corner of the street to being the Cirque du Soleil, but they need more time for that. So hopefully they are able to reach that sort of level, and I think they are doing a really good job at that. They are bringing good prospects. They are playing in a style that I question for the most part, but you cannot say it's not fun to see. So I will give them that. Like, at the very least, they are true clowns in and out, which it's great to see in some ways.
Well, yeah, I've been really impressed with what we've gotten to see out of the Clowns so far today.
Yeah.
Thought they looked really, really good in that semifinal series where they were able to take down AD Gap. And now let's see how exactly they're going to be able to perform.
Yeah, they faced a true 80 gap there with Paragon being the true 80 carry that was gapping Flare. But apart from that, it was quite an enjoyable series, and it's all upwards if you're able to keep on this sort of trajectory for Clown and keep on performing and try and bring back Mirage Alliance to the earth. I know Norm is on the chat, but I agree to a certain degree. Norm, better keep yourself there, because we may be just commentating on Mirage Alliance's game next split if you're not careful enough.
Yeah, we'll see. When we get promoted to NACL, right, TDS? That's
Yeah. Yeah, that or the other one, yeah.
that or the other one. We won't talk about the other one right now, not on stream. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, still waiting on down this pause timer. Hopefully going to be able to get the game started soon. I assume somebody struggling with a little bit of the connection difficulties. Clown Gaming. Again, we're on the lookout for the level 1 here. I'm getting showed inside. Okay. It's on RJS. So you can blame it all on Mirage Alliance as always.
Perfect. Yeah. You can also blame it on Flay if you want to, like.
That's
you can
fine.
do that
too,
as
yeah.
well.
It's open season.
But apart from that, it's just playing. It's just having the waiting game. It's okay because technically speaking, we haven't had any difficulties today, right? Like, we haven't had any pause before this one, so we were doing a really good job. There had to be some sort of complication at some point.
Yeah, we had that one game that we almost didn't load into, but we figured that one out, so we're able to get in there in time.
That's also true. Yep.
Yeah.
But it's fun. Waiting.
We got a couple of starting
happens.
items built up. Nothing too crazy here. Looks like it's going to be a Doran's Ring start by Alorum. Have to wait and see what the rest are going to go for. Again, I want to emphasize this level 1 coming through from Clown Gaming, because that's where the Belveth, it's where you want to get started. You want to get off on the right foot, especially up against this Graves. If you can kind of force him off of some camps earlier on, get yourself off to an early lead, that could be huge for you. Feels like they got a solid level 1 composition for themselves here. The grand entrance coming on out of the Rakan. Of course, Mantra going to be available for Rough Beans.
Yep.
You got to be aware of this if you're both sides. So let's see what the Clowns can cook up.
Yeah, the level 1 overall can be really, really strong for the side of the Clowns, and comparatively, the level 1 for Mirage Alliance is actually not that great when you look at it. You have the 80 carries that, yes, they will be doing quite a lot of consistent damage, but ability-wise, you don't get much out of the Temkinch nor the Asir for a lot of their kits. So if they are able to move into the jungle and put pressure on Wheel early on, there's a slight chance where Rapid can really begin spiking the game early on effectively. You can try and maybe steal the Raptors on the side of Mirage Alliance. You can maybe go for a buff steal down there in the bot side and then go for his. There's a lot of options that you can actually opt into with this sort of strong early game that they have.
Absolutely here. They're really utilizing all this pause time available for them here as they wait for RJS to be able to rejoin the rest of the squad and kick off game number 1. We've got a best of 3 here one way or the other, everybody, so settle in. This could very well go the full distance. We could be here until the wee hours of the night. See who is going to be able to walk away Hot Pockets champions. And I don't know, I wonder if they're going to get them. Can we get them like a little Hot Pockets role in the Discord? I can't promise anything like that, but would be super cool if we could. Norm asking to flame these casters right now. Dude, we are just filling time for your team right now. How are you going to start trying to rally the folks against us, the masses?
I just want to say that I was one of the people that saying maybe Mirage Alliance wasn't going to be in that 10th place fight, but now I'm becoming a hater. I'm going to go for the Mirage Alliance going
Fully
10th
convert.
once again.
I
Yeah.
think I had Mirage Alliance the highest on the preseason power rankings, and I've
Sure.
been proved wrong at every turn. So who's really the victim here? I mean, I stake my reputation on these rankings.
That's also true. We kind of did over in the South lane, and I feel like I'm actually not sure. I think Slayer has probably the more consistent ones so far when
We'll
looking
see.
at
Slayer
those
had like
teams.
wild card at 5th. That's going to get more and more wrong as time
Yeah.
goes on. But that's enough about the NACL. We're on to the Hot Pockets Showdown, the real peak NA Tier 3 competition. As we have a little bit of a freeze due to the pause, but nobody panic. We're going to have the game start up again here very, very soon.
Yeah, it's not going to be the end of the game. It's not going to be anything out of the ordinary. It's just waiting for them to load in completely, as we see a potential 5-man actually on the other side of the map, maybe preemptively expecting an invade of some sorts.
Yeah, getting set for it. Rough Bean's going to spot him. Run on out that Soul Flare, gets a little bit of poke damage on towards Prismal. And yeah, I mean, not grouped up as 5 here means Clown Gaming not looking for anything too spicy in the level 1. Instead, it's going to be Will and Alorum grouping up together, getting that vision down, and spotting out Rapid here. I mean, getting spotted there, they get a good vision on the other side. Paragon and Cryogen able to throw down a ward of the blue buff, but I think all of our dreams of some level 1 shenanigans are kind of killed off right there, TDS.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to happen or anything is going to happen there, but kind of fun interaction by the way, because Prismal took the Mantra Q to the face and Dardog actually had the Guardian, so because of the proc they knew that Dardog was also there, even though he wasn't on vision. So a small interaction that actually saved a bit of the Beth's attention, things like that.
Absolutely here. So let's see how these starts are going to come on across. Bottom side starts looking like it's going to be the case for both the junglers here. It's Rapid going to start on those birds, and Dardock spamming emotes as always. See how they are going to be able to navigate in this bottom lane. Paragon and Cryogen, big opportunity here on that lane dominant Xayah Rakan. What can they do up against Dardock Prismal here?
They have to show up really, really well, and they are also showing up with the skin play. They have the same skins, so they want to try and put a show into Dardok and Prismal as much as they can.
Definitely do. Alorum getting a good early trade on to Boil the Oil. This is some classic Udyr versus Aatrox stuff. You got to be able to keep your distance, especially in the early levels, so the Darkened Blade can start really healing you up and really punishing the Man Bear Pig up there. But level 2 going to be hit by Paragon and Cryogen first. Prismal and Dardock just trying to scrape together whatever they can get. We'll be able to get it as this wave is crashing on in.
Isn't it more like Man Bear Pig Bird or something like that? Since
Yeah, sure, but only Man Bear Pig is a South Park reference, so that's the best I can do.
Yep. That's also true, but doing a really good job here, and we actually get the actual normal skin of the Udyr here, so we don't have to kind of make ourselves our lives harder.
Sure. Nice little trade there found by Boil the Oil, though, going to do their best to equalize the health bars, and that's really what this lane is all about, is trying to find a way to land those Darkened Blades and get enough health back to where you're able to match the sustain that the Udyr brings to the table. Ooh, missing the Q3, not getting the sweet spot of the Q2. Rough for Boil the Oil here, as he's just going to try his best to scrape up whatever farm he can get in the top side. Rough Beans with a nice trade in mid, though.
That is a good one. Quickly going back as RGA, so trying to trade as much as possible. But a really quiet early game. The level 1 Board Develop that's not really having any sort of impact or anything happening on one side of the map, and that means that for both teams, it just feels completely normal as of right now. Nobody even has a big one CS lead even.
Oh, none at all. Pretty even tit for tat coming on across the board here. Going to be looking like it's an even trade of the Scuttle Crabs as well. Will pathing through mid, likely going to see if he can harass Rough Beans. Rapid doesn't want to run into him though in the river, knowing that Dardock and Prismal have the priority on the other side. So Could be a double scuttle angle here for Will. Will even going to come on in, trying to steal away the chickens. Will get smited there by Rapid, but Rapid will get forced out of this jungle. He has got to respect the damage that Graves brings to the table.
Has to be extra careful about the situation. Forced out of the jungle, even though he does get the raptors, like you were saying, still a lot of damage that the Velvet takes, and maybe it could be a setup for a potential, not dive, but maybe a potential play down here with the Graves having the advantage. He's even waiting on the back.
Yeah. Good trade there out of Rough Beans in mid lane, and he's doing his best on the Karma to be able to keep his health on off. Ooh, nearly a big feather pull there from Paragon, but only getting 2 of them through rather than the full 3. Scrape it together. Farm underneath the turret as basically everybody is here. Got those coal picked up earlier on off the cheater recalls. Rough Beans looking for the kill. Forces RJS back. Nice performance in the lane so far from this Karma. Is going to force the TP to come out first from RJS, and Rapid finds Will. Knows that he's the only one with a mid laner, and that might be the only instance he needs to be able to come forward, get a big trade of damage on towards that Graves, and he's not slowing down either, going to force him to very low HP.
Yeah, but now it's the other way around with RGA's back with the teleport. Rough Beans getting roughed at by RGA's. It was a smooth play there. That is going to be the Scutter Crop though, going for the Velvet, and Will getting a bit of his medicine there after getting such a big trade onto himself.
Yep, and then the later recall comes through from Rough Beans. That means he gets the better purchase. He gets the full Lost Chapter as he TPs back, and a health potion on top of it. Abyssal Dive coming through from Dardoch, not going to connect. There's the Grand Entrance, landed on towards Prismal. The feathers, they're a bit all over the place. Paragon not going to be able to find a big pull there. Instead, just very slight trades of damage and posture. Ooh, RJS trying to get the push back through on a Rough Beans, but good dodge, good awareness. Rough Beans doesn't even blow the flash, knows that he can create the distance, and forces RJS to whip the ultimate. Is now fight breaking out on the bottom side. Rapid going to be able to secure his Gromp, and Ovorum trying to flash away, going to get hit by the Q3. There's the only pop from Boil the Oil, and First Blood picked up by Rapid as the bot lane is now engaging in a fight as well. Paragon going to get taken low, and at risk of getting stunned up by the Tongue Lash, trying to create himself some space. Nice blocks coming through from Cryogen. Flash forward from Dardoch, though, will secure the kill.
And it turns out it's
Brawling
actually
with Will, he's got to get out, and he will.
Yeah, nobody ends up dying there, but it turns out it's actually the bot lane from Mirage Alliance delivering with the 2v2 kill. Really weirdly played by both Paragon and Cryogen, but on the other side of the map, they punish Alurim really effectively. Are they looking for more here?
Oh, this is the full dive. They're going to give the aggro on over towards Prismo. He'll be able to walk this one out. Very nicely played. Well rehearsed by the Mirage Alliance bottom lane. 2-0 now. Both kills to Prismo.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job there, and now Prismal starting off the game really well. Nice turnaround by them. They are forcing the bot lane from Clown in a really effective manner, and it's now on the other side of the map from Clown to be delivering here.
Ooh, missing that mantra Q is rough for Rough Beans as RJS going to get a good trade back. But nobody forced out of the lane for it or anything, so it's really going to be the focus about what Rapid can do with the advantage he's developed for himself. Went over, did pick himself up one of the Void Grubs as well for that extra XP. He's got the first kill, and now is going to have a lot in his shoulders, on his shoulders rather, in his hands, on his shoulders, other metaphors, for trying to carry this game on the Belveth.
Exactly, there's going to be a lot of them to be able to pull it off, because right now, oh wait, Dardoch.
All right, punished engage on a Dardoch, pull back through, but the damage from Paragon, it's not quite there yet. Dardoch eats that up all day long, and Will waiting in the wings if anybody tries to get far out. Boyle is taking a lot of damage. This is the completed Oblivion Orb before that Udyr, so reducing the healing that Boyle can get across, but he's fine. He steps back away. He'll keep farming on up the minions.
Yeah, it is kind of painful, and in the meanwhile, with the bot lane taking so much damage here as well, they're even looking potentially for the potential second play. There's so much damage that the bot lane hasn't been able to accomplish, and here comes Will.
Still looking for the bot lane dive again. Prismal and Darnak both fully capable of tanking up. There's going to be RJS looking for a fight with Rough Beans. There's the ulti W as those void rooms getting cleared out on the other side of the map. Rough Beans taking the fight. RJS thinks he can win this one. Rough Beans willing to oblige. Dive back in from Cryogen, but he's just up too far. Dodges away on the Dawning Shadow and has to fall back to Paragon now. Paragon trying to stand and fight. Gets some damage back out of Will. Snared up by Prismal, but will be far enough away to stay alive.
Yeah, this is just painful for the bot lane. They are losing another plate. They are losing a huge amount of minions. And right now, Dardoch even has a lead over the Saya. That's not something you get a lot of opportunities to actually see happening there. Both of them playing really, really well, and not a lot of punishment coming in from the side of Clown.
Not a lot of punishment at all. At the very least, Rapid trying to get an invade done on the other side, but now he's getting collapsed on. He's got to call over Boil the Oil for support, but look at Rough Beans. He's all the way back in the base. Rapid manages to sneak his way out with the Blast Cone, but will not successfully steal anything.
Yeah, at least with the Blast Cone, they were able to escape, although there goes the Beth back into it, and I don't think Will has seen her. Yeah, Will didn't
snag it. In that true form, thanks to picking up the grubbies earlier and making full use out of it, flapping away at Will. Solo kill for Rapid as he hunts down Will in his own jungle.
And there goes the NACL jungler. Will getting solo killed by Rapid there. Really well done, utilizing the vision, but not only that, playing around with the dashes from the Bell Beth, getting that solo kill and being one of the main carry factors left for the side of Clown Gaming that can do a lot here.
Really great stuff from Rapid. Has the ball in his court and is making the most out of it. 2-0 now. Kraken Slayer completed on the Bel'Veth. Now going to look to try to give some relief towards this bottom lane as Paragon and Cryogen have been struggling, kiting back with the feathers. Good damage onto Dardoch, but he is a tanky Tom Kench. There's going to be the quickness pop. Not able to get onto Prismal, finally charming it up, far enough away. And now here comes Rapid, the above and below, going to knock back up Dardoch. Beans for the collapse. Will going to arrive here as well, but Dardoch just melts so fast as Rapid goes on a killing spree and continues to stack up Lavender. Will now going to be the next target. He doesn't have access to the flash of the above and below. Will send him below ground. Another kill for Paragon.
And just like that, 2 kills for the side of Clown Gaming plus the Dragon. The Bel'Veth is finding so much value this game, and Robin, even though he was able to, or he's getting pushed at this point, he was able to find such a perfect role, and RGS needs to be careful here, actually.
RGS has to just scoot his way over the wall. Can navigate himself to safety on the Azir. The objective goes to Rapid, and now look at Prismal out in the middle of nowhere. Dardoch's got to devour him up, but now he's going to get collapsed on by 3 members. RJS coming in for the backup. Paragon going to be there to make it an unfair numbers advantage. Look at that damage on a Rough Beans, though. Dawning Shadow was enough. There's going to be the Mantra Shield, giving them the extra movement speed as they try to path their way out, but Rough Beans, he doesn't have the ultimate in time. He's got a brawl with Prismal. He's got access to the shield as well. The big regen coming through here before too long with that ultimate, but he's got to collapse on the gap. He's just going to die to Prismal. 3-0 for the Senna.
The Senna is 3-0. I don't know how they find these opportunities, but they are working out for the side of Mirage Alliance. But that being said, the game is much closer than it should be. Oh, Paragon has to ulti.
Going up and into the Feather Storm. Paragon lashes down to safety. Boil the Oil solo kill. Are you kidding me here? Oh, Laura getting outplayed to the one-on-one as now the dive is coming through. Rapid not going to be tanking up. Dardoch can eat those tower shots all day long. And Rough Beans will show up just in time to clear out the wave. He's got to head for the hills, though. He's getting collapsed on by 3 members. Another kill was found up on the top side, and now Rough Beans nowhere left to go. Mirage Alliance making plays happen across the map. Clean up multiple kills.
The bot lane is delivering for Mirage Alliance. They are finding the plays that we questioned them incapable of doing, and they are doing such a good job at that. Prismo 4-0-3. I honestly would have never believed that, but it's working out for Mirage Alliance so far so well, and they are not making Paragon and Cryogen have any sort of impact this game. It's all on Rapid, even though he died, he's still the strongest member. On Boil the Oil that was able to find a solo kill, and on Rockpins to be the supportive power there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, up against NACL level competition, it has been pretty tough for the side of Dardoch and Prismal, but Paragon and Cryogen, they are not NACL level competition, not yet at least.
Yep,
they are really getting taken to town here.
But good to see the other members stepping up against players that are much hyped comparatively and are doing a really good job at that. Prismo by himself here.
Yeah.
Or no, actually, Tiki is over on the side.
Trying to find their escape, and Brawl will get started again. Paragon trying to layer down that damage, but again, you just need to have an item done before Tom Catch cares about that at all.
Yeah, honestly, it's not going to be easy for them to find it. And another bottling play. I don't think they even survived
Run out,
this.
quickness used for the escape. Paragon already in the ghost, doesn't have the Feather Storm. He's going down. Dawning Shadow finds the other. Double kill to Will as he cleans one up with collateral damage.
Yeah, the issue is that they are taking way too much damage before anything happens, and then when the dive is coming through, they're just simply easy killing for the Graves. The Graves has way too much damage at this point in comparison. So just really easy for them to bully out the bot lane from Cloud Gaming, and there needs to be a much better answer from the side of Cloud or RJS.
Ooh. Not hitting that last Q. RJS will get out to safety. Rapid looking for the dive. We'll have to give it up.
Rapid has the form of the Belbeth, so maybe that can be used to try and get something up here in the top lane. Maybe actually in the mid lane, if they are really aggressive.
Yep. On the hunt out for it here. Prismal still very strong with a big shutdown on him. Will spot Cryogen. Cryogen flashing in for the play. Thinks he can hold down Prismal for long enough, but he is not right. If there's just no follow-up available, nobody can get to him in time. That's just going to be the flash blown for basically nothing.
Yeah, with no charm, it was really difficult to actually follow up on that on Prismal, and Prismal has to blow the heal, but that's not as big as the flash from the Rakan. The turret, though, getting answered up there in the top lane, good for Boyle to have that sort of value, and he's going to be one of the main members that can kill the Senna. Just how? Oh, Paragon, no.
Yeah, now finding himself isolated against RJ. Yes, RJ gets himself his second kill of the game. And Paragon is just in an unenviable situation. He has been set so far behind, just trying to find a way to farm, and he is not getting one.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad that he didn't use the ultimate there, because that could have been the difference maker between getting just completely collapsed on or able to utilize it in the next fight. And I think that's going to be more valuable than utilizing the ultimate here by Paragon Bun. It's going to be mid lane turret down, going to be control over Dragon as of now as well, and RJ is just pushing bot lane in the moment.
Lots of control over the map here for Mirage Alliance. Rough Bean's going to be the one who has to try to cover this bottom lane, but he's getting collapsed on by 3. And over again, Mirage Alliance just set up the same play in bot lane. And Clown Gaming walk into the trap over and over. Another kill comes through. Prismal going to take that credit. Actually, I think it was Will, and they will claim the inner turret.
Yeah, good thing that Will gets the kill. I think Prismal at this point probably doesn't need any more. He's already 4-0-6. He probably doesn't need more kills. More value onto Will is going to be much, much better. But this is the thing with Mirage Alliance. Like you're saying, they pull off the same play more than once, but it's been working consistently because Clown still doesn't respect the potential of multiple members being down there. And you can look at the vision control that Mirage Alliance has. That's so much control over on the bot side that nobody really is safe if they are not if they are walking down there. Dragon went in favor of Clown Gaming though.
Oh, Paragon getting engaged on again, has to back away, but as you said, TDS, I mean, shades of that Never Gonna Dance Again video happening right before our eyes here. Anyone who's played any amount of top lane knows. Rapid sees an angle onto RJS, wants to try to take him out, flashing afterwards. One more above and below would do it. That's a shutdown for Rapid. Now Will up way too far, hit by the above and below in his own right. Shutdown goes over to Cryogen. Bet Rapid wishes he got that one, but nonetheless, big play by Clown Gaming as Rapid is looking to salvage the situation, throwing down the Rift Herald, focusing in onto the tower. Can they take it here? Alorum coming in for the defense. Plenty of grubs, but it's just not enough. Alorum going to be able to stage the defense with a teleport in from Darna.
Exactly, it's not simply enough damage to take it down, but that's a really great trade they were able to find out.
Finds himself incredibly low, but that might put Prismal out into dangerous territory. Rapid's got to get out of here in order to save his own shutdown. Has to hide out underneath the tower. Prismal will stay safe, will stay alive.
Paragon surviving by very little right there. Prismo doing so much damage with just 1.5 item, and there's barely any way to respond to him. He's so strong, 94 souls out of 10 minutes. That's such a good soul count.
How are we looking at Lavender stacks for Rapid as well? I mean, keep our eyes on that count too when we get the chance. That's 71.
That's also a good count. Yeah.
It is. Just checking in. Just seeing how much extra attack speed this Bel'Veth is slapping people with. That is going to be the infinite scaling to counter out that Senna where they can find it. Boil the Oil about to face check. Will takes a big chunk of damage. Can't even get out safely. Trying to regen back alive using the World Ender. Diving in onto RJS. Trying to brawl it out up against the Azir. One more Darkened Blade. Couldn't do it. Swing across. RJS finishes off the kill, and there's no clowns around to clean him up.
The healing almost making Bali there, almost making Boil the Oil survive in that situation, but not enough at the end. Able to take down the Aatrox. Boil the Oil finally dies there, and scary prospect, but so far really good for Mirage Alliance that they are still ahead as they are right now.
Very, very good for them. They are nearly 4K gold in the lead at this stage. Got themselves an inner turret worth of gold. You can see some of the fight back potential here. Now with the Sundered Sky done, Boil the Oil's regen is just absolutely nuts. And having opted into the first item damage here for Alorum with that Leandrius, he's not going to be super tanky. So they're really reliant on Dardoch for the frontline power. Rapid will work his way through that very, very fast. Paragon's starting to get items completed as well. And with the Dragon stacking already favoring Clown, let's see what they're going to be able to do if they can put together a 5v5 fight.
Could be really interesting, although now Prismo is looking to try and get something. He's just too strong. He's dead.
Yeah, Cryogen just playing with fire there, just up way too far, seeking a play that just does not exist. Prismo going to flash out the safety there. Now the damage going to get focused in onto Rapid. Paragon goes in towards the Featherstorm, flashes away from the collateral damage and just barely manages to stay alive.
And that's going to be Baron apparently, because Paragon has to flash and back at the same time. RJ is already on the side. They have the Senna that is super strong. There's nothing that scares the Senna at this point in the game, and Fiber was actually looking for it.
Ooh, RJS misses the engage again. Rough Bean's gonna be able to flash out to safety. Will have the support for the rest of his team, getting those Malignance procs onto RJS, looking for the damage wherever he can find him. Cryogen is now back here. It is a full-on 5-on-5, but Rough Beans in a rough position, finds himself below half HP and without the flash.
It's way too difficult for them to actually be able to pull off any sort of play at that point, and yes, the turret may fall down, but they forced so much out of the side of Clown Gaming. Maybe Will can get collapsed here.
Yeah, they get the smite onto him to slow him down. Red buff secured over on the other side. Boil the Oil looking for the angle. Here's the TP in from Alorum. They want to fight here on Mirage Alliance's side. Will taking damage right away. Boil the Oil leading the charge. Going to get him up charmed up alongside Cryogen. Focusing on towards Will. Alorum going to be the first one to drop. Will trying to kite back onto the other side. Rough Beans left out to dry. RJS will cut him down. Will going to fall next. But the low HP Clown members are getting collapsed onto Cryogen, trying to buy some space as Dardoch leads the front line. Prismal is way too safe. Prismal is just raining hell on the Clowns. Rapid jumps over, but Rapid is way too late. It's a triple kill to RJS as the ace comes through for Mirage.
And the Clowns were running up, but they were getting persecuted by the side of Mirage Alliance, and Prismo closing out the kills, closing out the game. It seems like going to go and kill, because so far nobody has been able to reach the Senna as effectively. And there's going to be Bear buff for the Mirage Alliance, and another tool to try and close out this game.
And 7-0 and 9, this is the best game I've seen out of Prismo all season. Doing such a fantastic job here at keeping himself safe. A lot of that credit goes to Dardoch as well, frontlining very effectively for his bot lane partner. And they have come up huge in this game, absolutely shutting down Paragon and Cryogen. And it's just not enough. Rapid cannot overcome it, despite how well his early game went.
It's just simply not enough to go against that, and Prismo is just such a late boss. Like, he is playing the Senna so effectively, and now they've been looking for Alaric, but it's not going to be enough damage.
Absolutely, they're trying to rein in whatever damage they can get. There's going to be the lateral damage coming through from Will. And there's going to be the above and below. Wow, Prismal's damage is just nuts here. he is going to one-shot Rough Beans, and without that Karma, I mean, they're just going to push their way through this base, no problem.
It really is like if he was a great boss, honestly. It's just so much bug that they were able to get in. It's kind of scary how effective this game was from Prismo, but for the Clouds, there needs to be a solution coming to the second game, because this game, I don't think there's going to be much hope for them.
Here as they move themselves forward. They've got the Baron buffs on the minions. Rough Beans is still 10 seconds away. First Nexus turret will fall. Oh my god, Prismal absolutely one-shots Paragon, and that's all she wrote for game number 1 TDS. Mirage Alliance, they'll pad the KDAs a little bit, but this game is done and dusted. Mirage Alliance strike first in the finals.
Exactly, Mirage Alliance showing their NACL status off, showing why they are up there, and Clown is not yet at that level. Such a dominating victory, and so far, such a good grand finals by them, making Clown Gaming lose their first game so far in the tournament.
Absolutely here. Really great stuff. And as you said, yeah, that's going to be Clown's first loss here. 4-0 undefeated on the bracket so far today. Taking their first loss now and going to have to find a way to get 2 in a row if they want to be able to come on out as Hot Pockets champs. Well, there we go. I think that's
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bones in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to put it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown. As we are in game 2 of our grand finals, Mirage Alliance find themselves up 1-0. They are taking the red side here in game number 2, looking to see if they can make this a clean sweep in our grand final.
Exactly, trying their hardest to not have to play an extra game like they did in the previous 2 series. So going to be an interesting matchup, and so far with the bans staying a bit similar to the previous games with the Maokai, the Zag, the Camille, and the Kalista as well in the process.
Absolutely. Looking very similar to what we saw in game number 1 so far. The Varus was the last ban coming out of the Clowns. Are they going to hold that, or are they going to pivot towards the Senna? I would not mind a pivot towards the Senna here. Instead, it's going to be the Ashe.
So it's the Ashe instead. Could be that they opt into the Varus here if it's not banned away, and if it gets banned away, they just pick the Senna themselves.
Could be. Would leave the Karma up if they're willing to sacrifice that. Maybe they are. A Azir ban being hovered, and that is going to be the lock-in here. So they're going to try to take away the Azir option from Rough Beans. Senna will be selected by the Clowns, though. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but that just means that Bear is probably going to be the answer here. Although they could technically go for Karma Ezreal here. We know Prisma loves to play the Ezreal, and the Karma is a really good champion at this point in the game, or at this point in the meta, but it looks like more than likely going to be that Bear is the current probably number 1 AD carrying the game.
Absolutely here, as that is going to be probably the selection for Prismal here. Will mean that he's on a little more traditional of a carry versus the Senna from last game. We'll see what they want to pair on up with it. Do they take a support here? The Rel, a great flex pick for this team. Dardoch's really good on it. They can give it over to Will if they need to as well. I like this pick.
Exactly, really good flex potential, really nice mix-up that they have with their team, but Wei getting covered and potentially, if I'm not wrong, it was banned in the previous series, wasn't he?
Yeah, the previous series there were a lot of Hui bans coming on across. Not this time so far. Let's see, with the Azir taken off the board, is that what Rough Beans wants to go for?
But is that a Rough Beans pick or a Cryogen pick? That's the real question mark.
Good question. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Looking at Cryogen's match history, he doesn't have a lot of Hui games, but I mean, neither does Rough Beans. So,
wait, what about the Paragon actually? Because it could be Senna support, and
I don't see any for Paragon either. But yeah, I think a lot of these guys have alternative accounts.
I don't know, yeah, like that could still be so much of a flex potential there. And then the K'Sante for Boyle played it really well in the first game against ADC Gap, and now Will or Atherim technically could take this Poppy as well. Flex potential, really strong champion, and can stop a lot of the dashes.
I love to see Will early game on the Poppy. I think he's a really strong jungler in those first couple of clears as a player, and I think Poppy's a really strong champ at that as a champion, right? Being able to go for the Hex Flash, for the Flash, what is it called? Heroic charges, be able to make the big plays. I think this is going to be a great selection for them. It also denies the Poppy away from the side of Clown Gaming, where it would be very, very effective up against something like the Realm.
Yep. Exactly, could be really effective for them. So to take away and a pick that they can make the most out of. Kindred getting banned away as well. Nothing out of the ordinary from the previous game in terms of that ban. Plus the Xinjiao could come through as well if you're not sure about the jungle pick. And then there should be a lot of focus towards the mid lane for RJs here with, okay, actually the Pike getting banned here. So they do not think this rel is going towards Stardock potentially, and neither is Poppy going to Will. So trying to respect as much as possible just in case.
Very possible. Yeah, going to be that Pike ban away, focused in towards Dardoch. Was pretty good on it in the final game up against ISU. It was part of what pushed Mirage into this final. There's going to be the Belveth ban, giving Rapid a little bit of respect for what he was able to do in game number 1, and a final ban directed at RJS will be that Orianna. Curious as to what we're going to get. Ooh, it's a brand Jace angle. It's a brand Jace angle. I think this is like Mirage's best comp, actually. Like, whenever they've been so good at this, so this is likely going to be Poppy top rel support. They're going to last pick the Jace unless it is an unplayable mid lane matchup, and I think they're going to be really well set up to play a aggressive early game and come on out on top.
Yeah, and importantly, I'm looking out if it's going to also be a poke comp with the Bears already on their side. Yes, there is a K'Sante, so that kind of makes it that out attack Bears is going to be the #1 choice. But with Brand Jace, you can go for the poke Bears, and that's going to be so much value that you're able to get. The Viego for Rapid, we know how much he likes to play the sort of hyper carry champions. And the last pick here, potentially for either support or a mid laner for Clown, depending on what they really want to play. I can see them opting into Tam Kench here just to have that safety for the Senna when it comes to huge poke or engage potential on top of her, but it kind of kills a bit of the potential momentum that they may have down there in the bot lane, it feels like.
All right, and now let's see what we end up with as the bot lane duo here. Ooh, it is going to be in the bot lane. It is going to be a Cryogen, presumably Hui. Could also be for Paragon. Yep. And yeah, Cryogen could pilot the Senna. We'll see how they want to allocate those. It will be the Corki in mid lane for Rough Beans. Now, how exactly do they want to respond to this? I still think this is a Jace angle. The Twisted Fate AD, though, oh boy, this is... I told you all that you were going to have to get real used to this after we saw ISU pick it that one game. If you're still entertained by Twisted Fate, enjoy the time you have now. Have as much fun as possible at this very moment, because it's going to suck. It's going to suck in a couple of weeks, guys. I'm going to be honest. You're going to watch so many games of AD Twisted Fate in so many different positions. You're going to want to see any other champ in the game. So for now, enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy it while it still brings you joy.
Enjoy it for now, because you're not going to have that much fun. But with this last pick, Twisted Fate, you do have a lot of good pick potential, thanks to both the Poppy, the Twisted Fate, and the Brand. And importantly as well, you have good amounts of damage for certain objectives with the Pyrus and the Twisted Fate, plus the Brand. So there's a lot that I can see Mirage Alliance being able to find. The thing though, is that I think that the longer the game goes, the harder it is going to be for them to actually get a lot going. Just because of the range from both the Senna the Way, or from the Senna the Way and the Corki, and also the fact that they have not a lot of tank killers. Like, maybe Twisted Fate can be that against the K'Sante, but I'm not 100% sure, unless Varus goes on hit. In that case, maybe, yeah.
Absolutely. Here's waiting to get into the in-client draft, but I don't think there's too many flex picks that are really on the table here. It's very possible, or it seems by far most likely that it's going to be Hui in the bot lane. I suppose it's technically possible that it could be like a Corki Senna bot lane, but that's not a duo that I would expect to see. I would think you want to use the range and the wave clear that the Hui provides, and kind of use that as your duo of choice.
Exactly. You probably have much better choices to go into that instead. Well, there could always be the angle that you go Corki, AD carry, right? Like when what it once used to be, an actual AD carry, not a mid laner. So maybe that could be the case, but I'm expecting this to go just the places that we are expecting them to.
Absolutely here. So looking to get into that draft. I'm really curious to see how the bot lane Hui is going to end up playing out alongside a Senna. It feels like they're so squishy, and their actual ability to kind of self-peel feels a little bit limited. You're going to have to land that last embrace. You're going to have to land the fear out of the Hui to really have any chance at all of being able to kite this out. Otherwise, it's going to go sideways really, really fast. And you can just get collapsed on by the likes of this Rel and this Brand and this Varus, who are just going to lock you down and keep you down while they burst you until you're dead.
Well, there's a possibility that you just play off of the slow from the Senna Q so that you get the slow, the CC from the way, and then you get the huge burst of damage there in that situation. But it's kind of difficult to really get the balance out, and I'm not sure how practiced Paragon and Cryogen are on this. Like, if they're really practiced, could be exciting to see, but I'm not sure how practiced they are.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, Cryogen's gotten a game or two on Hui in where he's had the opportunities. He's got 12 games on it, it looks like. So, not nothing. Definitely gotten at least a couple in, and maybe more on other
Okay.
accounts. I'm only checking the one that we're having in game here. So, yeah, everything else is locked in. So, everything's going pretty much where we dictated it would be. It is going to be the Hui support. It is going to be Rough Beans on the Corki in mid.
Yeah, nothing going to change from position. Nothing is going to be weird to see in this game, and now it's on the side of Clown to be able to not only make this draft they cooked be valuable, but allow it for it to carry them to the third game.
Absolutely. Here as we are getting into the speculate, we are going to throw it to a quick break here. We will be back in time for the game to start. We'll see you guys in a couple of moments.
push it away. And I'm chasing whispers before they.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Aegis Esports X Hot Pockets Showdown Grand Finals matchup between Clown Gaming and Mirage Alliance. The Clowns needing to come back in this series to have a shot at a win. Mirage Alliance 1 win away from claiming first in yet another Aegis event.
Exactly, the potential last game of the grand finals or the potential first game of the Clown Gaming comeback. So you decide how you want to see it. I don't have a bias because I'm a caster, so however it happens, but I'm excited for this game to go on.
Yeah, I'd be down for game number 3. I'm willing to, I don't think that's biased. I think that's just
That's fair.
try to keep everybody entertained, which is really our job at the end of the day. But it's going to require some good execution on this way center bot lane. And interested to see how Rough Beans is going to be able to do on the Corki. A lot of folks have dropped this champ entirely after the last round of nerfs. The reduced duration on package has felt especially impactful. We'll have to see how they're going to be able to make it happen.
It's gonna be interesting how it happens, but look at the level 1 potential here by both teams. I think they didn't notice where Dardoch was. Oh no, Cryogen!
Oh, Cryogen right into the Friar. Gonna look to be taken down here. First blood over to Prismal as Prismal and Dardoch get off on the right foot once again. This bot lane has been so great in this series, and they win another level 1 fight.
And it instantly forces the teleport out from Cryogen as well. Really good play, really good idea. It all starts with how they prep their level 1, with Dardoch going over the wall and just waiting to see if there was anyone there. Then they moved inside of the jungle, they don't get spotted, and find the perfect angle to just engage onto Cryogen. The execution, marvelously well done, and that turns into the first blood for Prismal once again.
Certainly does here, and now they hit the level 2 first. Dardoch trying to double dip and get himself a little bit extra on towards Cryogen's way. Cryogen will be able to kite it out, will be able to stay safe, and was able to TP back, so didn't really miss out on too much. It's just the 400 gold of the first blood itself that has made too big of a difference here. So if they're able to stabilize, if they're able to still lane effectively, that first blood may not be the death knell for this bot lane.
For as long as they are able to stop Prismal from backing really early on, that could mean that they simply don't give him the opportunity to actually find some value elsewhere. As Robin's trading really heavily here with RGS, and a pretty similar trade.
Yep, it goes back and forth. TF not really distinguishable from your old classic TF until he starts to get some items completed. We'll just trade back and forth there. Rough Beans, he can sneak in some more phosphorus bombs, might be able to get himself into a favorable position, but be very surprised to see either of these mid laners have kill pressure here at this stage of the game.
It'll be quite surprising if they are able to find something like that. I'm expecting till level 6 to see RGS even attempt to move around, and Robins, he needs to have more poke, so it's not like that's going to be something as consistently seen as possible. Quickly to talk about as well, Prismal is opting into the poke build, something that we're talking about. Oh, Will.
Collapse here onto Will as he comes out of the jungle. They're trying to melt him down, and Rough Beans will be able to pick up the kill. That's a reset over to Rapid, who will get the stun. Really well timed there. RJS getting run down as Rapid gets himself a kill to start things off. 2-1 for Clown Gaming. Great response.
Yeah, such a good play coming in by both Rockbeans and Rapid. Finding Will in such an awful spot and being able to just play around it. The vision control really nice in that situation. And forcing 2 kills in favor of Cloud after what happened down there in the bot lane. It's how you need to make this work out, oh Paragon.
Paragon trying to flash over the wall here. Is going to be able to get over, but getting chased down. And Prismal will get himself another. Even as they start to find success in mid, this bot lane continues to favor Mirage.
Exactly, the bot lane is still going so much in favor of the side of Mirage. RG is trying to take a little bit of fighting there, but there's spots.
Oh, really great grasping maw there from Cryogen, but is it enough to save him? Not looking like it. The shield gets past. The shield will keep him alive. Great move there but still going to be denied more CS, gonna have to get out of dodge, gonna have to take the reset.
That's going to be the reason there, and it was both flashes plus the heal used there by Prismal to not only kill Paragon before, but try and force the kill onto the Aphelios as well, onto the Way as well. It looks kind of similar, that's why I got Rapid.
Rapid with another play in mid, now getting the third into the pockets of the Clowns. Very good stuff here, and Paragon rolling through just to cash out in souls and just trying to leave Cryogen on his own. The save there with the pool of reflection, maybe saving that strategy for Clown Gaming for the duration of this laning phase is Cryogen manages to avoid giving up another kill. Now he can come back having not given more gold over to Prismal and can try to play this 1v2 out more successfully.
Because of how it started as well, with Will getting killed at the start of it and him not having flash, he kind of is in a spot where he cannot force a lot of plays. Oh, they really want to kill this way.
Yeah, he used the Serenity as well for the auto attack modifier. That's going to allow him to be taken down. Prismal going to get traded on the other side, though. And that's a double kill over to Paragon. That is not what you want if you're the Mirage Alliance bot lane. Shutdown gold into the Senna, and it's a 2-for-1.
Well, maybe we see a repetition of the previous game with Senna getting 2 kills here. Maybe it's Paragon, the one we need to keep our eyes on to try and carry the side of Clown Gaming. Really good punish. Yes, the Way does die and he's going to miss out on quite a bit of minions, but it's not the end of the war as Rapid trying to go for another play up here in the top lane.
That fast presence was just used. Lorem cannot interrupt any dashes here. He's going to try to use this as an escape route. Knocks away Rapid, who will now be finding himself over the wall, and that's going to be enough for Lorem to escape.
That's a really nice way to try and escape, and it's not only the hammer pushing away Rapid as much as possible, but also the charge going on top of the Diego so that the K'Sante cannot pull you away or do anything weird in with the idea that you have there.
And a pretty quiet early game from Will on the brand so far. Got caught out earlier on and has just been farming it up ever since then. Yet to be able to set up for too much, maybe waiting for that level 6 to come through out of RJS, but he's got it now. Is looking to try to just get the push. The wave clear from Rough Beans has been pretty solid. Are they going to be able to manufacture plays together? Because that's really what you need with this composition.
It really has to be, and you have to see where they can find this sort of things, or you can try and just maybe farm it out as much as possible, try to get you your first item, and then when you finally are strong enough to actually fight, that's where we begin seeing Will appearing.
They're still taking these trades in mid, but not being able to match the damage output of the Corki. Not really going to be able to support the rest of the team as long as he's finding himself in these positions where he's on the losing end of trades and can't really get around the map. Rough Beans is running low on mana, so we'll probably have to look for the recall here before too long. He's got a cookie that he can munch on for at least another wave, but not going to be a permanent solution. We'll need to spend a little bit of time in the base at some point here. But thus far has been doing a good job of keeping RJS in mid lane and not allowing him to influence the rest of the map.
Yeah, at the very least, he has to be close to trying to go back to base so that he can get some mana back into his favor and force some more fights like he's doing onto RJS that is not having the best of times right now. Like he's not really being able to enjoy the laning phase as much, has died twice to really good games from Rapid, and is making it so that the Corki can have a really good time down in the middle of the lane.
For sure here. Paragon and Cryogen reunited in the bottom lane for the first time in a while. That Paragon hasn't been roaming around the entire map, making sure it's going to be some safe farm. But here's going to be the ultimate from RJS.
That was so
long-awaited global pressure is just massive for Mirage. It's a double kill for Prismal, not even close, as Paragon and Cryogen find themselves punished again.
It comes as soon as they get level 6 on RJS, but importantly, or not as soon, but they force the play as soon as they get a level 6 on Dardoch actually, and RJS moving really nicely. But I feel like that could have worked out even without RJS. Like the engage from Dardoch was so good, and it was also when there was no flash timings on either bot laner that it just works out perfectly. Oh, yes.
There is going to be the fight breaking on out. Rough Beans fighting it away. It's going to be Paragon trying to rain down the damage. Great cleanse comes through from Paragon. He has to flash away from the Pillar of Flame. But Rapid coming in with the response, and Rapid cleans up the kill. Will, once again, not going to be able to close out and going to give another set of gold back over towards Rapid.
Yeah, and another time where the flash not being there for Will is going to be the difference maker. He may be ahead in CS, but he's really far behind in terms of kills, and I also think right now the gold is much more in favor of them all. Other than Stolen.
Yeah, for him. Trying to be annoying as Bro Rapid goes in the wrong direction. I do not think that's what he wanted off the blast cone. Big shutdown goes over to Alorum.
What? Rapid. That was not planned at all, and I'm really sorry it worked out like that, my friend, but that is a really funny really funny blooper to get to see right now, and that means that Mirage Alliance having even more control in the map after that kill, and Dardoch already showing his face out of the bot lane.
That is a tilter there for Rapid. You got to shake that one off if you are him right now. Nice fear coming on through from Cryogen, dodging out of the stun as well, trying to get some return damage back over to Prismal. Dawning Shadow going to shield him up, but he will drop Prismal before too long. Rapid coming right out of the base, looking to try to get back on towards the kill streak, and is going to be able to pull it back underneath the turret, not being able to finish off the kill. The oil finds himself one on the other side now, following forward on towards Dardoch. Dardoch going to get finished off, and Rapid gets himself his fourth. Dies once, but gets out back onto the map, and is immediately killing again.
Yeah, but at least the one that doesn't die is Prismal, because reminder, he's 6-1 right now. That is a...
Oh, solo kill, Rough Beans!
Okay, Rough Beans is really trying to appear here right now with another solo kill, showing up in the face of RJS. In the previous series, he was already doing such a good job, and now even adding more insult to injury.
Oh, he calls him out with the Maw. Rapid coming up big time here, feeling himself. He does not care about that blast code play earlier. He gets himself 2 on the bottom side, setting up for a great siege. This is all the members of Clown hammering away at this turret, and they're going to pick up so many plates for it. Dardoch, you have got to keep your distance, buddy, or you are at risk of going down fast.
Yeah, and they get 3 plates after that. They really are playing around that super effectively, and just like that, we're both looking like such a rough game, although Wade behind.
Coming on in, RJS going to try to turn this back around. Rough Beans is at no mana, but he does have damage in the auto attacks. Going to try to stand and fight. Dardoch getting melted fast. He's going to be the first one down. Aragon, though, sniped away by Prismal, and Rapid is here too late to get the first of his resets. By Dardoch, and Dardoch is going to be able to stand and fight. Rather, that was RJS. Confusing my names there, but either way, Rapid will drop as they are going to move forward on towards Cryogen, and he's got nowhere left to go. He will drop to Mirage at some point or another. The question is to who? It'll be Will, tying it up 11-11.
That is such a good angle they are able to find on the side of Mirage Alliance, getting the kills in their favor, and now also putting back into the map both RGS and Will. They both get a kill here. And Paris Prismal is just still so strong. 8-2 so far this series. This game, I mean.
Yeah, and at the end of it all, it is a 2K gold lead still in the pockets of Mirage Alliance, and quite a bit of that gold is certainly in the hands of Prismal. He is going to have to be that reliable poke damage carry for them. And this whole composition really well set up to be able to make picks and to be able to zero out members like Paragon, like Rough Beans, like Cryogen. With the extra damage he's going to have from how strong he is, it is going to be so easy as long as somebody else can land the CC to be able to burst him out.
And importantly here, the fact that even though the Dragon goes in favor of the side of Clown Gaming, it's still 1 apiece. So that just means that both of these teams have enough for themselves to try and get the soul in their favor. And it's moving like maybe RJ is looking to try and get some damage into Rapid. He's by himself, so he probably won't get anything here. And it's going to be just a tier 1 actually getting collected by the side of Clown Gaming. That's a lot of gold that they are able to give to Cryogen and to Paragon.
Absolutely here. They're definitely going to be happy they were able to pick up first turret gold there. That's going to collapse a lot of the gold lead so far. Chains of Corruption dodged away from by Rough Beans, but you can see that damage output. It is still nothing to laugh about for Prismal. He is able to force off this Corki, continue to hammer away at the tower, but not low enough for him to be able to equalize. This is going to be first turret gained without much trade back. I like the idea from Boil the Oil, but Steadfast Presence, it's just too strong.
Just simply too strong at this point, and the Poppy is going to keep on finding this sort of value as we see. Okay, RJS is just salting the wave. I was expecting to see a play somewhere.
Yeah, that would be pretty wild. That does mean the Destiny is going to be on cooldown. A little sigh of relief breathed by the Clowns here as they now know that that's not going to be a collapse, but immediately that sigh of relief going to feel a little bit less. So as Paragon takes a huge chunk of damage from that piercing arrow, and Brisbal can just keep throwing those out.
And he's going to keep on doing that. He's already sacking the tier halfway there. He's doing such a good job at dealing so much damage. And when he has 2 items, there's 1 each for the support and the AD carry on the other side on Clown Gaming. It's going to be a difficult affair if they really want to try and get something going. They have to shut down Prismal. But based on the previous game, I feel like it's going to be way too hard with how he's been positioning.
Sorry, am I crazy? Was that 40 stacks on Paragon Senna? That's terrible. That's so low on the number of stacks to have 15 minutes into the game.
47.
It's going to be a while before he can be that long-range damage support.
Yeah, it's not Prismal level like in the previous game, and it's going to be difficult for Paragon to have the same level of damage as Prismal did before. And you almost also saw Prismal getting, or Paragon getting completely destroyed on the side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been tough for him to be able to pick up those stacks. I thought he was walking around the map a fair bit, being able to pick up some through mid and maybe some from the jungle camps, but I mean, I guess I watched every single one that he was able to pick up because it doesn't seem like he's been able to get too many over the course of the game. Prismal going to use the heal. Nice use of the movement speed to dodge out of the rapid there. He manages to hold on to his flash, and they're going to be forced back. That piercing arrow hit all 3, and look at the damage it did.
Just so much damage that you have to worry about, and it's really difficult to make the most out of it at this point where Prismal can throw so many arrows from such a safe distance. Oh, and the gauge.
Oh, really big engage found by Dardoch there onto both bot laners, and they are down for the count. Mid lane turret will be grabbed by Mirage as 2 kills come with it, and they are going to easily be able to walk back away and build up their gold lead yet again.
They have everything to be able to pull this off as rapid. Oh, Prismal.
Oh, wow, going in. Really wants that
so
Prismal
done.
shut down, but he can't have it. Prismal takes another.
I respect the desire, but it doesn't work out. RJS.
Okay. Okay, Rough Beans. He gets himself one back, doing very good in this matchup up against RJS. And I do want to call out, I mean, this is Eclipse, Fimbulwinter Poppy, an interesting build coming through from Alorum here in his matchup up against the Cassante. These guys have kind of just been on their own island all game long.
So my question mark here is this an actual build or is this an Alorum build because he doesn't feel like he needs to build anything real to win against Boyle?
I mean, I like Eclipse, I guess. I mean, it's pretty easy to proc with the like Q into Buckler combo, and then you get the movement speed. So it's like I can see it. The Fimbulwinter, you need the mana on Poppy. I don't know. I don't know what to think of this. I haven't seen anybody build Fimbulwinter in a long time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, maybe the item is not necessarily horrible or anything like that, but the problem is that I don't find the actual utility that maybe you're looking for in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's Winter's approach right now. It's not Fimbulwinter until it upgrades, but he'll get it soon. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Nobody builds this item anymore. I have no opinions to share. I don't know why you would take it over something like a Frozen Heart. Prismal approached once again, able to kite it out. Get some good damage in, but he does have no summoners, so he's got to be very conscious of his health total.
Maybe he actually was confused between Frozen Heart and this item since both of them are blue, so he picked the wrong one.
Yeah, you know, that's a feasible theory. You know, it could happen.
I can get behind that.
Don't get me wrong, right? You get health for mana, so if you're gonna end up going Frozen Heart and probably the Glacial, whatever, Frozen Fist, Iceborne Gauntlet, whatever it's called, you will end up like getting kind of paid off by the Fimbulwinter. It's just it's a very early one.
Yeah, it really is. So it has to be, well, at the very least he has been able to max it out, so he's really close to having the extra stats that you really want to have. Oh, Boyle.
Oh, Boyle, the oil just getting dove underneath the turret. He falls very, very fast.
And there it is.
Able to keep the siege going.
And the Alorum completes the Fimbulwinter now. So he does get the full value there out of the item at the very least.
For sure. So, got the Fimbulwinter completed. Ooh, there's going to be Chains of Corruption. Good poke damage landed onto Cryogen. We'll chunk him out below half. The follow-up not there yet. Another arrow. And Cryogen's just got to get out of there. He's 1-6 on the way. He does not want to end up 1-7. And this means they can start up Baron. They're just going to take that poke damage as an indicator that they can start things off. And it doesn't look like Clowns have any idea it's happening.
Also, just quickly, by the way, this is not the typical Twisted Fate AD build. It's just a build that RJ is wanting to go for, okay?
You're right. You're completely right there, and I don't know what to make of it. The Baron has already gone down. They're going to be able to finish off Rapid as well. It's a 5 versus 4 as the fight's breaking out. Look at that Pyro Cleanse bouncing across the rest of the team. Rough Beans falling incredibly well. Aurum comes in over the wall. He's going to be able to finish off one. Will has dropped to the other side to Cryogen, who's been able to pick up his first kill in a while, but Dardoch is looking to collapse on these bot laners, using the movement speed boost from Way to try to get themselves on the other side. Here comes RJS to try to cut them off at the source. RJS takes down Paragon. Cryogen flashing out the safety, does have access to that blast cone, but Dardoch is gonna say no, holding him in place until Boil the Oil can finally carry his carry to safety. But it's a fight win for Mirage Alliance nonetheless. They take down more than they lose. They get themselves the Baron, and they are going to continue on their siege.
They get everything in their favor and they lose nothing in the process. That is such a good team fight coming in by the side of Mirage Alliance, throwing their NACL status off as much as possible. And with Baron Bob, with Prismo being 10, 2, and 5, with them potentially could be going for the next dragon if they really want to, but I can see them just pushing the issue. They are really close to being able to go into the base and just taking down the game.
What is the Alorum build? Why Spirit Visage and not Kaenic Rooker? Like, what reason could there possibly be? This champion doesn't have innate healing.
Once again, I'm bringing the question mark. Is it a build that can be played, or is it him thinking Boil is Boil, so I don't really care and I build whatever I want?
Is this a challenge to just build worse versions of every item that you would normally build in this kind of situation? I can't tell. Alorum's getting chased down on the other side as they are going to keep their siege going, and it is just so tough for anybody to be able to escape here. Focusing in onto that turret, minions hammering away at the inner, and they will be able to pick it up.
Well, at least he is having fun, like Norm is mentioning, so probably going to be quite nice for him, especially when they have to go back to NACL play. So at the very least, he's having fun now.
Yeah, you get to walk away with the memories, if nothing else, as well as the lion's share of the $1,000 grand prize. That can't hurt either. And Mirage are well on their way to being able to secure that 10k gold in the lead. There's a reason we're just memeing about the builds at this point, TDS, and that is because this game looks done and dusted. Clown Gaming gonna have to piece together some kind of miracle to get themselves back into this series. The Mirage Alliance are not slowing down. They are not stopping, and suboptimal items be damned. They are going to keep this siege alive. Paragon nearly getting one shot over the wall by Prismal. They are forced back away, busting open the first of the inhibitor turrets. Mid lane getting hammered on by RJS as well. And they are going to look to take themselves their Pyro Cleanse bouncing back and forth is going to be the end of Cryogen. Alorum's in too deep, pull back in. Will drop down here before too long. Fimbulwinter won't keep you safe this time. It's a 1-for-1 trade when all is said and done, but Mirage Alliance are not done yet. They want to be able to pick themselves up their first inhibitor. Dardoch flashing over the wall, going to be able to buy a little bit of space for the rest of the team. Rizmo snipes down Paragon, takes him off the map. As the dive in from Dardoch to get the fight started. Rapid is starting to reset though. Boil the Oil's in towards the back line. RJ is down. Will is down. Dardoch is down. And so is Prismo. The shutdown gold comes through for the Clowns. They stage their defense. They keep their inhibitors alive. And they find an ace.
5 members down. They find the ace and maybe a bit of hope for Clown Gaming. Will it be enough to turn around this game? I'm not sure. With the bot lane is having a really rough time. But it's at the very least looking much more positive than it was 5 minutes ago, and this is soul point, so could be something for them to work themselves from.
Getting a little too happy with it there. Mirage give over an objective bounty, they give over a lot of gold, they give over soul point, and they lose all 5 of their barons. Those would have dropped off anyway by now, but going to be falling now with quite a bit of extra money in their pockets. What can they piece together? try to be able to find themselves a win on the back end. That is a rapid fire cannon now done by RJS, taking some notes from the classic Twisted Fate builds of old. And I mean, it is on hit. You can't say it's not on hit. It gets the extra movement speed there from the experimental hex plate. Dardoch looking for an engage here, sees all three booped up. Nice sphere comes to the Cryogen, saves it, but the Pyroclasm bouncing between the rest of the team. Rough Beans is already down, and you need him for the damage output. You need Cryogen too, but you're not gonna have them as Prismal finishes off a second, and no damage dealers really left here for the Clowns as they start losing out on their inhibitors. Teleport being channeled, Alorum is showing up to the fight. Paragon trying to clear out the waves. Rapid arrives in time. He's gonna have to get some crazy reason. RJS is keeping the minion alive with the teleport. It's not taking down the tower. The fight breaking out on the other side. Boil the oil launching himself through the team. Will be melted down by Will. It's on Paragon to try to stand and fight alongside Rapid, who's regen back up in the fountain. Paragon trying to stand and fight as the dive forward from Dardoch will hold Rapid in place for Prismal to knock down. Paragon's the last one alive, and he will drop as well. Mirage Alliance taking a 2-0 in the finals. They have taken an ACL title, and they're going to take a Hot Pockets one as well. Mirage Alliance walk away the victor.
They get the victory at the end, even though they played 2 series where they win the full distance 3 games. The grand finals, they close it out in style with 2 really good victories, showing off their NACL status as much as possible. Really good games and really good series by Prismal and Dardoch.
Absolutely. I mean, what a great performance out of this bot lane. You know, we came into this one talking about how it had been a weak point for this team, and they really showed up against Paragon and Cryogen. Back to the drawing board for the guys on Clown Gaming, as they have got to seriously or surely got some space to grow looking in what has transpired in this series. I mean, it was a rough look for them.
Yeah, we need to remember one is NACL, or it's an NACL team. The other is an NACL working towards that kind of team. So we have to wait.
Yeah, no, and I mean, Cryogen, I know super young as well. I actually don't know how old Paragon is, but I know he's only been around for about the last year, showing up in around 2023. Cryogen definitely in that same territory. I know he was 16 playing an ACL last time. He's probably around 17 now. And yeah, I mean, they're a young bot lane. They're growing together. Prismal and Dardoch, probably the most experienced bot lane in the tier 2, tier 3 ecosystem. And they come up huge today, really flexing that experience on the side of Clown Gaming and having 2 fantastic carry performances out of Prismal especially. I mean, I'm so impressed by him today.
Yeah, he played really well. Huge props to him, and hopefully he can keep on this sort of performances for Mirage Alliance over in the NACL, where they need to step it up. But it's still a long road, and I'm glad to see that they've shown some improvement and some really good games coming in from their team. And they win the tournament today in a really good fashion. That's all they need. That's all they need. Hopefully, we can say that we were the reason, or this tournament was the reason that Mirage Alliance stayed in the NACL, and we can get the credit for that eventually.
Absolutely. So we are going to raid over to the League Amateur Series here. That is going to do it for the Hot Pockets Invitational here. Not Invitational. It was open. The Aegis X Hot Pockets Showdown. I don't know why my instinct is to say individual tournaments are invitationals. That is not the case this time. But huge shout outs to Mirage Alliance. Dinner is on Hot Pockets and the folks at Aegis as they walk on away with the lion's share of the prize pool. Congratulations to them on what has been a very challenging run. I mean, they nearly dropped to ISU, but they're able to come on up in the semifinals, and now going to be walking away here with a Hot Pockets title to go right next to their ACO one.
Yeah, they look really nice next to each other, so probably going to be decorating the trophy room for Mirage Alliance for quite a bit of time.
Absolutely here. Well, thank you to everybody who came on out and participated. I think we had 35 teams total. That is a great count. Thank you to everybody who came in and participated. Congrats to the prize winners across the board, first, second, third, or there was a third. There's a prize for third, not a prize for fourth. So I assume there is a third, fourth match going on, or maybe there isn't, and that's not true. Either way, shout out to everybody for coming in and participating. Appreciated having you all here. Thank you to everybody at home who tuned on in, from myself, from TDS, from PVS on production, and from Hot Pockets and everyone here at Aegis. Have yourselves a great weekend. We will see you next time. ACL starts on Friday. We will kick things off here with
Let's
a
go.
to-be announced matchup, but it's going to be a spicy one. Definitely want to see you guys there. Until then, stay tuned for other Aegis leagues, and that'll do it for the night.